Earth's Forbidden Secrets, Part 2, Lost and Suppressed Hidden History, by Max Igan. Chapter 5, The Death of a God. As was stated at the start of this work, in attempting to gain a complete picture of our past and find the key to our future, all pieces of the puzzle must be examined, no matter how small or obscure they may seem to be. In keeping with that view, we must now pause for a brief moment and turn our eyes to our nearest celestial neighbor, the planet known to the ancient Sumerians as Lamu, and to the Greeks as the celestial god of war, the planet we now call Mars. The Broken God. In an amazing demonstration of Yale-taught intelligence, George Walker Bush made the following statement on August 11, 1994. Mars is essentially in the same orbit as the Earth. Mars is somewhat the same distance from the Sun, which is very important. We have seen pictures where there are canals, we believe, and water. If there is water, that means there is oxygen. If oxygen, that means we can breathe. In actual fact, Mars today is a barren wasteland. It is an inhospitable windswept rock with a poisonous butterscotch-colored atmosphere of mostly CO2 and methane, stretched thinly over a dusty reddish landscape. The question is, how could it be so inhospitable when the Earth, its neighbor, is just the opposite? Some may not know this, but our enigmatic celestial neighbor does have a thin atmosphere, not breathable, and a North Polar ice cap that scientists have proven to be frozen CO2 and water. Yes, that's right, water. Pure, drinkable, life-giving H2O exists on Mars, frozen at its North Pole, and quite a lot too, as can be seen from this 3D image. Get yourself a telescope and it's quite easy to see. Mars has a South Polar ice cap too, but that is said to be all frozen CO2. There are further indications of a certain amount of moisture existing in the atmosphere, as the North Polar ice cap undergoes some quite drastic seasonal changes. Mars also bears some dramatic evidence of former ocean beds, vast river systems, and a period of catastrophic global flooding. Of course, the planet is barren, dry, and windswept now, but the evidence still remains. Everywhere across the surface, we can still observe the signs of rivers, lakes, and even islands. All the telltale signs of water erosion are still very easy to see on the planet's surface today. Of course, what this all means is that Mars must have once had a greenhouse atmosphere similar to that of the Earth, probably more CO2 than anything else, and unlikely to have ever been breathable, but an atmosphere that was still much warmer than it is today nonetheless. Otherwise, the water would always have remained frozen at the poles, and we would not see all the evidence of erosion that is still visible on the surface. The question is then raised. It is quite obvious that Mars once had an atmosphere of sorts, and a great deal of water on its surface. So, where did it all go? Why is Mars now so desolate? Sometime in the past, it appears that the planet somehow lost its ability to retain its warmth and lost all of its atmosphere. In the process, it also lost all of its abundant water and oceans, which either disappeared into space or seeped underground to lie locked and frozen beneath the surface. What could have happened? The answer to this question may well lie in the visible geology of the planet, because there is every indication that Mars recently suffered an enormous catastrophe on quite a global scale, which caused enough damage for it to physically lose its atmosphere and a good deal more besides that. Of course, when I say recently, I mean sometime in the last few thousand to few 100,000 to a few million years, which, in astronomical terms, is really just the other day. The dragon whips its tail. A most interesting and very unusual feature that is quite unique to Mars is that the top section of the planet is divided from the bottom section by an enormous jagged and uneven cliff that stretches around the entire planet. There are no breaks in this cliff. It goes all the way around. The top section of the globe is sparsely cratered lowlands, and the bottom is heavily cratered highlands. This provides us with an instant clue. These highland and lowland sections of the planet are large enough to be described as each taking up an entire hemisphere of the planet's surface, but are not at all defined by the hemispheres of the globe, with the unbroken cliff that separates the two running around the planet at roughly 35 degrees to its axis. Get the picture? It's kind of like looking at an orange with the top half of the peel roughly torn off, while the skin still remains covering the bottom half. This, of course, gives us every indication that a reasonably large chunk of the planet's crust is somehow missing from the top half of the planet. This distinguishing separating feature on the Martian surface is known by scientists as the line of dichotomy. Mars is significantly smaller than Earth, and yet boasts surface features that are massive, literally dwarfing those found on Earth or indeed any other planet in our solar system. Apart from its missing water and this line of dichotomy being the largest single cliff in the solar system, an average of 3 kilometers high, and just think about that for a second. Mars also boasts the largest canyon, the largest volcanoes, and the largest crater in our solar system. The sheer size of these surface features seems out of all proportion on our smaller neighbor. Not bad for one little planet. When I say these volcanoes are large, I mean really huge. The largest of the three, known as Olympus Mons, is the largest volcano in the solar system. It is more than 372.84 miles across, that's 600 kilometers, towers 16.8 miles, 27 kilometers, above the surrounding plain, and has a caldera of over 50 miles, 80 kilometers wide. Noticeably, all three of these huge volcanoes are located on the top section of the planet, while near its equator is the largest canyon imaginable, known as Valles Marineris. This gigantic rift on the surface of Mars makes the Grand Canyon look like a furrow. Some of the slopes and cliffs look quite gentle and scalable in this mosaic of the Candor Chasma area in Valles Marineris, looking from north to south. But it must be understood that this trench is a whopping 5 to 7 kilometers deep split in the Martian surface, an enormous rip, stretching to a gaping 200 kilometers across. At over 5,000 kilometers long, it would stretch across the entire continent of Australia. Then, on the other side of the planet, closer to the bottom, almost directly opposite the area where we find the three huge volcanoes, is a huge impact crater, and all the signs that a very large object at one time slammed into Mars with such enormous speed and energy that it penetrated deep into the planet. Do you see where all this leads? There is significant evidence that Mars recently suffered the impact of an asteroid or comet fragment, an impact so great and so devastating that the object in question punched deep into the planet's lower hemisphere and blew all the crust of the top hemisphere from the force of the blow. The impact had totally devastating results and may well have caused the planet to bulge and split its surface, and the three huge gaping blisters to appear opposite the impact site to release the sudden pressure and catastrophic energy from the blow that was delivered to it. In a book by Graham Hancock, Robert Bauval, and John Grisham that was published in 1998 on the subject entitled The Mars Mystery, the authors also proposed exactly that scenario and presented some very viable evidence to support their claim. Of particular interest is the fact that there is an ancient Sumerian tale which mentions the Earth, the Moon, and Mars, all suffering calamities at around the same time due to the close passage of a celestial body about 11,500 years ago. Could it be possible that Mars was devastated on that occasion? Could it even possibly have been as recently as that? Strange connections. There are other strange legends of Mars too. One of particular interest is related by the Zulu tribe of Africa. An ancient Zulu legend has it that the tribe arrived here many years ago in celestial boats because their planet was about to be attacked by an invader of some kind. What or who this invader may have been is not entirely clear. However, the legend says that the Zulus placed all of their women and children in boats and sent them to their nearest neighbor, namely the earth. Certainly, it's an interesting legend for an African tribe to have. There are certain pyramids in Mexico that seem to clearly depict the Martian calendar, a somewhat unusual coincidence, if coincidence it be, because the calendar is very accurate. There also exist legends from ancient Sumer, which talk of gods traveling to and from the planet, which the Sumerians knew as Lemu. And there is the enigmatic and very mysterious Cydonia region, which many believe to contain pyramids and other structures. We also have the contentious issue of the cubit. The biblical cubit is widely accepted to have been 523.5 to 524 millimeters, or 20.61 to 20.63 inches in length, and was subdivided into 7 palms of 4 digits, giving a 28-part measure in total. The cubit is a bizarre unit of measure to exist on Earth. We can see where feet and inches come from. As unnatural a length as it may be, it works for us because we all have them. But why was the foot divided into 12 parts, and not 10 or 15? We have 10 fingers and 10 toes divided into groups of 5 digits after all. 12 is not a natural number for mankind to adopt. So why is it that things were always divided into 12 portions? Why do we have a dozen of something? The meter is, of course, also a natural unit of measure for the Earth. Everything comes out even. The Earth itself can be measured in meters perfectly. It is a surprise, then, to see that Mars can be measured perfectly in cubits. The cubit works on Mars in the same way that a meter works on Earth. The relative length of measure in relation to the size of the sphere is the same. As unnatural as it seems to us in relation to the Earth, the cubit is the perfect length to use if we lived on Mars. So what on earth is it doing here? On Earth? And how or why did anyone who lived on Earth ever come up with such a bizarre unit of measure in the first place, and so long ago? As irrelevant as it may seem to you at this moment, just retain this information from this chapter as food for thought in the back of your mind for now, as we proceed. Part 2. Investigation. Information is not knowledge. Knowledge is not wisdom. Wisdom is not truth. Truth is not beauty. Frank Zappa. Chapter 6. The Lost Lands. As we now return to Earth and consider what catastrophic celestial events may have actually happened in the distant past, another nagging question and ground that many scholars loathe to tread inevitably arises. I speak, of course, of the dreaded A word, Atlantis. It has been the goal of many expeditions, the source of endless debate, countless books, and a myriad of theories. The legend of Atlantis is one that has persisted for longer and captured the imagination of more people than perhaps any other tale in our history. There have been countless expeditions, archaeological digs, and underwater excursions made in the hope of finding some trace of the elusive sunken land that many believe must exist, but we are told that, so far, few real clues to its reality have been found. There have been many underwater ruins found, like those in the Mediterranean, which is literally full of ruins, plus traces found off the shores of Indonesia and other places. But scholars have argued that none so far have seemed to be in the correct location to be Atlantis, judging from what information we have to go on. However, there have been various other discoveries that don't seem to come to public attention. There have been reports of structures and even pyramids that have been found underwater, and still more reports that others have been glimpsed beneath the waves on clear days by seasoned fishermen and pilots. A sunken world. Our primary source of information and first real glimpse of Atlantis comes from Plato and his 2 ancient works, Timaeus and Critias. These 2 dialogues offer us a rich glimpse into the workings, government, and infrastructure of Atlantis from the perspective of Plato. There are many people who believe that these are the only 2 sources of the tale, but such a belief could not be further from the actual truth. There are numerous mentions of the island continent, by other Grecian scholars who were not adding to or embellishing Plato's original account, but were corroborating it, and there are other things that lend credence to Plato's accounts as well. One significant contributing clue is Plato's mention of the Pillars of Heracles, also known as Hercules, which were apparently 2 pillars of gold inscribed with ancient teachings in the form of hieroglyphs. Consider also these other ancient references from a number of sources. 1. Such pillars are mentioned in works by a commenter of Plato's writings called Proclus. Proclus mentioned that the traveler Crantor visited Sais in Egypt, as Solon had also done 300 years before him, and that during these visits both men had been shown a golden pillar inscribed with hieroglyphics, just as had been described by Plato. 2. Another Greek historian named Herodotus is reported to have actually seen 2 pillars, one of pure gold, the other of emerald, which shone with such brilliancy at night, while visiting a temple of Heracles at Tyre, also known as Phoenicia. It was actually not uncommon for the Phoenicians to erect such pillars of Heracles in almost all the places they colonized, as they did at Gibraltar, for example. The Phoenicians record that such pillars were erected to commemorate the first founding of Atlantis by Atlas and Heracles. 3. The Egyptian historian Manetho also mentions the existence of 2 pillars and tells us that, before the Great Flood, the Egyptian deity Thoth inscribed them with hieroglyphs containing all of the ancient wisdom, so it would not be lost in the deluge that was soon to come. 4. Other historians have reported that Alexander the Great inspected many such large pillars of gold, bearing unusual hieroglyphic markings, in the lands of northern India. These histories mention that Alexander traveled beyond the Pillars of Hercules and Dionysus. This is quite a significant statement because Dionysus is a divine representation of Atlas, his heavenly counterpart, so to speak. So here we have a European conqueror reportedly finding Atlantean pillars and a reference to Heracles and Atlas in northern India. Some people have also said that such pillars were constructed to mark the outer borders of the Atlantean territories. Interesting. 5. A Jewish historian called Josephus, who lived around the time of Christ, also made mention of either Seth or Thoth inscribing some pillars with ancient knowledge, in order that wisdom and astronomical knowledge should not perish in the Cataclysm. Unknown made 2 pillars, one of stone and one of brick, in which he inscribed this knowledge for posterity, said pillars still existing in the land of Syriad to this day. 6. The Mayans also have creation legends which talk of a lost and mysterious continent that they call Aztlan. They say that this land was the place from which they first came, but it was destroyed in terrible volcanic upheavals and later sank beneath the seas, so their ancestors were forced to set out in canoes and catamarans to look for new lands. There was even a very famous frieze that was removed from the Mayan city of Tikal, actually depicting the event. The stone frieze was displayed in the Berlin Museum, but was unfortunately destroyed during the Allied bombing of Berlin in 1945. 7. The Indian traditional texts of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata make constant references to the land of Atala, a paradise that sank beneath the sea. In these texts, the Rama Empire is recorded to have fought great wars against the people of Atala, with both nations using powerful and devastating weapons. 8. Many ancient maps, such as those mentioned in the 2nd chapter, show a group of islands in the Atlantic Ocean, mostly just labeled as the Atlantic Islands. There are usually 7 of them, shown on most ancient maps. Today, there are only 2 main islands in the area, Cuba and the Dominican Republic. However, many ancient maps show 3 or 4 more, as on King Henry's map of 1500, and the Benincasa map of 1482. Some see this as a reference to a sunken civilization. However, it must be taken into account that some islands have been known to come and go. These are just some other references to Atlantis that come from places that were not necessarily associated with Plato, and there are many tales of ancient cataclysms if one wants to delve a little deeper. One remarkable thing about all the tales of Atlantis, and the same is true for most references found in ancient texts that indicate they may be referring to a sunken civilization, is that all the event timelines match up very closely. This becomes especially noticeable when it happens with events recorded by civilizations who apparently had no contact with each other. We will investigate this a little later, but for the moment, we will briefly revisit the actual legend itself. The Golden Empire. Plato tells us that Atlantis was an island continent consisting of 7 separate land masses, which was located in the area that is now the Atlantic Ocean, and that it was founded around about 11,000 years ago. He describes Atlantis as a land that was abundant in a variety of natural resources and whose people prospered greatly due to this natural wealth. It was known to be a great center of trade and commerce in the ancient world, a powerful nation that controlled many sea routes and also held sway over other territories it controlled in Africa and Europe. We are told that the god Poseidon took to himself a mortal wife whose name was Cleito, and he made Atlantis his domain. Poseidon loved Cleito deeply, and on a hill in the middle of the central island of Atlantis, Poseidon constructed a dwelling for himself and his wife, and then built 7 moats around the house in ever larger circles to protect her. Cleito gave birth to 5 sets of twin boys who were to become the first rulers of Atlantis. Poseidon divided Atlantis among his 10 sons, and control of the hill and the surrounding lands was given to his eldest son, Atlas. Atlas built a temple on the central hill to honor his father, and inside, he erected an enormous golden statue of Poseidon, standing astride a great chariot drawn by magnificent winged horses that dominated the central hall. It was here that the High Council and governing body of Atlantis would meet to discuss and decide policies, pass laws, make judgments, and pay tribute to the great Poseidon. A great canal, to be used for the purposes of travel and trade, was dug from the central hill and ran south through the rings of land and water for 5.5 miles, eventually arriving at the sea. The city of Atlantis itself was very densely populated and sat just outside of the central ring of moats, covering a circular area of 11 square miles. The majority of the Atlantean population was said to have lived within the actual city itself. Plato describes it as being a beautiful city with walls that were clad with gold, silver, bronze, tin, and an unknown metal named by Plato as orichalc or orichalk. Just beyond the city, surrounded by another great canal, lay a vast fertile plain, 330 miles long and 110 miles wide, where food crops were grown. So fertile was the ground, and so temperate the climate, that 2 harvests were made each year, one harvest nurtured by the winter rains, and the other fed with water collected from the mountains and streams in the Great Canal. To add to the bi-yearly harvests, the land was also rich in fruit, nuts, and herbs. To the north of the plain were tall mountains, and all the land about was covered in rivers, lakes, and rich meadows, all peppered with farms and villages. There was abundant animal life to be found on Atlantis too, and even elephants could be found there. The Atlantean Empire thrived in such a fashion for many years, but slowly their technology and greed overcame them, and they became egotistical and even more warlike, always craving still more power and lands. Plato affirms this attitude in his dialogue, in which he says that the once noble people of Atlantis became corrupted by greed and a lust for power, and when the great god Zeus looked down from the heavens and saw the corruption and immorality of the Atlanteans, he called a meeting and summoned all the other gods to council to decide the empire's fate. Then, when all was decided, he cast down a great destruction on Atlantis, and, in a huge violent cataclysm, the entire continent sank beneath the waters, never to be seen again. According to Greek tradition, when the 7 islands of Atlantis sank, they were turned into the constellation of the Pleiades because they preferred death rather than dishonor at the hands of their persecutor Orion, who still hunts them across the skies. There are histories that exist in ancient Indian texts that tell of a great war between the Rama Empire and an empire they name as Atala, which they refer to as an island of paradise. This war, according to what was written, was ultimately responsible for the disappearance of both civilizations. Plato tells us that the destruction of Atlantis was about 9,000 years before the time of Solon, and we know from history that Solon is supposed to have visited Egypt in 600 BC. So if we add that 600 to the last 2,000 years, we arrive at an estimated date of 11,600 BP before present, or about 9,600 BC, that the destruction of Atlantis is said to have occurred. We will return and investigate this date a little later in this book. Possible physical evidence. So if there really was a sunken continent that supposedly supported an advanced civilization that once existed in the Atlantic, wouldn't there be some trace of it left? In actual fact, there are over 30 separate sets of ruins that have been found in various locations on the bottom of the Atlantic since 1956. These include remains off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, the Canary Islands, Cuba, Andros Island, Cadiz and Quetzalcoatl in Spain, near Florida, and off the coast of Morocco. One of the most famous discoveries concerning Atlantis would undoubtedly what has become known as the Bimini Road, or Wall, discovered in the early 1960s off the coast of Bimini Island by Dr. Manson Valentine. The road consists of hundreds of huge square, flat, megalithic stones laid out like a long road on the ocean floor. The paved underwater road is located about 20 miles off the Bimini coast and, despite claims to the contrary, this enigmatic stone road still remains totally unexplained. It's also notable that, in 1975, a team of about 20 researchers including archaeologists, a marine biologist, a cartographer, and a geologist conducted a diving expedition to investigate the road. The team retrieved some artifacts from the site for further analysis, and their results showed that the materials used to build it were not to be found anywhere in that part of the world. In 1977, another amazing discovery was reportedly made on the Atlantic Ocean floor near Quetzalcoatl in Spain by Arl Marshall. Marshall claimed to have seen a 650-foot pyramid that emitted a mysterious light. He described it as being surrounded by sparkling white water that turned to deep green, that was a shocking contrast to the dark black waters at that depth. Fortunately, Marshall also had the foresight to photograph the event. In 1970, a Dr. Ray Brown was diving on the seabed off the Bahamas, accompanied by 4 others, when he reportedly discovered paved roads, rectangular buildings, domes, strange unidentified metallic objects that looked like instruments of some kind, and a statue holding a strange crystal with miniature pyramids inside it. The crystal and metallic objects were then taken to Florida University for testing, where they discovered that the crystal actually amplified energy that was passed through it. The crystal was then photographed from several angles using a Kirlian camera, which is a special high and low frequency camera that can record images beyond our field of vision. The Kirlian photographs clearly revealed an eye within the crystal that was not visible to the naked eye. The scientists at the university decided that the crystal was truly unique and had been made by a method that was unknown to them. An incredible discovery was also made by the crew of a salvage ship out of Spain called the Thalia, and the find was reported by its captain, Reyes Moraga. During their dives, Captain Moraga and his crew videotaped literal miles of buildings, pillared temples, pyramids, and statues. There were wide curved boulevards with smaller streets branching off like spokes of a wheel, looking very close to Plato's description of the actual city of Atlantis. Another sunken city, remarkably like Moraga's, was discovered off Spain by Dr. Maxine Asher, who photographed the ruins and also retrieved an urn from the site. In 1958, Dr. William Bell apparently discovered and photographed a structure at the bottom of the Atlantic. What Bell claims to have found was a 6-foot spire atop 2 gear-like bases, with a peculiar light emanating from the bottom of the shaft. In the 1970s, the foundations of a structure measuring 75 feet by 100 feet was found on the ocean floor off the coast of Andros Island. Several pilots have reported seeing mysterious domed structures beneath the water in the Florida Straits on days when the ocean has been clear, and underwater ruins have been located off the coast of Morocco. Even more ruins, bearing the signs of having been destroyed by lava, and similar in many ways to some Aztec and Mayan ruins, were discovered by a Soviet exploration team at Ampere Seamount in the Atlantic in 1978. Similar ruins were also found off Cadiz in Spain, and ruins carved with unusual symbols were also reportedly found on the seabed off the Canary Islands in 1981 by a P. Capellano. It is unknown what civilization these many ruins that have been found underneath our oceans actually belong to. Whether it was a land called Atlantis, or whether the name Atlantis is any more than pure invention. One thing is for certain, however, and that's, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that there was indeed once a civilization that existed on this planet which was most utterly destroyed by a major event that was something very sudden and very catastrophic. What could such an event have been? The Legend of Lemuria. The idea that there may have been a civilization even more ancient than Atlantis, that was the motherland of humankind, is also one that has endured in man's collective consciousness for many years, and a thought that is at once both compelling and tantalizing. Such is the tale of Lemuria, a land and culture that is said to have existed in the vicinity of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. It is possible that, if it existed, Lemuria was indeed the civilization that predated the legendary Rama and Atlantean civilizations and would have been the stuff of Atlantean legends as Atlantis is of ours. Though it has never been proven that there ever was a body of land in the Pacific region, there are several land masses in the Pacific that are said to be the remains of a once great continent. These include Fiji, New Zealand, Australia, Hawaii, Easter Island, and the Philippines and Indonesia. Actual sunken ruins have also been found in several regions in the Pacific, notably off the Hawaiian islands of Maui and Oahu, off the islands of Japan, and close to the Indonesian coastline. But do they have anything to do with Lemuria? Studies into some of these ruins were actually carried out by a United Nations diplomat named Farida Iskoviet, who researched the Maui ruins in 1972 and subsequently concluded that they were most definitely genuine and also extremely ancient. As strange as it may seem to you at first, the chances of a continent simply disappearing does not seem so far outside the realms of possibility, due to recently discovered knowledge of the relationships between tectonic movements and magma flows that has given us valuable insights into just what our planet is capable of. But before we examine this further, let's take a closer look at the actual legend of Lemuria and find out exactly what we are being asked to believe. Great Southern Land. According to legend, Lemuria was a civilization that began on a great continent in the Pacific region sometime between 200,000 and 78,000 years ago, although others have pushed the date back further and estimated it to be 150 million. Lemuria is a recently adapted name, and the actual name of the continent is believed to have been Mukulia or Mu. The Australian Aborigines speak of the land in their Dreamtime legends and call it Gondwana land. The Lemurian civilization is said to have lasted for a staggering 52,000 years, until it was destroyed during massive earthquakes and subsidence caused by a cataclysmic polar shift that is believed to have occurred about 26,000 years ago. The continent is said to have existed in the area that is now the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Its boundaries can now be seen as the Pacific Tectonic Plate. It was about 5,000 miles long and about 3,000 miles wide, tropical, and home to a population that reached around 60 to 65 million. The explorer James Churchward placed the continent between Africa and South America in his theoretical map. It is also said by many to be the original earthly home of the pantheon of ancient Egyptian gods of which Ra was the head, or perhaps the place Ra disappeared to in his times of exile. Though there are many others who believe Lemuria existed at a time in Earth's history that predated the time of Ra and Osiris. Legend tells us that, Although Lemuria never reached the level of technology that other ancient civilizations, such as Atlantis or the Rama Empire, were said to have reached, it was able to obtain certain achievements in fields such as construction. The Lemurian civilization was very adept at building monuments, and it was they who first discovered how to build earthquake-proof megalithic structures. But it is said that it was in the science of government that they most excelled, and where their greatest achievements lie. We are told that the Lemurians considered their greatest resource and key to the success of their empire to be education. There was only one government, and everyone spoke one language. Everyone was thoroughly educated in the ways of nature and the universe, and given a trade which resulted in great prosperity for the land and the people. Education was compulsory until age 21 for the entire population, and was a requirement for entering citizen school. Citizen training then lasted for a further 7 years, and at age 28, people were able to legally become citizens of the empire. The Lemurians apparently knew of the impending destruction about to befall their continent, and they set out to colonize other areas. After the demise of the continent, it is said they settled in 2 main areas and divided into 2 distinct cultures. Those that favored the ways of science colonized an island continent in the Atlantic, which was to grow into the Empire of Atlantis, while those that favored the ways of spirituality colonized the area that is now India and began the Rama Empire. It's said that the governing body or elders of Lemuria were all members of a society known as the 13th School. Legend has it that, when the elders became aware of the doom that was approaching their land, they moved the 13th School to a then uninhabited plateau in Central Asia, which was later to become Tibet, where they established a library and another new school, which they named the Great White Brotherhood. The actual continent is supposed to have been destroyed in the Earth's far distant past, during a cataclysm that was brought about by a polar shift. The land mass of the continent is said to have been so immense that it encompassed all of Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, the Philippines, all of Oceania, most of Western North America, and everything in between, and, when the continent sank, the massive subsidence it created in its wake formed the Pacific Basin, an event which had the effect of lowering the world's oceans significantly when water rushed in to fill the newly made hollow. It was during this event that other, lower land masses were uncovered as the waters receded, and the continental landmass that was to become Atlantis became fully exposed. Those who tell. The idea of a sunken civilization in the Pacific area was first proposed by the explorer James Churchward in the late 19th century. Churchward claimed that, through studying ancient texts, he had discovered the signs of an advanced civilization in our distant past, which existed on a long-lost continent that had sunken below the Pacific Ocean about 60,000 years ago after a cataclysmic earthquake. He then set about publishing his findings in a series of 5 books, collectively known as The Legend of Mu. At the time, Churchward had been working with a French doctor who believed he had managed to decipher some ancient Mayan texts. However, there are many who believe that the doctor's translations were grossly inaccurate, and that because Churchward, though a notable explorer, had never discovered anything of great importance, he had fabricated his lost continent out of desperation. Comparisons of geological finds containing many striking similarities between fossil and sedimentary strata found both in India and Africa, which were made in the 1800s, at first tended to support Churchward's theory, but as scientists gained a better understanding of plate tectonics, opposition to his sunken continent theory increased ever more dramatically. Since that time, however, there have been other discoveries that lend a little more weight to the idea. A German naturalist by the name of Ernst Heinrich Haeckel also reasoned that Lemuria could explain the absence of any fossil remains of early man, reasoning that any remains would now be lost. If man originated on a sunken continent in the Indian Ocean, all the fossils of the missing link are now under the sea. Many others reason that a great continent once existing in the Pacific could also account for a wide distribution of large flightless birds, which exist only in the southern hemisphere, such as the Australian emu, the ostrich, and, once, the dodo. The distribution of lemurs has also been attributed to Lemuria. Charles Hapgood published a book called Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, which expanded on Churchward's theory. Later, author and maverick archaeologist David Hatcher Childress examined Hapgood's theory in detail in his book, Lost Cities of Ancient Lemuria, the Pacific, and did well to substantiate much of his work. Some information that is presented to us about the lost continent is highly dubious and needs to be approached with a certain amount of caution. Many writings exist about Lemuria, the people, the communities, their way of life, and so forth. Many writings claim that Lemurians were a telepathic race and other even more fanciful things. Unfortunately, we have only the vaguest of hints to such a place ever even existing, let alone what kind of people they may have been, and books that go as far as discussing the ways of the Lemurian people are purely speculation, as no texts, hieroglyphic or otherwise, have ever been found that deal directly with such topics. One of the most well-known of these more esoteric sources would undoubtedly be the works of Madame Blavatsky, a seer of the late 1800s. In her book, The Secret Doctrine, Madame Blavatsky claimed to have learned of Lemuria in the Book of Xian, which she alleged was shown to her by the Mahatmas. Some of her claims were pretty outrageous. She said that some Lemurians had 4 arms, used telepathy as their main form of communication, that some had an eye in the back of their head that provided them with psychic vision, and other such spurious claims. Blavatsky also wrote heavily on the underground world of Agartha and the secret Thule Society, of which Adolf Hitler was a member. Notably, Blavatsky herself denounced her own claims shortly before her death in 1891. However, not to be deterred by her own rebuttals of her work, shortly afterwards, a man by the name of Scott Elliott picked up where Blavatsky had left off and published a disheveled, overwritten, and rather ponderous book called The Story of Atlantis and the Lost Lemuria. Elliott's work seems to be wholly fantastical, and in his book he describes Lemurians as being 12 to 15 feet tall, with flat faces, except for a muzzle protruding from the center, and even the very earliest Lemurians as being a race of egg-laying hermaphrodites at one point. The myths and traditions of ancient India contain some references to both Lemuria and Atlantis. The Rig Veda, for example, speaks of the 3 continents that were. One was home to a race called the Danavas. A land called Rutas was said to be an immense continent far to the east of India, and home to a race of sun worshippers. But Rutas was said to have been destroyed by a volcanic upheaval and sunk beneath the ocean. Fragments of the continent remained as Indonesia and the Pacific Islands, and a few survivors reached India, where they became the ancient learned race known as the Brahmins. The same type of story also appears in the Mayan creation myths, namely in a tale called the Popol Vuh, and there are also paintings depicting the event. Some of the works that exist referring to Lemuria are quite ponderous and esoteric. They require a great deal of intellectual sifting, and it is not the intention of this work to explore them in full, just to alert the listener to their existence. Those among you who wish to explore these tales in further detail, personally, may wish to take a trip to your local libraries and peruse their neglected archives. Tracing the outline. Many scientists and archaeologists state that the topography in the Pacific and Indian Ocean area does not reveal anything that looks like a sunken landmass. However, there are theories as to why this could be. In the late 1800s, Charles Hapgood put forth a theory that had some merit that went something like this. Due to geological upheavals and just through normal environmental activity, vast amounts of vegetable and animal matter constantly fall to the ground and are buried beneath the earth. And as this rotting matter composts underground, it produces methane and other gases. These gases form into underground pockets and, through constant tectonic movements, eventually join together to form super pockets of underground gas. Since the gas is constantly being replenished by composting matter and gas is lighter than Earth, Over great periods of time, these gas pockets gradually work themselves closer and closer to the surface. Hapgood theorized that such a super pocket had probably existed under the Lemurian continent and had burst open during a past seismic event, virtually swallowing the continent whole, and then the ocean floor had simply closed back over the fault and filled with sludge and debris, eventually burying all trace. Of course, his critics had a field day with such a theory, saying that the concept was absurd, pointing out that vegetable matter rots too close to the surface of the earth, and the idea that there could possibly exist vast gas deposits beneath the earth was totally and utterly preposterous. It wasn't until the latter half of the 20th century that natural gas was discovered in vast deposits beneath the earth, much to the embarrassment of Hapgood's critics. But could such super pockets as Hapgood describes actually exist? Knowing what we know now, the idea is not at all unreasonable. But what evidence exists of a place such as Lemuria? Recently, some amazing sunken ruins that many believe can be attributed to the lost continent have actually been found by divers off the coast of Japan. Some of these ruins are quite spectacular and include terraces, hexagonal post holes, columns, roads, and other megalithic structures. For some reason, these ruins have not been featured or even reported by any Western media at the time of writing this in 2006. I can, however, confirm for you that they were located in 60 to 100 feet of water off the coast of Okinawa, Japan in 1995. The terraces are quite massive by normal standards, and another site was discovered soon after, just off the southern end of the island of Yonaguni, the southernmost island of Japan. The Yonaguni location is quite an extensive site, with 5 irregular terraced sections resembling ceremonial platforms. There have so far been 8 of these anomalous, underwater sites found in the vicinity of Japan to date. Kimura firmly believes the ruins to be man-made and the traces of an unknown civilization, perhaps from the Asian mainland. One site includes the ruins of a building about 240 feet long. 2 of Japan's leading researchers, Kihachiro Aratake and Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist with the University of the Ryukyus in Okinawa, have spent several years studying 8 sites in all, especially Yonaguni, which was found by Aratake also in 1995. In an article in Ancient American, the writer Frank Joseph had this to say about the find. One of the greatest discoveries in the history of archaeology was made last summer off Japan. There, spread over an amazing 311 miles on the ocean floor, are the well-preserved remains of an ancient city, or at the very least, a number of closely related sites. In the waters around Okinawa and beyond to the small island of Yonaguni, divers located 8 separate locations beginning in March 1995. That first sighting was equivocal, a provocative squared structure, so encrusted with coral that its man-made identity was uncertain. Then, as recently as the summer of 1996, a sports diver accidentally discovered a huge angular platform about 40 feet below the surface off the southwestern shore of Okinawa. The feature's artificial provenance was beyond question. Widening their search, teams of more divers found another, different monument nearby, then another, and another. They discovered long streets, grand boulevards, majestic staircases, magnificent archways, enormous blocks of perfectly cut and fitted stone, all harmoniously welded together in a linear architecture unlike anything they had ever seen before. In the following weeks and months, Japan's archaeological community joined the feeding frenzy of discovery. Trained professionals formed a healthy alliance with the enthusiasts who first made the find. In a progressive spirit of mutual respect and working alliance, academics and amateurs joined forces to set an example of cooperation for the rest of the world. Their common cause soon bore rich fruit. In September, not far from the shore of the island of Yonaguni, more than 300 airline miles south from Okinawa, they found a gigantic, pyramidal structure in 100 feet of water. and would appear to be a ceremonial center of broad promenades and flanking pylons. The gargantuan building measures 240 feet long. Exceptionally clear subsurface clarity, with 100-foot visibility a common factor, allowed for thorough photographic documentation, both still photography and video. These images provided the basis of Japan's leading headlines for more than a year. And yet, not a word of the Okinawa discovery reached the U.S. public until the magazine Ancient American broke the news last spring. Since that scoop, only the CNN network televised a report about Japan's underwater city. Nothing about it has been mentioned in any of the nation's other archaeology publications, not even in any of our daily newspapers. One would imagine that such a mind-boggling find would be the most exciting piece of news an archaeologist could possibly hope to learn. Even so, outside of the Ancient American and CNN's single report, the loud shroud of silence covering all the facts about Okinawa's structure screens them from view more effectively than their location at the bottom of the sea. Why? How can this appalling neglect persist in the face of a discovery of such unparalleled magnitude? At the risk of accusations of paranoia, one might conclude that a real conspiracy of managed information dominates America's wellsprings of public knowledge. The site was also visited in 1998 by a team of American divers who were skeptical at first, but became more interested when they discovered some intriguing holes in the rock platforms. A few possible scenarios have been suggested in respect to dating these sites. One possibility is that they may have been submerged when sea levels rose, as the continental ice sheets melted at the end of the last ice age. Another one is that because Japan sits on the edge of the Pacific Ring of Fire, tectonic activity might have caused some type of massive land subsidence, and this is not at all unlikely. Teruaki Ishii, who is a professor of geology at Tokyo University, suggests a date contemporaneous with the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley for the ruins, putting them at about 8,000 BC, while others have suggested an age of around 12,000 BP. There is every indication that more than one ancient civilization may well have existed on the Earth, and, indeed, every possibility that a civilization preceding even the one which we know as Atlantis may well have even existed. As you listen on further, you will see why this is not a wholly unlikely or impossible scenario. Chapter 7. The Case for Ancient Flight. The acceptance of the existence of an ancient civilization is fast becoming an issue that is no longer open for debate, as the evidence of its existence and technological achievements, at least in the fields of masonry and building, is quite apparent. Furthering this, the question has also often been asked whether these people of ancient times were able to travel through the skies in aircraft like we do today. And before you scoff at the notion of this, I ask you to first consider a few things. The first to consider is that there are actually many passages in past records and ancient texts that do mention flight and the machines that were used for it. And also consider that there is enough of this written evidence existing in vastly different cultures to suggest that sometime in our distant past, an age of aviation did indeed occur, and at a much earlier time in our history than we ever could have thought possible. A consistent and ever-growing bulk of this documentary evidence quite openly states that the secrets of powered flight were very well known to many nations at a time that is now well before our recorded history. These reports are not limited either, and can be found in the ancient records, religious texts, mythology, and artifacts from a wide variety of cultures. There is an ancient Indian book called the Vymaanika Shaastra, for example, which contains passages that read more like flight manuals than religious texts, even going into great detail to explain the various metals that should be used in the construction of the craft, where they could be located, and how to smelt them. Other passages describe the many controls and functions for the craft, and detailed techniques used for maneuvering the machines in different types of weather and wind strengths. Even the clothing to be worn by the pilots is described in detail. Local legends of the Greeks, Colombians, and Egyptians also speak of flying craft. Even the Polynesian islands in the South Pacific have legends that talk of a fair-skinned people who once arrived from the west aboard shining boats that flew above the sea. Other islands of the Pacific also have extremely similar legends of flying canoes that brought people from far-off places. The true history of flight may actually encompass far more and be a great deal longer and broader than we ever could have imagined in our wildest dreams. The story of Icarus and Daedalus. One of the earliest stories of flight is undoubtedly the epic Greek tale of Icarus and Daedalus by the Roman poet Ovid. As with many other stories concerning the fantastic deeds of the gods, the ancient Roman tale is seen almost exclusively in terms of an adventurous and colorful myth. However, a closer look at this ancient poem can reveal a good deal more to us. In the story recounted by Ovid in his work Metamorphoses, Ovid describes Daedalus as being a highly skilled and talented architect who was the actual designer of the infamous Cretan maze, the enormous circular underground maze that was built at the request of King Minos to trap and imprison the legendary Minotaur. When his labors were done and the maze was complete, Daedalus became restless and longed for his homeland again, but he knew that the tyrant King Minos would block his return, and that the way by sea would surely be closed to him. So instead of sailing, he decided to build himself a flying machine. The king may block my way by land or across the ocean, but the sky surely is open, and that is how we shall go. According to Ovid's epic, he then set his mind to sciences never explored before and altered the laws of nature. Ovid tells us that eventually Daedalus constructed two flying craft, one for himself and the other one for his son Icarus. In his account, Ovid does not state whether the craft were powered in any way or had perhaps been some kind of glider, possibly even a type of hang glider, but it is reasonable to assume that such a craft would have had to have been powered in some way in order for Daedalus to feel confident he would be able to traverse an ocean. Ovid does, however, tell us that before their departure, Daedalus went to great pains to ensure his son Icarus was well instructed on all the rudiments of flight and the capabilities of his craft, and, even then, kept a watchful eye over him once they were in the air. Ovid tells that the sight of these two flying machines also created a considerable amount of excitement among spectators on the ground who happened to witness the event. Some fishermen, perhaps plying with his quivering rod, some shepherd leaning on his staff, or a peasant bent over his plow handle caught sight of them as they flew past, and stood shock still in astonishment, believing that these creatures who could fly through the air must be gods. The two craft headed out from Crete across the Aegean Sea, but the poem tells us that for Icarus, the wonder of flying was an incredibly exhilarating experience, and he became so excited by the thrill of it that he eventually flew out of earshot of his father and soon forgot all about his instructions. Icarus soared even further skywards until the wax his father had used to bind the wings of his craft together began to melt from the heat of the sun. His craft soon fell to pieces, and he fell and was swallowed up in the deep blue waters, which are now called after him. Today, the legend of Icarus and Daedalus is viewed entirely as an interesting poetic myth, yet it could easily be factual testimony of an event that may have really occurred in the history of early aviation. This is hinted at because, by way of comparison, it is quite an unusual story in that it is not a magical exploit like the many other ancient myths. It is quite an earthly tale, containing within the narrative some very conceivable and quite plausible human accomplishments. There is also the fact that Daedalus is described as a master architect, who was already known to have constructed great things, such as the maze. This also makes it entirely plausible that such a man may well have conceived of a way to fashion some type of aircraft, considering that today, practically anyone with two brain cells working in unison can assemble a hang glider from a car boot. Plus, there is the fact that Daedalus was so concerned for the safety of his son, realized there were limitations to the capabilities of the craft, and seemed to be very aware of its shortcomings. This is very different from the exploits described in other mythological tales. All of these points lend credence to the ancient tale and its possible authenticity as a factual account of early aviation. Babylon. Possibly the very earliest existing record to mention aviation, even preceding many Indian texts, is an ancient set of Babylonian laws named the Halkatha. The Halkatha contains only a single passage, which unmistakably reads, "To operate a flying machine is a great privilege. Knowledge of flying is most ancient, a gift of the gods of old for saving lives." Another similar Babylonian text called the Epic of Etana, which is thought to be derived from an earlier Sumerian tale, contains references to the magical flight of Etana on the back of a huge eagle. Throughout the story, as Etana is continually taken ever higher, there are numerous and remarkably accurate descriptions of the view that unfolds below. The thing is that the tale reads like a genuine account of someone who was very familiar with flying. It's difficult to conceive of how the author could have imagined the details that are mentioned throughout the narrative. There are detailed descriptions of a patchwork of color, mentions of atmospheric haze, and accurate descriptions of geographical features that it would be very hard for someone to describe unless they had actually experienced flight. So who could have made and recorded these types of accurate observations in an ancient text that was written somewhere prior to 2400 BC? In his book, Secrets of the Lost Races, René Norbergen made the following remark about the tale. Whatever the vehicle of ascent may have been, the Epic of Etana certainly supplies us with a very accurate description of the Earth's surface from various altitudes, descriptions which were not verified in our own era until the high-altitude aerial flights of the 1950s and the first space shots of the 1960s. In the same book, Norbergen also mentions a 5,000-year-old Chaldean manuscript called the Sifr Allah, which is believed to actually contain a detailed account of how to build an aircraft. The passage was found by a somewhat surprised archaeologist who, while deciphering the text, was amazed to find passages on the subject of flight and mentions things such as vibrating spheres, graphite rods, and copper coils, and comments on wind resistance, gliding, and stability. Unfortunately, many key lines of the text are missing, making any attempt at learning the complete method for reconstructing the craft now virtually impossible. Ain't it just always the way? China. Perhaps China is the most mysterious of the ancient developed civilizations anywhere on Earth. However, this mystery is mainly because the occasional Chinese ruler had decided that history should start with them, and subsequently set about erasing any records preceding their reign. Fortunately, some ancient texts still managed to survive these ravages, though nothing from extreme antiquity, and among them are numerous references to experimental aircraft. Some of these texts have been dated as being written somewhere prior to 2000 BC. One such text mentions that the Emperor Cheng Tang ordered the construction of a flying machine in 1766 BC. The report tells us that the craft was then subsequently destroyed for fear of anyone else discovering the secret of flight. The same text states that much later, in the 3rd century BC, a Chinese poet called Chu Yun made a detailed aerial survey of the Gobi Desert. In these passages, Chu Yun even lavishes enormous praise to the fine construction of his craft and speaks of the great durability it displayed during several wild desert wind and sandstorms that he encountered during his flight. India. More than most countries, India is a place that has a especially rich and detailed tradition of ancient flying machines throughout their history and mythologies. There are numerous stanzas in the Ramayana. Many mentions of such machines are also made in the epic wars that are described in the Mahabharata, and some extraordinarily lengthy passages referring to them in another ancient book called the Vymaanika Shaastra. There is another ancient collection of sacred Hindu books called the Samaranga Sutrahara that contains at least 200 passages concerning almost every conceivable aspect of flying, and the amazing descriptions in the narrative abundantly demonstrate that the authors of the work had a very detailed knowledge of aviation, mechanics, and equipment that comes very close to what we know today. Author and self-taught archaeologist David Hatcher Childress has written some excellent books discussing these texts, and I highly recommend anyone with an interest in the topic to obtain and read them. These texts call the ancient flying machines Vimanas. They describe the craft as having carefully welded joints and as being powered by controlled fire from the iron containers that were like the roar of a lion that would set the Vimana in motion so that the traveler sitting inside the Vimana may travel in the air to such a distance as to look like a pearl in the sky. This description sounds remarkably like modern jet-powered planes, even very adequately describing the noise that they make. One chapter describes a complicated process for smelting and refining mica, telling us that the process will yield a metal shining like a precious stone, very light, unbreakable, unburnable, and indestructible. In fact, the entire Vymaanika Shaastra reads more like a flight school manual than mythology. It's hard to imagine any reason for including such things in religious texts, for they tell no story, convey no message, and have no moral or meaning. They serve only to describe the technical details of flying craft and their related topics. As an example, both in the Vymaanika Shaastra and in a book called the Yantra Sarvasva, Vimana are described as being of three classes: those that travel from place to place, those that travel from country to country, and those that travel from planet to planet. The texts also are greatly concerned with military Vimana, recording them as having special requirements, which they state quite categorically. According to these ancient texts, such military craft needed to be impregnable, unbreakable, non-combustible, and indestructible, capable of coming to a dead stop in the blink of an eye, invisible to enemies, able to listen to the conversations and sounds in hostile Vimanas, able to see and record things, people, incidents, and situations inside hostile Vimanas, able to know the directions and movements of other Vimana in the area at all times, capable of rendering the crew of a hostile Vimana into a state of suspended animation, mental stupor, or complete unconsciousness, capable of destruction, manned by pilots and travelers who can easily adapt themselves to the climates and environments through which they moved, temperature regulated inside, constructed of light, heat-absorbent metals, equipped with mechanisms to enlarge or reduce images and enhance or diminish sounds. Now, not to completely ignore the fact that what has just been described to us sounds like some sort of cross between a stealth fighter and a UFO, it seems safe to assume from these texts that the ancient Indians actually had some pretty advanced knowledge about certain technologies. There is very little doubt that many of these tales are quite authentic. Many of them come from the great Indian epics themselves, and there are hundreds of them and still many more, in fact, probably most of them, that haven't yet been translated from their original Sanskrit. Apart from the myriad of ancient texts and legends dealing with the subject of ancient flight, there is also certain physical evidence to support the claim of its reality in bygone days. Of course, we're not talking about actual ancient flying machines, as none have ever been located, nor, I imagine, ever will be, but there are some other somewhat intriguing artifacts that have been found. Egypt. A small artifact that was discovered in a tomb near Saqqara in 1898 and labeled simply as bird object is quite interesting. It was found again years later in a basement storage area of the Cairo Museum of Antiquities. For many years, the artifact, cataloged simply as item number 6347 RM22A, had lain in a small box, almost forgotten, and was considered to be small and mostly insignificant. But the intriguing thing is that the artifact is actually a tiny wooden aeroplane. It was not until 1969 that an archaeologist by the name of Dr. Khalil Messiah noticed the extraordinary resemblance of the object to modern delta-winged aircraft and decided the item was worth further investigation. A research committee was immediately formed, and the findings were so impressive that the object was put on immediate display in the museum. Aerodynamic experts later testified that, in their opinion, the model was remarkably airworthy, indicating knowledge of principles of aircraft design which had taken European and American designers a century of airfoil experimental work to discover. Some experts noted definite similarities between the model and the recent NASA developments in oblique winged aircraft, like the space shuttle design. Numerous such artifacts have now been discovered, all showing knowledge of advanced aerodynamics, and in a temple in Abydos in Egypt, there are hieroglyphics near the ceiling that look very much like modern aircraft in profile. The glyphs closely resemble a helicopter, an airplane, and some kind of hovercraft or flying disc. Colombia. Another miniature flying machine, now simply known as the Gold Jet, was also discovered in Colombia in South America. The tiny gold object is considered to be well over 1,000 years old and looks very much like a modern plane or space shuttle. It is thought to come from a pre-Incan culture, possibly the Toltecs or Olmecs, and measures just 2 inches long. The artifact has attracted considerable attention due to its extraordinary resemblance to a modern fighter plane. According to one test pilot, a Mr. Jack Ulrich, the shape of the wings and the tapering of the fuselage also suggests the original aircraft it was modeled from was probably jet-powered and capable of supersonic speeds. Critics say that the object could just as easily represent a bird or flying fish, and this could very well be a possibility. However, it's notable that the object also depicts a triangular upright tail fin, which has no equivalent in the animal kingdom, and provides a strong indication that it is actually a depiction of a flying machine. Interestingly, the miniature model even has an insignia on the tail fin, such as can be found on today's modern fighter planes. This has been likened by scholars to the second letter in the Hebrew alphabet, the letter Beth. It has been speculated that the artifact may not have originated in Colombia and could even have been Phoenician, possibly imported from somewhere in the Middle East. There are at least 6 other very similar artifacts that have been discovered from other locations in South America, such as Venezuela, Peru, and Costa Rica. There is also a huge body of evidence in the form of ancient texts, even apart from the many Indian epics, all suggesting that flight was a reality long before our modern world, and it is highly unlikely that races from different parts of the earth could invent tales that are so strikingly similar in both content and time frame, or that sculptors or artists of our ancient past could randomly produce works of such aerodynamic accuracy without first-hand knowledge on the subject. There is also the vast markings in the desert of the Nazca Plains in Peru, discussed in Chapter 2, that can only properly be viewed from the air to be considered. If no one was capable of flight, then why construct them? And how could the artists have ever designed the layout in the first place? Written records taken from ancient oral traditions in Nepal also mention powered flight. These records say that the real secrets of flight were not known to all people, but only to a select few called the Yavanas, who were thought to be a light-skinned people of the eastern Mediterranean region, most likely from Greece. This is very interesting because Greece is actually the country that provides us with one of the best known accounts of the perils that were associated with early aviation in the tale of Icarus and Daedalus. And, apart from that, if you stop to consider the motivations behind record keeping, why on earth would the scribes in Nepal go to all the trouble of acknowledging their lack of expertise on the subject of flight unless someone else was already around doing it better than they could? For them to just casually mention it in amongst the rest of their history makes no sense at all. Oh, and by the way, we can't fly. That would be the same as our current historians bothering to record the fact that man is still incapable of turning into a tree during the 21st century. The simple fact of it being mentioned at all gives one immediate cause for thought, and in particular because it's mentioned in a fashion that would suggest a non-proficiency in the skill in comparison with others. Most traditional texts deal with the accomplishments of a civilization, not its shortcomings. The amazing Vymaanika Shaastra. As previously mentioned, the Vymaanika Shaastra is a remarkable work from ancient India. It is said to be a religious text, but if so, then it's one that seems to contain no religious or moral significance at all. There are, of course, the standard praises and recognition of the greatness of the gods that regularly punctuate the work, but no real story as such. The work serves only to offer mankind the benefits of aeronautics. Unfortunately, the copies of this book that have survived from antiquity are incomplete, making any complete rendering of the narrative now impossible, although we do have a reasonable amount to go on. The descriptions in the texts are quite technical in places and highly detailed throughout. I was going to attempt to present a summary of the work in this section. However, the subject matter is extremely vast, and the lack of any storyline makes summarization of the book impossible. I will, however, present for you here a list of some of the various topics that are covered in just the first chapter of the book, to give you an understanding of the peculiar nature of this remarkable text. The book opens with this statement: I make obeisance to the Divine Being, who is visible on the crest of the Vedas, who is the fountain of eternal bliss, and whose abode is reached by Vimanas. Having studied the Shastras propounded by previous men of science to the best of my ability, for the benefit of mankind, I shall deal with the science of aeronautics, which is the essence of the Vedas, which will be a source of joy and benefit to humanity, which will facilitate comfortable travel in the sky from world to world, in 8 chapters, consisting of 100 topics and 500 sutras. Synopsis of Chapter 1. Sutra 1 describes for us the nature of a Vimana. Owing to similarity of speed with birds, it is named Vimana. The Vimana is a vehicle which flies in the sky with speed comparable with birds. That which can fly in the sky with speed equal to that of birds is called Vimana. That which can speed on earth, on water, through air, by its own power, like a bird, is a Vimana. That which can fly through air from one place to another is a Vimana. That which can fly through air from one country to another country, from one island to another island, and from one world to another world, is a Vimana. Having thus defined for us what the word Vimana means, in Sutra 2, the author proceeds to describe its details to us. The texts say that a Vimana pilot should acquaint himself thoroughly with 32 secrets of the workings of the Vimana before attempting to use the craft. Such things as the technical details of the craft, special maneuvers and abilities it could perform, how to handle the vehicle in battle situations and to deal with hostile Vimanas are all described in detail in this sutra. In Sutra 3, we are told of 5 types of atmospheric regions and the different aerial routes that a pilot needs to familiarize himself with. The regions of the sky are 5. In these 5 atmospheric regions, there are 5,019,800 airways traversed by Vimanas of the 7 lokas or worlds, known as Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, and Satyaloka. Sutra 4 deals with the dangers of whirlpools. EARTHS, or aerial whirlpools, are innumerable in the above regions. Of them, the whirlpools in the routes of Vimanas are 5. In the Rekapatha, there occurs Shaktyavarta, or whirlpool of energy. In Mandalapatha, there occurs the whirlpool of winds. In Kakshyapatha, there occurs Kiranavarta, or whirlpool from solar rays. In Shaktipatha, there occurs Shityavarta, or whirlpool of cold currents. And in Kendrapatha, there occurs Garshanavarta, or whirlpool by collision. Such whirlpools are destructive of Vimanas and have to be guarded against. The pilot should know these 5 sources of danger and learn to steer clear of them to safety. Sutra 5 deals with the various structural parts of the Vimana. We are told that a Vimana consists of 31 main parts. Just as the human body, if it is complete in all its limbs, it is best able to accomplish things. The Vimana, if it is complete in all its parts, will be capable of functioning efficiently. Sutra 6 deals with the clothing required by the pilot. The clothing should be different for different seasons. A great amount of detail is given on the methods for fashioning specific apparel the pilots were required to wear for health, safety, and psychological reasons. With this material, fashioning the apparel and clothes of the pilots handsomely, it will ward off evils, promote fitness of body and health of mind, and improve their strength, energy, and competence. Sutra 7 deals with which foods the pilot should consume at different times of the year. Food according to seasons. Section 8 tells of the food types required. The 3 varieties ward off seasonal evil effects. Sutra 9 informs us of strict meal times for the pilots, that at set times. The times for taking meals are prescribed as follows. Family men should take food twice a day, or once a day. Ascetics should take food once a day. Others can take food 4 times a day. Air pilots should take food 5 times a day, and yogis may take as many times as they like. Sutra 10 deals with vitamin supplements that may be also used. We are told that if the foodstuffs prescribed above are not available for use during flights, then essence extracts made by cooking certain foods and food balls made from them should be supplied to the pilots for consumption during flights. There are 5 kinds of food that are nutritious and wholesome: cooked rice or grain, gruel, cooked flour, baked flatbread, and preparations made out of essence extracts from food materials. The last named are superior to all the others. Sutra 11 continues the theme of food supplements, or essence of fruits, roots, and bulbs. We are told that those preparations made from edible roots, potato and other bulbous vegetables, and from fruits are also suitable for use as food balls. Sutra 12 continues the supplement theme, this time speaking of herbal supplements. Like roots, bulbs, and fruits, grasses, shrubs, and herbs provide good food for men. 6 kinds of durva grass, 6 kinds of munjar hemp, 6 kinds of darba or long grass, 6 kinds of shondira, and 6 kinds of ashwakarna or sal, or memordika charantia, shatamuli of 3 kinds, karuvili, chandravili, madhuvili, varchuli, makutivili, sugandha, and suryavili may be made to yield good food, nutritious and bracing. Sutra 13 deals with the various metals and alloys used in the construction of Vimanas. The book tells us that there are 3 kinds of metals. By mixing them, 16 kinds of heat-absorbing metals are produced. Metals which are light and are suitable for producing Vimanas are 16. They are heat-absorbing and should be used in the manufacture. 16 metals formed by mixing root metals and are non-heat conductors and are useful for Vimanas. The text also suggests a significant geological knowledge by the author. It also mentions extensive mining operations to recover the metals required for the craft, and speaks of where they may be located. In the 7th layer of the earth, in the 3rd mine therein, metals of the Soma series are found. They are of 38 kinds. Among them there are 3 from which heat-resisting metals are to be extracted. In the third section of the seventh layer of the Earth, metals possessed of 5 special qualities are called root metals. There are 3,000 metal-bearing layers within the Earth. Of them, 1,300 layers contain the better quality. In the 7th layer, metals are of 27 types. The 3rd type of metals are of 5-fold qualities and are known as root metals. Sutra 14 speaks of the methods for purifying the metal ores for use in the manufacture of various alloys. The texts speak of the different plant extracts and concentrated juices that were applied to ores in various ways to produce different types of lightweight metals. This section explains the processes involved for some of them. The above descriptions are merely a summary of the first chapter of the Vymaanika Shaastra. There are still 7 more that continue along the same theme with extraordinary detail. I could go on, but I think you get the point. The topics dealt with in this ancient Indian book are extraordinary, and is virtually the same wherever you go in the world. If you look for them, it seems that all countries have ancient legends and long-standing traditions of prehistoric flight. Whatever the other truths of our history are, the reality is that ancient knowledge of flying machines was a worldwide phenomenon. To many people, the existence of texts such as these, coupled with the widespread nature and enormous bulk of the other evidence previously mentioned, constitutes proof enough that the only possible conclusion that can be reached from it all is that thousands of years ago, some form of ancient civilization that possessed the knowledge of aviation actually did exist, and that flight was quite well known by many cultures. Others have said, but if such is indeed the case, and ancient man knew of flight, then where are the remains of their ancient flying machines? There have been no remains of any such craft that have ever been found at archaeological sites. If they ever had existed, surely we should have found some trace of them by now. The answer to that is simple. If there was an ancient civilization that was destroyed in either a devastating war or in a natural cataclysm, all traces of them would be gone by now. Every piece of metal, every nut and bolt would be rusted to dust, and every piece of concrete decayed. Not one trace would remain, unless it was a massive monument of stone or an item that has been covered by earth or rock and preserved by time. No, only objects such as the megalithic structures we still find, or perhaps a depiction of the event painted on a stele by one of the few survivors, or objects like the EARTHS mentioned in the 2nd chapter, would have survived for us to find, which indeed they have. That's how it will always be. And if our civilization was wiped out today, and another grew up over many thousands of years from the fragmented and scattered pockets of survivors, what would be left on the earth of our civilization 20,000, 50,000, or 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years from now, to show the people of that time that we were ever here? The answer, of course, is nothing. Nothing would remain of us or our civilization except legends and possibly some small artifacts that had escaped and remained buried somehow. Perhaps a fossilized footprint or a painting one of the survivors had drawn on the wall of a cave he'd found to shelter in for the winter. And then, as the survivors grew into a civilization and again became as modern man, imagine their mirth at the laughable notion that men may have flown or even walked across the earth in a time that is 100,000 or 200,000 years before their civilization. But why have we found none of these ancient flying machines? They would ask. Chapter 8. The Remapping of Prehistory. People call them pterodactyls, but that is because they are ashamed to call them flying dragons, after denying so long that flying dragons could exist. Charles Kingsley from The Water Babies. Fact versus fiction. Apart from all of the records concerning ancient flight that exist, there is still more startling evidence to dispute our accepted historical event chronology, and even very significant evidence that dramatically disputes Darwin's theory of evolution, to the extent of punching some quite serious holes in it. Even the epoch of 65 million years ago that is presumed for the extinction of the dinosaurs is highly disputable and can, in no way, be seen as an absolute fact. If one looks at modern history, the release of Darwin's Origin of the Species, offering scholars his theory of evolution and natural selection, actually came along at just the right moment for the academic world. Such a theory was sorely needed by the flailing science community of the day as ammunition against those with a creationist mindset. But, although much of the dogma involved in the creationist version of events is grossly unrealistic, unfortunately for scientists, Darwin's theory of evolution is also every bit as dogmatic and just as full of loose ends itself. Of course, and quite despite this fact, any scientist worth their degree will continue to stand by the theory and tell you that somehow, and in some way, evolution is the true key and is ultimately at the very heart of all forms of life. To be honest, it's hard to even get creationists to the serious debating table because they simply refuse to concede in the many fatal flaws in their argument, such as the literal concept of the 6 days of creation. Naturally, with regard to this, many creationists argue that it all lies with a literal interpretation of the verse, because it does not say that God had actually created the day and the night at the time he was creating everything else. And they say that the day and the night didn't come until later. Creationists then theorize that there is actually nowhere in the text that a normal 24-hour day is implied, and they argue that each of the 6 days could actually have been as long as he needed it to be in order to get the job done. Trying to explain to them the absurdities of this paradoxical argument can sometimes be futile. For instance, if there were no days as such at the time, then how could the task have been completed in 6 of them? And if it really was achieved in what were actually 6 indeterminate lengths of time, then why say 6 of them? Why not just say an indeterminate length of time? The point is, why on earth use days as a reference if there were no actual days to begin with? The theory really is too flawed even to warrant serious discussion. If one were merely to take the biblical story of Genesis at face value, the entire tale is in such opposition to the laws of the universe that faith must rise significantly superior to intelligence for a sane person to actually believe it. Yet, despite all of this, the biblical creation tales do indeed contain an element of truth hidden within the narrative, and so we need to look for a deeper meaning to the biblical reference of 6 days. It is now universally agreed by scholars that the story of creation, as related in Genesis, is not truly unique to the Christian Bible and original to Genesis, as we have been told by the Christian authorities, but is a borrowed and condensed form of the Babylonian Enuma Elish. It is now also universally agreed that the earlier Babylonian tale has itself been adapted from an even earlier Sumerian account. This can clearly be seen when one approaches all 3 books as historical rather than religious texts. It's possible that the true message within the Christian Bible is more likely to reside within the hidden algorithmic code recently discovered within its narrative than in the actual biblical stories themselves. Therefore, the answers to the biblical riddles must lie purely within the pages of the original Hebrew version, as all other versions are too greatly changed from the original form to serve any useful purpose other than for some possible historical references. When arguing against the creationists, the fact that Darwin's theory is missing one of its key cornerstones and also has serious flaws has never been seen as an issue for academia, at least not with regard to teaching the theory as fact. But even Darwin realized that it was only a hypothesis, and the data that was available to him did not provide absolute evidence that his theory was correct. The absence of transitional species, both living and from the fossil record, has also always been a matter of contention because such records are sorely needed to prove that evolution is a fact and that, over vast periods of time, species do slowly transform into other higher species. Yet, here we are over 150 years after evolution was first theorized, after literally thousands of excavations, and there are still no transitional species apparent anywhere in the fossil record. Creationists naturally seize on this information as proof of their own convictions, but an enormous amount of evidence that opposes both theories has now been found, and as repellent as the idea may seem to some, there is even much that suggests the very real possibility that outside intervention may have played a key role. Though, as we have seen, such annoying little artifacts are usually spirited away and quietly locked up before anyone notices. But, as has been stated repeatedly, if rules must be bent and evidence dismissed in order to make a theory work, then quite obviously, the theory is wrong. To most people, it makes perfect sense, but not to academics, and in complete disregard of the vast amounts of contrary evidence. For the last 150 years or so, scientists have continued to tread the path of evolution. Towards this end, every possible bone fragment has been examined and re-examined countless times, but still with no success at obtaining any kind of clearer picture or any real answers at all. After such a lengthy period of time, you would think that any normal person or profession would possibly have explored some other avenues, but not academia. They continue forward up what is looking more and more like a blind alley, convinced that, sooner or later, someone in the science community will uncover the missing link they so desperately need to prove Darwin correct. They feel justified in these continued and invariably fruitless quests, insisting that not enough time has yet passed since the theory was conceived for them to find the evidence they need in such an inadequate and as yet incomplete fossil record. Yet, it is extremely unlikely that any such transitional species will ever be found. Why? Because, though evolution is, in some ways, undoubtedly correct, quite simply not enough time has yet passed on the Earth for anything as complicated as modern man to have yet evolved. Recent studies in human DNA also undeniably prove that, on a cellular level, it is not genetically possible that man ever did evolve from apes. No scientist would ever tell you any of this unless forced to debate the issue with you on paper, but the differences in the two species are simply too vast for evolution from primates to modern man to ever have been possible in the time since the arrival of primates on the Earth, or even since the time of Australopithecus. In fact, according to the sciences of biology and genetics, such a transition is actually quite inconceivable. Consider also that, between the arrival of Australopithecus and the appearance of Neanderthal, a period of about 2,900,000 years passed, and yet there was no real advancement in all of that time. We can see this because the tools that we have discovered of the two species remain virtually identical. Then, about 35,000 years ago, modern man suddenly arrived on the scene. Where did he come from so quickly? How is it possible? Put quite simply, it's not without help. Door number 3. It must be difficult to be a scientist who is forced to remain within set parameters while knowing full well that, within these parameters, a surprising number of species that exist on Earth, including man, have no business actually being here at all. In order to help deal with this dilemma, when new theories are presented within academia, the new information is assessed, discussed, criticized, molded, remolded, and even remolded yet again if necessary, until the new data can be fitted comfortably into the current paradigm in any particular field, be it archaeology, paleontology, biology, whatever. As we have previously discussed, this process is necessary in order to make the information conform as closely as possible to every leading and obviously concerned scientist's current way of thinking. To present a theory in any other way within academia is simply inviting immediate rejection under a barrage of scathing criticism. This authoritarian system of excruciating peer review has always been an effective way of keeping independent thinkers among the orthodox science community out of the public information loop. However, in spite of this vast information filtering system that is in place, it is becoming increasingly clear that Darwin's theory will soon become as obsolete as the notion that the Earth is flat, despite the constant attempts by academia to keep the flailing theory's nose above the fast-rising waters of contrary evidence. Author Lloyd Pye wrote an extremely informative and very well-researched book on this topic that I highly recommend, entitled Human Origins, where he aptly demonstrates the enormous difference between primates and humans. Naturally, the work received some scathing criticism from the science community, despite its meticulous research and abundant evidence. Such constant attacks are becoming tiresome these days, but can also be useful in some ways because, knowing how intent academia at large is in suppressing information, you usually find such criticism from them a good reason to read what is often a highly informative paper. Otherwise, it would not have ruffled so many academic feathers. But the fact that there are fatal flaws in Darwin's theory is now evident, and, much to their annoyance, it has even been scientifically proven by academia itself due to recent, major advancements that have been made in various fields, such as the discovery, mapping, and study of DNA. The information is also quite well known within the science community itself, although they seem to make a point of not actually informing the public. The information emerged as yet another somewhat rude shock for science, and further confounded the devotees of Darwinian thinking. You see, paleontologists, through the study of bones, had discovered that, if it actually happened, the split in the evolutionary chain when primates evolved into man must have occurred sometime between 5 million and 8 million years ago. Then, armed with this information, a group of geneticists in 1980 decided to attempt to narrow that date down to discover a more accurate timeline. The geneticists believed that this wide bracket of 3 million years could be narrowed dramatically by charting mutations in DNA, and so they began gathering DNA samples from around the world to use in their subsequent experiments. A controversy then erupted when the results for these tests came in, and the information was deemed so shocking that the tests were run again, several times over, because what they showed was that, genetically, man was no more than 200,000 years old. Naturally, the roar of protest from anthropologists was unprecedented. However, subsequent testing has now proven beyond any doubt that the geneticists were absolutely correct, and there are other things too. Lloyd Pye covers these topics quite extensively in Human Origins, and again, I highly recommend reading it. For example, a popular statistic that is presented to us to back up evolution is the fact that the DNA of humans differs from chimpanzee DNA by as little as 1% and from gorillas by only 2%. This makes it appear to those who are uneducated in the science of genetics that evolution is quite obviously correct and humans and primates are virtually cousins. However, what they never seem to mention is that the human DNA tree has 3 billion base pairs, and so 1% of this is 30 million base pairs. Now, 30 million base pairs is, in reality, a tremendous amount of difference between the two species by any measure. And of course, with gorillas, that would be 60 million base pairs. Primates also suffer from very few genetic disorders, apart from perhaps albinism, which is a gene common in a variety of animals, including humans. By way of comparison, humans have over 4,000 genetic disorders, several that will most definitely kill absolutely every victim as well. So are we asked to believe that these disorders manifested in our evolution to a higher and more improved species? One of the most undeniable and obvious differences of all between the species can also be found in the fact that primates have 48 chromosomes, yet humans, who are considered to be vastly superior to them in the evolutionary chain, have only 46 chromosomes. So how in the world could we just lose 2 full chromosomes in this evolutionary improvement process we are supposed to have undergone? 2 full chromosomes is an awful lot of DNA to just disappear. Primates are also much stronger than humans, on a pound-for-pound ratio, about 5 to 10 times stronger, even small monkeys. If we really evolved from primates, then, apart from losing chromosomes, how did we also become so puny and weak compared to our ancestors in this improvement process? When analyzed, nothing about evolution makes any logical sense at all, really. The list goes on. Human bones are far lighter than any primate bones, or Neanderthal, or any other so-called ancestral species. And there's more. It was explained well in a recent article by Lloyd Pye in which he made the following observations. Skin. Human skin is not well adapted to the amount of sunlight striking Earth. It can be modified to survive extended exposure by greatly increasing melanin, its dark pigment, at its surface, which only the Negro and Aborigine races have achieved. All others must cover themselves with clothing or frequent shade, or both, or sicken from radiation poisoning. Body hair. Primates need not worry about direct exposure to sunlight because they are covered from head to toe in a distinctive pattern of long body hair. Because they are quadrupeds, move on all fours, the thickest hair is on their back, the thinnest on the chest and abdomen. Humans have no all-over pelt, and we have completely switched our area of thickness to the chest and abdomen while wearing the thin part on our back. Fat. Humans have 10 times as many fat cells attached to the underside of their skin as primates. If a primate is wounded by a gash or tear in the skin, when the bleeding stops, the wound's edges lie flat near each other and can quickly close the wound by a process called contracture. In humans, the fat layer is so thick that it pushes up through wounds and makes contracture difficult, if not impossible. Also, contrary to the propaganda to try to explain this oddity, the fat under human skin does not compensate for the body hair we have lost. Only in water is its insulating capacity useful. In air, it is minimal at best. Head hair. All primates have head hair that grows to a certain length and then stops. Human head hair grows to such lengths that it could be dangerous in a primitive situation. Thus, we have been forced to cut our head hair since we became a species, which may account for some of the sharp flakes of stones that are considered primitive hominid tools. Fingernails and toenails. All primates have fingernails and toenails that grow to a certain length and then stop, never needing paring. Human fingernails and toenails have always needed paring. Again, maybe those stone tools were not only for butchering animals. Skull. The human skull is nothing like the primate skull. There is hardly any fair morphological comparison to be made, apart from the general parts being the same. Their design and assembly are so radically different as to make attempts at comparison useless. Brains. The comparison here is even more radical because human brains are so vastly different. To say improved or superior is unfair and not germane, because primate brains work perfectly well for what primates have to do to live and reproduce. Locomotion. The comparison here is easily as wide as the comparison of brains and skulls. Humans are bipedal, primates are quadrupeds. That says more than enough. Speech. Human throats are completely redesigned relative to primate throats. The larynx has dropped to a much lower position, so humans can break typical primate sounds into the tiny pieces of sound by modulation that have come to be human speech. Sex. Primate females have estrous cycles and are sexually receptive only at special times. Human females have no estrous cycle in the primate sense and are continually receptive to sex. In regard to the origin of man, there has only ever been a choice between door number 1 and door number 2. But recently, door number 3 has been unveiled for, even though both creationists and Darwinists have strong teams of supporters, the vast amount of overwhelming evidence against both theories can no longer be ignored. It's no good trying to surround the issue with an air of the Emperor's New Clothes syndrome because it just can't work forever. Maybe it's because academia deems the world at large is not ready for the real information, but whatever is behind the motivation, the truth cannot be suppressed forever, and in a stroke of bad luck for both sides of the orthodox coin, and at this stage, the evidence for creation by outside intervention that lies behind door number 3 far outweighs the evidence of creation by any other means. Wings in the night. Apart from the fact that it's extremely doubtful, if not impossible, that we ever evolved from primates, have you ever considered the very real possibility that the entire time frame we have been given for the events that have occurred on the Earth may be completely wrong? For example, there is significant evidence suggesting that the dinosaurs may not have actually died out 65 million years ago at all, but may have survived until much more recently. As ridiculous as the idea may seem to you at first, incredibly, evidence suggests that the theory is not without substance and should not be too lightly dismissed without first receiving some serious consideration. A considerable amount of unusual and strangely persistent legends abound concerning strange flying beasts. For example, there are hundreds of such reports, many of them from very populated parts of the world and from very respectable people. There are also strange rock carvings and paintings around the world, as well as artifacts that depict such creatures. One very fascinating story described such a winged creature, and it appeared in an interesting book by a British anthropologist called Frank H. Mellert entitled In Which Bound Africa, first published in 1923. Frank Mellert was the chief magistrate for the Kasimpa district of northern Rhodesia from 1911 until 1922, and also a respected scholar and explorer. In one section of his book, he describes a tribe of natives known as the Kaonde, who live in the Giundu swamps in northwest Zambia, reporting that the tribe lived in fear of a terrifying winged monster that inhabited the depths of a nearby section of swamp. The natives called the beast a Kongomato, which means the overwhelmer of boats, and they described the creature as not being so much like a bird, but rather more like a huge lizard with large membranous wings that spanned around 4 to 7 feet, similar looking to those of a bat. They say it has no plumage and leathery skin reddish in color. The natives told Mellert that they believed it has a beak that also contained teeth, but readily admitted that no one had actually seen it close enough to be really sure and lived to tell any tales about it. Mellert tried to convince the natives to take him to the swamp where the Kongomato was located, but could not get one of them to take him there for any money or prize. He firmly believed that the natives were quite genuinely terrified of the area in which it was said to live, especially after nightfall. Eventually, he obtained some books that contained pictures of some pterodactyls to show the tribe, and claims that every single native unhesitatingly pointed at the picture and nodded, firmly stating that this was their Kongomato. Mellert said that, for his part in the tale, he believed the natives and wrote that he was convinced the creature had somehow survived the passage of time, at least until recently, adding that the swamps of northern Zambia would indeed make an ideal habitat for such a creature. There are a number of other explorers who have lent corroboration to Mellert's strange tales of flying beasts from Zambia too. An interesting comment was made by A. Blaney Percival in a similar book entitled A Game Warden on Safari that was published in 1928. When writing of a conversation he had with some local natives in Kenya, Blaney remarks, "The Kitui Wakumba tell of a huge flying beast which comes down from Mount Kenya by night. They only see it against the sky, but they have seen its tracks. Furthermore, they have shown these to a white man who told me about them, saying he could make nothing of the spoor, which betrayed 2 feet and apparently a heavy tail." And another tale concerning a striking number of similarities to Mallard's story was also recounted in A Game Warden Takes Stock by Colonel Pittman, published in 1942. "When in northern Rhodesia, I heard of a mythical beast which intrigued me considerably. It was said to haunt formerly, and perhaps still to haunt, a dense swampy forest region in the neighborhood of the Angola and Congo borders. To look upon it is death. But the most amazing feature of this mystery beast is its suggested identity with a creature bat-bird-like in form, on a gigantic scale, strangely reminiscent of the prehistoric pterodactyl. From whence does the primitive African derive such a fanciful idea?" Again, in a later book entitled Old Forelegs, The Story of the Coelacanth, published in 1956, J.L.B. Smith, a South African professor, writes, "The descendants of a missionary who had lived near Mount Kilimanjaro wrote from Germany, giving a good deal of information about flying dragons, they believed to still live in those parts. The family had apparently heard of them from the natives, and one man had actually seen such a creature at night. I did not and do not dispute at least the possibility that some such creature may still exist. In a book called Searching for Hidden Animals by Roy Mackal, there is a report about one of the zoologists who was on the team explaining the coelacanth, called Dr. Courtney Latimer, who also investigated the sighting of a large flying lizard in Namibia. Apparently, a boy resting under a tree was awoken by the crashing sound of a huge reptilian-looking beast rushing down from a mountain slope behind him. The boy tells of sheep scattering in all directions to escape the creature, which landed on the ground in a huge cloud of dust. The boy says that the creature made a dreadful amount of noise and gave off an odor similar to burned brass. He passed out from the fright of the incident. The police were called and the incident investigated by them and their local farmers, some of whom said that they had seen the creature and witnessed it slip into a crevice in the mountainside. The police then gathered some dynamite and set a charge in the crevice in the hope of killing or sealing the beast inside. After the charge was detonated, several members of the party reported to have heard a low moaning coming from the rubble for a short period, and then silence. I would be most interested to know where the location of the actual crevice is in Namibia, to see if anyone has attempted to clear away the rubble from the blast by now, to see what may actually lie buried beneath. Africa is not the only place where similar sightings have been reported. There was even a news report that appeared in the Illustrated London News way back on February 9th in 1856 concerning an utterly amazing event that reportedly occurred in France. The tale was recounted in Lost Cities of North and Central America by David Hatcher Childress, in which he describes a story of a tunnel being cut to unite Saint-Dizier and Nancy railways in France from the Presse Greylouse news service, which describes how, when a rock was blasted open, a creature exactly like a pterodactyl with a wingspan of about 10 feet and livid black emerged from the rock, walking with the aid of its wings. It emerged into light and expired after uttering a hoarse cry. Naturalists reportedly identified the creature as a pterodactyl, and the rock strata as being millions of years old. Even America has its fair share of similar tales. As a point of interest, the largest pterodon skeleton ever found was retrieved in fossil form from Big Bend National Park in North America. The creature sported a wingspan of an impressive 51 feet, making it the largest flying reptile remains ever found. A number of pterodon remains have been retrieved from the Big Bend area, so we know they inhabited the area once. And another interesting fact is that almost every Indian tribe in continental America, both north and south, all have tribal legends of flying monsters. According to Hatcher Childress in Lost Cities, many have stories of a gigantic flying monster so large that it darkened the sun. The Haida natives of Queen Charlotte Islands of British Columbia believe that some thunderbirds were so large that they could literally pick up small whales from the sea. Much of their art and wood carving depicts such a capture by a thunderbird. Some South American Indians believed that the bird was constantly at war with the powers living beneath the sea, especially a horned serpent, and that it tore up large trees in search of giant grubs, which were its favorite food. The clapping of these giant wings created thunder, so they were known as thunderbirds. David Hatcher Childress also says that a carving of one of these birds can be seen on the bluff facing the Mississippi at near Alto, Illinois in his book, Lost Cities of the Americas. There was an intriguing tale by John Keel that appeared in the March 1991 edition of Fate magazine. The incident was first reported in the Tombstone, Arizona Epitaph in April of 1880. The story goes that two prospectors, returning to Tombstone, shot and killed either a pterodactyl or a pterodon, even retrieving the carcass and returning with it to the town. Keel reports that the beast was nailed to a barn wall, and a photograph taken with 6 prospectors standing beneath it, with their arms outstretched and fingers touching. The creature is said to have had a wingspan of about 36 feet. Keel also claims to have seen the photograph himself and says that at least 20 other people, who claim also to have seen it, have written to him about it, but unfortunately, no one seems to know where it may be located now. Apparently, there were 2 photographs at a place called Hammersley Fork, one of which is said to have burnt in a house fire, while the other was reported to have been taken away by strangers. It's debatable whether this event actually occurred or whether the photograph actually exists, but it's an intriguing tale nonetheless. I have searched high and low for a copy of the photograph and have no luck as of yet, but I'll keep you posted. However, not all sightings of flying creatures are from events that were reported so long ago. There are some very unusual instances that have happened quite recently as well. As documented again by Hatcher Childress in Lost Cities, there was an extremely bizarre series of events involving a number of different people that occurred in 1975 and 1976 in the town of Raymondville, Texas. Firstly, on December 24th in 1975, a man by the name of Joe Suarez woke up to find his tethered goat had been ripped to shreds and partially devoured. Yet strangely, no tracks could be found that led either to or from the carcass. What had killed the animal was a total mystery to the man. Local police were called but could also find no trace of tracks or footprints to identify the unknown assailant. Then 21 days later, at 10:30 in the evening, on January 14th, 1976, in the same town, a young man called Armando Grimaldo was sitting with his mother in their backyard when he was suddenly attacked viciously by a strange winged creature. Armando apparently told the Raymondville Press that, as he walked around to the far side of the house, he felt something with big claws grab him from behind, and then he looked back to see what it was, then began running for his life, claiming it to be the most scared he has ever been. Armando kept running to reach the cover of his mother's house, stumbling and sprawling as the beast kept clutching at his clothes and trying to get a hold of him as he ran. Unable to reach the house, he was forced to dive under a low bush to escape the creature, his clothes all now but torn to shreds. The beast hovered about the bush a little, and then flew off panting as if tired from the exertion. Eventually the boy collapsed through the door of his mother's house and onto the floor, his clothes torn and bloodied, muttering "bird" over and over again in Spanish. He was taken to the hospital and treated for minor wounds and shock, before being later released. Armando Grimaldo describes his attacker as being about 6 feet tall, with blackish brown leathery skin, and a wingspan of about 10 to 20 feet, and large red eyes. A short time later, on that very same night, on the outskirts of the nearby town of Brownsville, which is also on the Rio Grande, a creature exactly matching its description crashed into the side of a mobile home owned by a Mr. Alvarico Guajardo. He quickly went outside to investigate the incident and noticed a large creature of some kind on the ground next to his wall, so he got inside his station wagon and flicked on his headlights for a better look. Guajardo described what he saw as looking like a creature from hell. The beast was apparently startled by the lights because, according to him, as soon as his headlights struck the creature, it rose up from the ground, turning to glare at him with huge red eyes and began making a horrible sounding noise in its throat. He reports that the creature then continued to regard him menacingly for 2 or 3 minutes, with its wings drawn up and wrapped around its shoulders, before slowly backing out of the light and disappearing into the night. He says that the beast was truly terrifying and, at the time, he was almost paralyzed with fear at the sight of it. That same month, another bizarre incident was reported by 2 sisters named Deanne and Libby Ford, who saw what they described as a huge and strange big black bird at a pond just outside of Brownsville, Texas. The sisters say that the creature was as tall as they were and had a face like a bat. When they were later shown a book containing pictures of prehistoric animals, both sisters identified the creature they had seen as being a pterodon. The next month, on February 26, 1976, the San Antonio Light reported that 2 days previously, on February 24th, 3 local school teachers had seen an enormous black bird while driving to work. The 3 said the creature had leathery wings with a span of about 15 to 20 feet. They observed it swooping in low over several cars, commenting that, as it did so, it appeared to glide more than fly. The 3 say that it was large enough, and at times low enough, for its shadow to cover the entire road. Another similar creature was also seen at the same time by the group, only further off in the distance, that seemed to be circling a herd of cattle. Upon their arrival at the school where they worked, the group immediately began looking through encyclopedias for the creature, and also identified the beast they had observed as a pterodon. Then yet another event occurred on September 14th, 1982, when at 3:55 in the morning, a Mr. James Thompson, who was an ambulance technician from Harlington, saw what appeared to be a huge bird-like object fly over Highway 100 at a height of around 150 feet. Thompson says that at first he thought it was a large model plane and expected it to land on the road, until he noticed it flap its wings. In the night sky, the creature seemed to have a black or grayish color and looked to be covered with hide rather than plumage. These are just some sightings that have been reported. There have been quite a number of other sightings of similar creatures in many other places around the world as well. Places as diverse as Africa, North and South America, Sumatra, and even in France, England, and New Zealand. Could it actually be possible that some of these creatures somehow managed to survive deep in the swamps or high in the peaks of some of the more remote and inaccessible regions, even until the 20th century? In actuality, there is absolutely no conclusive evidence to prove that the chronology of 65 million years is correct for the extinction of the species, and further evidence even suggests that the event may have occurred a good deal more recently than any paleontologist who values his doctorate would ever dare to admit. The Dragons of St. George. There is a tantalizing footnote to all this talk and rumor of prehistoric flying creatures. Just ponder this fact for a moment. The first dinosaur ever discovered was an ornithopod called the iguanodon, which was found in England in the early 1800s. The specimen that was recovered was more than twice the height of a person and belonged to a group of medium-sized plant eaters that walked on two legs and used its long tail for balance. But that's besides the point. The real point is, the species was, until that time, completely unheard of. The actual dinosaur genus was not even named until 1824, yet many people who lived in our distant past seemed to have possessed a substantial amount of knowledge with regard to these creatures. For example, in an incredible discovery in 1928, just northwest of Tucson, Arizona, a man called Charles Manier came across an ancient lime kiln, apparently of Roman design, which came as quite a shock in Tucson. When it was opened, it was found to contain an assortment of ancient Roman artifacts made, in the most part, from lead. In all, more than 30 items were finally recovered from the site, which included spears, swords, daggers, batons, and even a 62-pound cross. All of the objects were encrusted with the substance known as caliche, which is a hard, crusty type of material that grows with age, similar to a terracotta tile. This growth is due to a chemical reaction that occurs when metals are exposed to desert soil and water. The thick caliche displayed on these artifacts also aptly testified to the extreme age of the items. Controversy still rages over the authenticity of the artifacts, as no one has ever imagined there would have been a Roman settlement in North America in ancient times, and many find the idea extremely difficult to accept. The actual find was surprising enough on its own, but archaeologists received a further shock when they examined the motifs displayed on the artifacts themselves. Some displayed both Hebrew and Latin symbols, while one broadsword bore a most unusual engraving that looks remarkably like a brontosaurus. It seems hard to imagine that some ancient engraver just came up with an accurate motif of an extinct creature, unless he had actually seen one. It also seems incongruous to imagine that someone who wished to fake a geological discovery would carve a brontosaurus on a sword blade, as it would naturally cause too much speculation. In a similar find, there is a portrayal of a pterosaur-like creature that appears on an ancient Saxon shield from the Hoo burial site in Sutton. The shield depicts a creature with wings folded back along its scaly sides, and on its handle is a long beak full of teeth, a crest, and there is an unmistakable tail protruding from its wingtips. From all reports, a flying reptile known as the Wietflauga, far-ranging flyer, was quite well known to the Saxons. The shield is still displayed at the British Museum in London. There is also a Mesopotamian cylinder seal dated at 3300 BC that seems to accurately depict an unusually shaped dinosaur known as an Apatosaurus. An Apatosaurus was a type of sauropod, a group of dinosaurs with quite an unusual body shape. The picture on the right is a modern artist's impression of an Apatosaurus based on a recovered skeleton, while the image on the left is the Mesopotamian cylinder seal. There are many striking similarities between the two depictions, with the Mesopotamian cylinder showing some quite stunning realism. The creature may have even sported a large crest, such as depicted on the seal. Such information cannot be established from the skeletal remains that are available to us. No fossils or skeletons of the creature were ever found until quite recently. So the question is, what, I wonder, did the ancient artist use as a model that enabled him accurately to depict such a convincing-looking sauropod? Moving along, there is every indication that such a plesiosaur-like creature may have once inhabited an area in Queensland, Australia, and had been known to the local Aborigines. Both Aboriginal peoples around the Lake Galilee area and other tribes located farther to the north tell stories of a long-necked animal with a large body and flippers. The elders of the Kuku-Yalanji Aboriginal tribe of North Queensland, Australia, apparently have stories of a creature called a Yaru, which, they say, once dwelt in rainforest waterholes. There is actually a cave painting that depicts a creature with features that are strikingly similar to a plesiosaur. The unique X-ray art of the Australian Aboriginals is also applied to the painting quite accurately and depicts the animal's intestinal tract, possibly indicating that these creatures may have once even been hunted for food. An urn from Karaya in Asia Minor, Turkey, estimated to be from 530 BC, depicts what appears to be a Mosasaurus, along with several other well-known sea creatures. The animal behind the dinosaur is a seal, while an octopus is below it, along with what appears to be a dolphin. The thick jaws, big teeth, large eyes, and positioning of the fins on the creature in the painting match a Mosasaurus skeleton very closely. There were some slight variations in the species, and some Mosasaurus were indeed known to have a narrow crest located behind the eye that may well have had a fin attached to it, as depicted on the urn. Numerous pieces of art depicting long-tailed, long-necked creatures with a head crest were produced by the ancient Sumerians. Some of these animals strongly resemble the hadrosaur. One picture depicts a creature which is being hunted by ancient people that bears a striking resemblance to a Corythosaurus. Next, we find a tomb in Carlisle Cathedral in the UK, where Richard Bell, the Bishop of Carlisle, was buried in 1496. The tomb is inlaid with brass, depicting various types of animals and decorative engravings upon it. Although the tomb is worn by the innumerable feet that have walked across it since the Middle Ages, one particular engraving is quite unmistakably a dinosaur. It's just casually therein amongst the other everyday images of birds, a dog, an eel, etc. A beautiful representation of two brontosaurus-looking creatures. And the list goes on. There were reports of a flying serpent matching the description of a pterosaur living in Egypt that persisted through to the 1600s. There are also the depictions on the Eka stones discussed earlier in Chapter 2, and depictions in Egyptian tombs. We find a slate palette from Hierakonpolis showing the triumph of King Narmer over what appears to be a pterosaurus. Ancient rock art by North American Indians. A cave painting of a brontosaurus-like creature in the Grozomzy Hills, 25 miles from Salisbury, England. In the Mayan city of Tajín in Veracruz, there are rock carvings of what appears to be a pterodon. And still, the list goes on and on. The same question persists. How on earth could these ancient drawings of anatomically correct dinosaurs come to be all over the world unless the artists who drew them were not in some way familiar with the creatures? In another remarkable find in 1945, one of my favorites, an archaeologist called Waldemar Julsrud came across copious amounts of clay figurines, which lay buried at the foot of El Toro Mountain, located in an area near the outskirts of Acambaro, Mexico. Over 33,000 of the small ceramic figurines were eventually found in the area, and all were identified to have come from a pre-classical culture known as the Chupicuaro, believed to have existed in the locality from around 800 BC to 200 AD. The authenticity of this find has often been questioned by academics, however, because, lo and behold, the collection also includes anatomically correct dinosaurs. The discovery was considered very controversial, so, in 1954, the Mexican government sent a team of respected archaeologists to investigate the site, which they then announced to be authentic. The next year, in 1955, Professor of Anthropology at UNH, Charles Hapgood, the same man who discovered the remarkable Bosch map in the U.S. Congressional Library discussed in Chapter 2, conducted an elaborate investigation on the figurines, which included extensive radiometric dating and thermoluminescent testing done by the University of Pennsylvania. Then, much later in 1990, an investigation was also conducted by another archaeologist by the name of Neil Steedy, who works for the Mexican government and also testified to the authenticity of the artifacts. Because Julsrud's work has amply survived these numerous tests and investigations, even to the extent of the Mexican government once imprisoning 2 individuals for selling these artifacts on the black market, it is safe to take these ceramic figures at face value. The most notable point about all the small models is that not only are the dinosaurs depicted in the models anatomically correct, but they also appear in very agile and active poses, fitting well with known scientific evidence. This strongly suggests the possibility of the sculptor having actually observed the creatures firsthand. It's also notable that, similar to the sketches we have seen on the Ica stones, some sauropods have also been shown with the distinctive-looking spinal frill. Fossil remains do not reveal to us if these creatures had such a feature, but it's interesting that 2 vastly different cultures would imagine the same type of feature on the same type of unusual-looking beast. It's much more reasonable to assume that the 2 cultures had, at some time, both seen the same type of creature. Other remains found at the site included an extinct Ice Age horse, the skeleton of a woolly mammoth, and a number of ancient human skulls, further validating the antiquity of the site. One last point of interest here. As recently as December of 1691, a dragon was still believed to be living in an area of wetlands near Rome. The creature was said to have lived in a cave and supposedly terrorized the local population quite regularly. It was reported to have been killed eventually by locals, and a sketch of the skeleton has survived in the possession of a man named Ignacio Cornelio Meyer. It is the black and white sketch you now see on the screen. The most remarkable thing about the animal depicted in the sketch is that it appears to be a pterosaur known as the Scaphognathus. According to experts on such matters, of which I am most certainly not one, the creature clearly displays a head crest, complete with a dual piece of skin attached to it, which is characteristic of the species. 5 digits are visible on each foot and are anatomically correct for the pterosaur in as much as each digit is of the proper length, the first one appearing slightly shorter and offset to the rest. The femur is correctly displayed as a single bone, and the twin lower leg bones, the tibia and fibula, are also quite visible. A small wing claw can be seen on the far wing where it curves forward, and the wings themselves are depicted membranous and are correctly positioned forward of the legs on the vertebrae, which also matches existing fossil records. Some scholars have theorized that the accuracy of the depiction in this sketch suggests that it may be a drawing of a fossil or possibly a faked composite, though the latter is extremely doubtful as it is far too accurate to be a composite or fabrication. And the visible skin in the drawing further suggests that it was not modeled from a fossil, as it also depicts quite accurately wing features plus ears, and an accurately drawn head crest. The Scaphognathus depicted in this sketch really does look extraordinarily like the classical interpretation of a medieval dragon, so familiar in the tales of knights such as St. George, who was said to have slain a dragon and rescued the town. Could many of these tales be actually based on truth? Could such people as St. George have actually been killers of various pterosaurs and creatures like the Scaphognathus in the past? There is a reasonable amount of evidence to suggest that it was a very real possibility. But how could dinosaurs actually have survived that long for all those millions of years? And how could we possibly be so far off the mark with our chronology, you might wonder? Well, it really depends on how you look at things, because though only one real possibility is taught as fact by academia, there are actually two very different schools of thought on the forces that shape our world, the true causes and nature of dramatic geological changes. Gradualism versus Cataclysm. The question whether dramatic or earth-changing geological changes happen slowly over enormously long periods of time, or are actually more sudden events, is one that is still hotly debated. Essentially, our landscapes changed gradually through layers of sedimentary deposits that slowly cover ancient sites with the dust of ages, or our civilization suddenly swallowed and landscapes quickly altered through sudden and violent cataclysmic upheavals. We know gradual change is a reality because we have witnessed it. However, we know that cataclysmic upheaval is a reality as well because we have witnessed that too. It could prove to be the case that the Earth has been shaped by both of these two forces, and that both schools of thought are partially correct. For example, we have seen ancient ruins being slowly covered by the dusts of time, and we have witnessed Mount St. Helens displace an entire hillside and churn up 200 feet of new mountain in a single day. It's obvious that some catastrophe caused the mass extinction of the dinosaurs, and we have learned from Levi Shoemaker 9 that comets really do hit planets. So we know cataclysms are quite possible. But do they happen on a global scale? Do they happen in regular cycles? There is strong evidence of cataclysmic geological changes happening on the Earth quite frequently. This can be shown simply by the fact that fossils exist. Fossils can be formed only when sudden changes occur and creatures are quickly covered by silt. This can happen only through volcanic eruptions in wet locations, tsunamis, earthquakes, or other such violent means. A creature that just lies down on the ground and dies naturally will never form into a fossil. As is also the case when dating many non-organic artifacts, the date of 65 million years ago that is given for the extinction of the dinosaurs is only arrived at through examination of the sedimentary layers in which the fossils were found. Geologists assume that these many layers of sediment are deposited gradually over millions of years. But what if many layers were deposited in close succession through a series of cataclysmic events? It's very obvious that the landscapes, which once existed on Earth, have gone through some incredibly dramatic changes even during the time of man. But what if vast amounts of sedimentary layers, in which many of these fossils have been located, were deposited not over millions of years, but over thousands? What if it doesn't actually take millions of years to create a fossil, but just several thousand? I mean, how does anyone really know for sure? It's not as if anyone has ever exactly made one to find out. A person can't exactly press their hand into clay and then say, well, I'll just come back and check on its progress once every million years, or even 1,000 years. Now can they? Perhaps fossils are formed in as little as 200,000 years, or even 20,000 years. Who really knows for sure? Even fossils themselves are enigmatic things. Fossils in many ways prove cataclysmic change to be a reality simply because they exist. As we have already mentioned, if living creatures just lie down and die, they do not just fossilize. They need to be covered with silt. Think about that for a moment. Silt is a wet, sandy material. So how did the fossils found in arid inland areas come to be covered with silt and pressed under many layers of sedimentary deposits. To try to put it all into some kind of perspective, we can see that the OOP parts discussed in Chapter 2 are enigmatic certainly, but the time frame we have been given for some of them seems totally incongruous. The metal spheres found in Africa, for example, are estimated to be 2.8 billion years old. This seems all out of proportion for any ancient civilization, and the existence of the spheres at such great depths seems to suggest it is more likely that vast sedimentary layers were deposited quickly, over thousands of years, not millions. But this all creates something of a dilemma. To stop and analyze the situation we now find ourselves in, first, we are told that dinosaurs became extinct around 65 million years ago. Second, the science of genetics proves beyond a doubt that modern man is genetically no older than 200,000 years. Third, if we examine all the evidence presented in the previous sections, we can prove man actually existed contemporaneously with dinosaurs. We can also adequately corroborate this statement by examining existing fossil records, such as the shoe print shown in Figure 38, which was shown in the recording for Part 1 of this book. If we examine this evidence and view the entire picture from a logical perspective, we are then left with only two possibilities. A. Civilized men who wore stitched leather shoes lived between 65 to 600 million years ago. Doubtful. Or B. Dinosaurs still roamed the planet until quite recently, and contemporaneously with men who wore shoes with stitched soles. Highly probable according to available evidence. Left with only one plausible conclusion, we can logically surmise that if 65 million years ago was all wrong for the mass extinction of the dinosaurs, then obviously the estimated time taken for layers of sedimentary deposits is also completely wrong. Fossil records show us this. Therefore, if man is no older than 200,000 years, as genetic evidence proves, and he existed contemporaneously with dinosaurs, as fossil records prove, then the only conclusion we are left with is that not only is our estimated orthodox chronology out, but it's out by a whopping 64,800,000 years. As repellent as this conclusion may be for some people, when combined and really looked at, the fossil, geological, anthropological, and genetic evidence all say that it is indeed the case. The only other possibility comes from the quantum world of time travel. The flipping of the mill. So how might such cataclysms occur? The theories of celestial impacts and polar reversals have always been a popular belief. But again, what are the realities? We know from the geological evidence still visible on Mars and from comet Levy-Shoemaker 9 that impacts are an absolute fact. But is it really possible for the Earth to turn over on its axis? It's a question that has been argued and debated for many years. But what are the facts? The phenomenon of reversed polarity or magnetic polar reversal, where north becomes south and vice versa, is actually now a well-established scientific fact. Through geological studies, we have been able to determine the original magnetic orientation of certain ore-based rocks and rock formations, and what changes have occurred to them in the past. These studies have shown that, over the course of the Earth's lifetime, reversals in magnetic polarity have happened quite often, and seemed to have occurred on some kind of regular basis, almost too often for comfort. Why this gives us some cause for alarm is the fact that the next polar reversal is actually now long overdue. There are two types of polar reversals: magnetic reversal and geographic reversal. The former is a reversal of the planet's magnetic poles, while the latter is a full geographical flip of the Earth on its axis. It's still uncertain whether both events occur in tandem, but it is believed by many experts that the two are intrinsically linked in some way. A magnetic polar reversal would be a relatively benign event when compared to a geological polar reversal, even though it would still be likely to cause some seismic activity, unusual tidal movements, some major disruptions among bird, aquatic, and animal navigation, and certainly massive microwave, electronic communication, and electrical malfunctions. It is also universally agreed that a magnetic polar reversal would also result in a further lessening of the protective magnetic and ozone fields that encapsulate the planet and allow harmful solar radiation temporarily to penetrate down to the Earth's surface. Geological evidence indicates that the last reversal of the magnetic poles occurred sometime around 750,000 years ago. Scientists agree that, since there is no evidence of any mass extinctions at that time, the effects on life must have been relatively small. By way of comparison, a full geographic polar reversal involving the poles of the planet physically changing places would be a much different proposition from a magnetic reversal. A full polar reversal would be an event over which we have absolutely no control whatsoever, and it would be totally catastrophic, capable of quickly destroying all life on Earth. Some scholars believe that full polar reversals are a catastrophic, but unfortunately routine event that is a normal part of our planet's rotational mechanism, and that they happen in regular orbital cycles. There are reports in the Bible of a day of sunlight that was 2 days long and accompanied by dramatic events that apparently occurred in the distant past, and, surprisingly, we also find confirmation of such an occurrence from the other side of the world in South America, where we find reports of a day that was night, in which the sun never rose. Obviously, the sun and moon would have remained where they were, and the event would have had to have been the result of some type of retardation in the Earth's rotational mechanism, and possibly even a celestial flip. In his work, Critias, the ancient Greek philosopher Plato also hints at a polar reversal when he says, "At periods the universe has its present circular motion, and at other periods it revolves in the reverse direction. Of all the changes which take place in the heavens, this reversal is the greatest and most complete." But Plato also gave warning that during such reversal periods, there is at that time great destruction of animals in general. It is not fully understood what the exact mechanics behind polar reversals are, though it is speculated that a slip in the lithosphere due to the weight of ice buildup at the South Pole could account for it. It is, however, widely accepted and agreed that reversals tend to happen when there is a wide divergence between the magnetic and geographic poles, as is presently the case. Another possibility is that the Earth is grossly unbalanced, so the greatest area of landmass is immediately opposite the greatest body of ocean, and since the relative weights between land and water are disproportionate, one side of the planet is much heavier than the other, making its rotational forces act a little like an unbalanced washing machine. This theory also gives rise to the possibility that some force of influence, possibly a large meteor impact or the close passage of another celestial body, could literally flip the planet over on its axis. It has also been speculated that polar reversal actually involves a fluid-like layer of the Earth known as the lithosphere. If the theory is correct, then the link between magnetic and geographic reversal may be more apparent. It's known that vast streams of magma constantly flow beneath the Earth's crust. Much of it rises from deep within the Earth through the movement of tectonic plates, but a good deal of it also is produced from the heat buildup of pressure and movement in the region where the Earth's crust meets the second layer. This second layer is called the mantle, and is much harder than the crust. Due to rotation, axial wobble, and the shear pressure, the crust is in a state of constant movement and is always rubbing against the mantle. This rubbing process produces heat and more magma, which then creates a thin layer of sludge between the crust and mantle. It has been theorized that it is this thin layer of fluid-like sludge, known as the lithosphere, that occasionally allows the crust simply to slip around the outside of the mantle. Just imagine a baked potato wrapped in aluminum foil with the potato as the mantle and the foil as the crust. It is easy to slip the foil around to the other side of the potato without changing the orientation of the actual potato. In this type of scenario, the actual planetary axis would not shift geographically, but the crust would reorient itself in relation to the mantle with catastrophic results. This would cause drastic geographic and magnetic changes to the surface. You can imagine what kind of earthquakes would occur on a planetary scale if the entire crust slipped around the mantle. It has been predicted that, in such a slip of the lithosphere, most of the water on the planet would temporarily relocate to the poles before spreading out around the globe again. The wall of water produced in such an event would be well beyond anything that could be categorized as a wave. In such an event, the continent that is now located at the South Pole, for example, could theoretically move to a different location, and a new continent could literally take its place to begin its own private ice age, just as Antarctica is doing now. Is such a slipping of the lithosphere possible? Unfortunately, yes, it is. The Earth is flying through space, and when I say flying, I mean really flying. I mean, we're really stepping out pedal to the metal here. The Earth's rotational speed is about 1,000 miles per hour, and while we're spinning like some huge top, we're also racing around the sun. Earth travels around its orbital plane at around 66,600 miles per hour, or 18.5 miles per second. I know it all seems nice and casual and peaceful while you're just sitting around on the surface reading or taking a nap or whatever you like to do, but we are really on the move. Earth's axis is, of course, tilted to the perpendicular at about 23.5 degrees, which gives us our 4 seasons. But while we're spinning at this angle, we're also wobbling slightly on this 23.5 degree axis. This slight discrepancy to the vertical obliquity of the ecliptic is an excursion of about 2.4 degrees in either direction from our true axis. The full cycle of one wobble, from 24.5 degrees to 22.1 degrees, takes around 13,000 years to complete in each direction, giving us a round total of 26,000 from point A and back to point A, and providing us with the 26,000-year precession of the zodiac. Did you get all that? It seems solid on the surface, but it's not really a totally stable rotation. One major factor contributing to a lithosphere slip could be the enormous and ever-increasing weight of the South Polar ice cap. The Antarctic ice cap grows by an estimated 10 million cubic meters of ice a day, just through normal condensation, dew, and snowfall, which generates an incredible amount of added weight to the ice cap daily. When such weight is combined with axial wobble and a layer of fluid-like sludge between the crust and the mantle, a sudden slip of the lithosphere becomes a very real possibility, and it would only take something like a celestial event to serve as the catalyst to trigger it off. A similar effect to that which creates the fluid layer found in the lithosphere can be seen on a smaller scale in the South Polar ice cap itself. The enormous weight of the ice resting on the continent beneath it subjects the surface of the continent to a huge amount of pressure. Pressure creates heat, and when that is combined with tectonic movement, the result is a thin layer of sludge lying between the ice cap and the continent, and one that is in a constant state of movement. Given this fact, there is even the distinct likelihood that the entire South Polar ice cap could even just slip off the continent it's resting on and into the ocean, causing massive floods and tsunamis worldwide. The great flood of Noah in the Bible was said to have come from the south. The ancient deluge spoken of in the Sumerian tales was reported to have come from the south. It's the same in virtually all of the ancient myths that deal with or mention the flood in any detail at all. There is a wealth of evidence to suggest that the people of the ancient world understood the cycle of rotational events surrounding polar reversal far better than we do today, and took the event very seriously. It's no surprise that they considered the information to be extremely important. They understood that, as one day gives way to the next, and 1 year to the next, so does one age give way to the next. And they understood very well that, when these changes occur, there are periods of great disruption and turbulence that can be incredibly destructive to life on Earth. And they have stressed repeatedly through their monuments and texts that this destructive cycle is repeated again and again and is a routine element of the planet we live on. All of the texts, all of the monuments, and all legends from all cultures that refer to such an occurrence hint at the same message. The event always occurs close to a change in the zodiac. We are currently in the no time between Pisces and Aquarius. The work done in Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend, and a basic understanding of celestial mechanics, aptly shows that, due to our current orbital position in the vastness of the Milky Way, the possibilities of something like this occurring very soon are extremely possible. Through studying ancient texts, geological evidence, and by modern scientific methods, we can be absolutely certain that polar reversals have definitely occurred quite often in the past, and we are able to predict it irrefutably that another polar reversal of some type will indeed occur again in the future, and that it is only a matter of time. Unfortunately, there is absolutely nothing we can do to prevent such an event, and when it does happen, it has the potential to be either a huge inconvenience or a catastrophe of epic proportions with few survivors. Whichever it will be, we can only hope that such an event does not occur for as long as possible. Chapter 9: The Tale of the Sumerians. I would like now to relate to you a story. It's a very epic tale, but I feel that time should be given to relate the account in full, and afford to it the attention and detail it deserves, though it will of course be highly summarized. I feel this story can provide some important pieces of our puzzle. It's a remarkable tale and well worth telling, to say the least. A brief rundown of how this translation was arrived at is in order, and so I will provide some basic information for you, though rest assured, the translation has been meticulously researched by its author, and I'm quite sure his interpretations are correct. If you would like to explore the tale further, I highly recommend that you do so. The Art of Translation. Our story does not even begin until the mid-1800s, because it was then that archaeologists first discovered the remains of the ancient civilization of Sumer. The subsequent wealth of hitherto unknown records compiled by the scribes of this ancient culture and meticulously documented on tens of thousands of clay tablets uncovered by archaeologists has since astounded archaeologists, theologians, and scholars alike. The ancient civilization of Sumer existed in the area of the Persian Gulf that was once known as Mesopotamia, now southern Iraq. The Sumerian writings are perhaps the oldest record of an actual civilization that we have any real knowledge of, and through clay tablets, cylinder seals, and steel, the Sumerians have provided us with a graphic and richly detailed version of man's early histories, including the story of creation, both of earth and of man. The texts also tell us of fierce and devastating wars fought over the possession and control of the earth's resources that ultimately led to the utter destruction of the civilization. Many of these ancient texts are written in complex metaphor. In this respect, the Sumerians were no exception, and the texts can still be interpreted in this manner to reveal fantastic and epic stories of no apparent or obscure mythological meaning. However, a new insight into the real method of translating them has now opened up an entire new meaning, so that now, in complete contrast to the Christian or even the Babylonian creation myths, which still remained full of constant symbolism, vagueness, and metaphor, the earlier Sumerian version of the story can be viewed as an almost scientific account of a series of well-documented events that happened in a very specific timeline. It has now been universally agreed, by both scholars and theologians alike, that the biblical story of creation does indeed have its basis in the Babylonian Enuma Elish, which itself is undoubtedly an abbreviated version of the much earlier Sumerian texts. This can easily be confirmed, as many great parallels can be seen in the Sumerian account when it's compared with the Babylonian and Christian creation stories. It appears obvious that both of the latter accounts were heavily influenced by the much longer and more detailed Sumerian story. The Sumerian account of the creation of the earth and the rise of man, as controversial as it may be, is strangely enough the only tale that adequately provides a scientific explanation that is plausible for not just the Earth and mankind, but many other puzzling aspects of our solar system too. I'd say that's quite a reasonable achievement for 6,000-year-old cuneiform and hieroglyphic texts carved into tablets and steels. A vividly detailed interpretation of these Sumerian texts was done by the brilliant, though controversial, scholar and archaeologist Zecharia Sitchin, who then published his findings in a masterwork he aptly named The Earth Chronicles. This astounding work consists of a series of 6 books of detailed translations and interpretations to date. Sitchin is a respected archaeologist who worked for several decades on Sumerian translations and archaeological sites. His books are intelligently presented, meticulously researched, highly informative, and extremely well-documented works, containing details on almost every aspect of the texts, and I highly recommend reading them. It dawned on Sitchin that, since the Babylonian tale has its roots in the Sumerian account, a better understanding of the text may be achieved if one was to interpret the Babylonian cosmology of the tale as actually being Sumerian. Using this new approach and, in a labor of over 50 years, Sitchin has since painstakingly pieced the story together from fragments of Sumerian, Babylonian, Akkadian, Assyrian, Hittite, Canaanite, Egyptian, and Hebrew sources into a most remarkable and scientific account of our real beginnings. The story that Sitchin found emerging from these tablets was so controversial, the implications so explosive for mankind, that many people have found it extremely difficult to take the story at face value. Yet, every single anomaly we are faced with about our Earth, our solar system, and ourselves is mentioned and explained in these 6,000-year Sumerian accounts. The enormous bulk of evidence, which he also presents to support his conclusions, is quite overwhelming. Coincidence? The thing I love the most about Sitchin's books, as ponderous as they may sometimes become due to the sheer volume of information and research they contain, is just that, the meticulous and detailed research the reader is presented with to support the conclusions that are reached. Sitchin will inform you that something is so in a short passage, but nothing is taken at face value, and the explanation as to why it is so may run into many pages of detailed research and cross-referencing. And this fact is also why Sitchin's conclusions are so credible, because of his meticulous attention to detail. Have you ever noticed that whenever anyone releases a book that contains radical ideas that disagree with mainstream academia, there is always a veritable storm of writers and scholars who strive to prove them wrong and point out the holes in their various theories? Just look at the berating that Eric von Daniken received for the ridiculous lack of research in his book, The Chariots of the Gods. Von Daniken was actually thought-provoking, but his lack of research and disregard for facts really was appalling. One very noticeable point about Zecharia Sitchin's works, however, is that, as controversial as they are, since his first book, was published in 1975, no one has yet come forth with a valid argument to disprove his interpretations of the text or his conclusions. While there are many who disagree with his interpretations, as much as they may find the story hard to swallow, no one has been able to dispute the events the Sumerians describe. Sitchin himself has always stated that the story of creation that he has presented in the Earth's Chronicles is not his, it's the story as it was related by the Sumerians, and if anyone has a problem with the tale, then their arguments should be directed at the Sumerians and not at him. All he has done is present us with what he believes to be an accurate translation of the texts. As I previously mentioned, these translations represent a personal labor of Sitchin for over 50 years. Much of the earlier Sumerian tale can still be gleaned from studying the Christian story of Genesis, in particular the Hebrew version. But of course, much of the translation is open to interpretation, and it is mainly in this respect that the tales differ, though the earlier Sumerian version is undoubtedly more complete. In his book, The 12th Planet, Sitchin aptly points out translational errors. For example, the Christian story tells us that, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. But if we look at it in the Hebrew, what is actually written is, in the beginning, God created the rakia and the earth. Sitchin points out that the Hebrew word rakia also has several possible translations, depending on its context, and one of those translations is firmament. Therefore, in the Christian tale, the word rakia or rakia has been translated as firmament and is interpreted as heaven. As in the Sumerian story, in the Babylonian tale, via an awful lot of metaphor, we are informed as to the order of birth of all the planets, but in respect to the earth, we are told that it was the god Marduk who slew the haughty dragon Tiamat and did the creating. Marduk was the supreme god of ancient Babylon, so in many ways the statement is virtually identical to what is said in the Christian Bible, if you want to take it that way. However, in the Sumerian version of events, we are basically told that it was the celestial lord Nibiru who created the rakia and the earth. Now, Nibiru is thought to be a specific Sumerian god, so again, it can mean the same thing as what we started with. But here's the thing. To the ancient Sumerians, Nibiru is also known to have been used as a reference to a celestial body, a planet, and they are very specific about this. As has been noted by Sitchin, another translation of the Hebrew word rakia is hammered bracelet, and that is also quite significant. It all lies in the personal interpretation of the Hebrew text you see. So with a more open and honest approach to the translations, the Christian story of, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth," very easily translates to reveal the earlier Babylonian and Sumerian versions of, Marduk/Nibiru created the hammered bracelet and the earth. And the Sumerian texts are quite specific about how these events transpired. The hammered bracelet referred to in the Sumerian texts is, of course, a very adequate and quite accurate description of the asteroid belt in our solar system that lies in between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. So in reality, we find that the hammered bracelet translation is actually far more in context with our known solar system than that of heaven. It's also quite significant that Bode's law shows that there should be another planet existing in our solar system at the location of the asteroid belt. There is every sign to suggest there once was, but instead, all we find there now is an enormous collection of rocks, debris, and cosmic rubble stretching out in a vast ring around the sun, like a hammered bracelet. Bode's law also heavily suggests that there should be at least one more planet in our solar system. Such a planet was positively confirmed in late 2005. From their texts, it would appear that the Sumerians were in possession of a very significant amount of scientific and astronomical knowledge, and knew of all these things. For example, Uranus was unknown until 1781, and Neptune until 1846. In modern astronomy, we didn't even know our solar system had as many as 9 planets orbiting the Sun until 1936, when Pluto was discovered. It had been previously thought that there were only 8, and yet the Sumerians already knew of the existence of all of these planets 6,000 years ago, including our newly discovered member, which now makes 10, even as Bode's law suggested, although the Sumerian writings say that there are actually 12 planets, not 10 or even 11. As this diagram shows, the reasons for this discrepancy are, firstly, because they considered the Sun to be a rightfully included member of the solar system, and secondly, because they believe our Moon actually has a considerable history of its own. Many scientists and scholars have surmised that our Moon is too big to be called a real satellite, and have debated whether the Earth and the Moon should really be classed as a double planetary system. The Sumerian believed it to be so, and their name for the celestial body we know as the Moon was Luna. The other planet that also exists in our solar system, the one that we have only now discovered, they name as Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. The Sumerians say that Nibiru is a large planet, possibly comparable in size to Saturn or Uranus, that it has an extremely vast elliptical orbit, and that it takes 3,600 of our years to complete just one orbit, around our sun. They also say that Nibiru is the dwelling place of the Anunnaki, their gods. Numerous mentions of the Anunnaki are made in various religious texts, including the Christian Bible, in which they are often referred to as the Elohim and the Nephilim, or sometimes, in more recent versions of the Bible, merely as giants. In their texts, the Sumerians repeatedly state that time flows differently on Nibiru from how it flows on Earth. They stress the point that the flow of time on any given planet is directly related to the time it takes that planet to orbit its parent star, in this case, the Sun. This means, for example, that since it takes 12 Earth years for Jupiter to orbit the Sun, a man living on Jupiter for one orbit would only physically age 1 year, as opposed to someone standing on Earth who would age 12 years in the same period of Earth time. It therefore stands to reason that a person who lived on a planet that takes 3,600 Earth years to orbit the Sun would also only age 1 year during that orbital time frame. Such discrepancies in time are actually proven in part by Einstein's special theory of relativity, and it is well known how time flows slower for astronauts when they are away from Earth's rotational pull, for example. Einstein even speculated that time was a type of fabric that the planets roll across, similar to a ball rolling across a strip of linen. The Sumerians inform us that 1 year on planet Nibiru was called a shar, and was equivalent in time to 3,600 Earth years. They also say that the average Anunnaki lifespan was around about 120 shars, which equates to 120 times 3,600, or 432,000 Earth years. According to the Sumerian king list, a period of 120 shars passed from the time the Anunnaki first arrived on Earth until the time of the Great Flood. This is extremely significant, as 432,000 is a number that also features very highly in numerous other mythologies as well. Now, before you start dismissing all this offhand, I again stress to you and ask you to remember that, as far-fetched and bizarre as all this may sound to you, this is not a fantasy tale contrived by myself or by Zecharia Sitchin, but is gleaned from translations of 6,000-year-old Sumerian clay tablets. And, as we progress, you will see that the Sumerian account really is the most plausible explanation of creation that exists. It is also worth noting that the Sumerian record of events is the only account that provides a totally plausible series of events that adequately explains every single puzzle we are faced with about the rest of our solar system as well. The fact that they knew all of the planets in our solar system, even their correct relative sizes, rotational movements, and eccentricities, details that take advanced scientific knowledge to discover, plus the existence of the asteroid belt, also raises the question: if their story is untrue, then how on earth were they able to acquire such accurate and detailed knowledge? Let's face it, how in the world were these ancient people ever even able to calculate precession of the equinoxes? Mere knowledge of its existence requires some very advanced scientific know-how. For now, just consider the fact that it takes 72 years for the vernal point to move through just 1 degree of the ecliptic. Would you notice a 1 degree change in the location of the stars in 72 years? No, I don't think so. The Sumerians called such a 1 degree shift in the heavens a celestial portion. The Sumerian story of creation begins at a far earlier time than the Christian version, though the two stories do eventually overlap. The Sumerian version, however, begins with the actual creation of the solar system. The second stage of creation then proceeds with an enormous cosmic collision. According to the tale, a huge rogue planet named Nibiru, that was not originally a part of our planetary system, became drawn into the gravitational pull of our outer planets, and eventually the Sun, and began an enormously vast, elliptical and permanent orbit. The writings say that Nibiru's orbit is so eccentric and elliptical that, during its perihelion, it crosses the paths of all the other planets except the innermost four, which includes Earth, making its closest pass precisely where we now find the asteroid belt. They also tell us that the orbit of this rogue planet was contrary to the paths of the other planets of the system, causing it to travel around the Sun in the opposite direction to them. It was during its entry to our solar system, and on the second subsequent orbit, while making close orbital passes of the inner planets, that two enormous celestial disasters occurred. And, as you read this account I'm about to relate to you, as bizarre as it sounds, I ask you to consider deeply what you know of science and astronomy, and also of mythology and biblical tales, and again remember that the following tale is not from someone's imagination, but is an accurate, though paraphrased, translation compiled from an account of our beginnings that was written by the Sumerians 6,000 years ago, and saved on tens of thousands of clay tablets that have been found in Mesopotamia in the last 150 years. The information, which their fragments and pieces contain, was collected, painstakingly reassembled, and meticulously researched by Zecharia Sitchin, the world-leading authority on Sumerian texts. Now, with all of the above in mind, according to the 6,000-year-old Sumerian account, the actual creation of the solar system, including the creation of Hammered Bracelet and the Earth, and ultimately of man, the calendar, civilization, and pretty much the whole shebang, went like this. In the beginning, far, far back in the depths of time, Apsu, our sun, was originally born with two companions. One was Mumu, the planet Mercury, and the other a watery planet called Tiamat, or even as beautiful Tiamat, the mother of all. Some cryptic references to Tiamat are actually even made in biblical texts on occasion, where it is referred to as Tehom or Tehom Rabbah, Great Tiamat. The next planets to come were Lahamu, Venus, and Lamu, Mars. Then, before the first two had even yet formed properly, came Anshar, Saturn, Kishar, Jupiter, An, Uranus, and Antu, Neptune. While a smaller planetoid the Sumerians called Gaga, Pluto, was in turn born from Saturn and orbited the ringed planet as its satellite. According to the writings, at this early time the Earth as such had not yet come into being, while all of the existing planets still had erratic and unstable orbits and wandered this way and that, all greatly affected by each other's gravitational pulls. How many years things remained in this state is not mentioned in the tale, but we are told that the next thing to occur, and still many, many eons ago, was a celestial invasion. A large planet the texts name as Nibiru was thrown from its own orbit far out in space and entered into our still unstable solar system. It was an event that would eventually prove to be a stabilizing factor for our system, but also one that wrought great havoc among the planets that already orbited our sun, for, as it entered, it was also traveling in the opposing direction to the other planets. The rogue planet Nibiru was first attracted into our solar system by the gravitational pull of Neptune. Upon its initial entry, the planet was apparently still quite unstable and plastic, because its passage past Neptune caused it to bulge dramatically from one side in the direction of the planet. Neptune's gravitational pull also affected its trajectory, causing it to curve in towards the center of our solar system. The next planet it was to pass was Uranus, and in doing so it caused great distress to the planet, upsetting it immensely. The planet bowed to greet him, and we can see through our own studies that unlike any other planets, Uranus is on its side, while its magnetic field remains vertical. This anomaly is here mentioned and explained by Sumerian texts. Nibiru's passage by the planet must have indeed been close, because 4 great chunks were also torn from Nibiru, creating 4 satellites that orbited around it wildly. The writings named these 4 satellites as the 4 winds: North Wind, South Wind, East Wind, and West Wind. The largest of these new satellites was said to be the North Wind. Then Nibiru approached Saturn, passing so close that it actually touched the planet's rings, whereby its course was bent even further inwards by the huge gravitational pull of the giant, and was now locked on course towards the inner planets. As it passed by first Saturn and then Jupiter, the approaching Nibiru had a major influence on the inner planets, causing massive volcanic activity and very erratic orbital behavior. The massive gravitational force of the approaching Nibiru caused huge chunks to be wrenched from Tiamat until the planet had 11 satellites revolving around it. One of them, called Kingu, continued to attract debris and grow until it had grown to the size of a small planet. Then, pulled by the gravity of the approaching invader, Kingu left its orbit around Tiamat and began to assume the orbital characteristics of a planet in its own right, though it still remained close to Tiamat. Nibiru continued relentlessly on its course, on its way tearing Saturn's moon, Gaga, from the planet's grip. During these close passes, 3 more moons were also wrenched from the body of Saturn. The writings named them as Evil Wind, Whirlwind, and Matchless Wind. Nibiru was now surrounded by 7 wildly orbiting satellites, as the planet then began its approach towards Tiamat. As the 2 planets drew near to each other, Tiamat became inexorably drawn by the gravity of the huge invader, and there were massive electrical discharges that began arching between the 2 planets, which caused great damage to Tiamat. But then something occurred. Perhaps the electrical arching provided an electromagnetic cushion of some kind that repelled the 2 bodies, but for whatever reason, Nibiru's course became erratic and it did not collide with Tiamat. However, one of its satellites did. The satellite called Evil Wind plowed straight into Tiamat, cracking and splitting the planet in 2 as massive electrical discharges from Nibiru entered deep into Tiamat's core, completely extinguishing its life. This is illustrated well by Sitchin's own diagrams. Then Nibiru, now inexorably locked into orbit, left the inner planets to begin its vast elliptical journey around our Sun, and it was on its 2nd orbit through our solar system that a further disaster struck. And, as hard as it may be to grasp at first, it is here that the Christian story of Genesis begins and parallels the Sumerian tale. The Epic of Creation. According to the writings, on its 2nd orbit, Nibiru itself collided with Tiamat's lower half and delivered the truly fatal blow. The already damaged planet was no match for the enormous bulk of the invader, which hit one colossal piece of the already cracked Tiamat square on, pulverizing it completely. The remaining half of Tiamat was struck by the orbiting North Wind, Nibiru's largest moon, shunting the remainder of the broken sphere further towards the Sun and into a new orbit, taking its large satellite Kingu with it. Kingu, now lifeless from the encounter, shrunk in size and cooled to a desolate, battered wasteland. The force of the blow was so great that the other 10 moons of Tiamat were also shattered, the debris sent flying off on vast elliptical orbits of their own, though following Nibiru's path, now in the opposite direction of the other planets of the system, an event which explains not only their existence, but also the incredibly vast and retrograde orbits of the comets in our solar system. Gaga, the former moon of Saturn, confused by Nibiru's influence, began its life as a small planetoid that we now call Pluto, and continued off on its own eccentric orbit, which now marked the elliptical line that Nibiru had created with its entrance to our solar system. Modern scientists have also theorized that Pluto may once have been a moon of Saturn. Its orbital path still overlaps that of Saturn's today. The waters that were left on the broken sphere that was once the beautiful Tiamat spread out over the remaining chunk of the planet, which, now shunted a little closer to the Sun, began its new orbit as the Earth, while the remaining debris from the collision that floated in space spread slowly out to form the hammered-out band that is now the asteroid belt. The Sumerians say the evidence of this cosmic event is still visible on the Earth, and that is why all the land mass is on one side of the planet, and if you removed the oceans from Earth, it would not appear as a true sphere like the other planets, but rather a slightly scooped out form where the Pacific Basin lies, because it never formed completely back into a proper sphere shape. They say the Pacific Basin is the scar that still remains from the wound the planet once bore. This event apparently also gave the Earth its axial wobble. The stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac, he fixed. It was during this cosmic collision that the seed of life was also transferred to the Earth from Nibiru. Nibiru, through the fixed orbital path it had acquired, was now destined always to return to the site of the celestial collision and cross the path of the asteroid belt where Tiamat had once orbited. For this reason, the planet is called Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. And so it was that the celestial lord created the hammered bracelet and the Earth. Again, the writings do not mention how long things stayed in this fashion. They do, however, most definitely say that intelligent life first appeared on Nibiru long before it was ever to be found on Earth. Where this life came from or how it evolved is not told, just that it was there. But eons later, all was not well on Nibiru, for, because of the vastness of its new orbit and the great distances the planet traveled from the sun, the inhabitants of the planet, the Anunnaki, were suffering and facing a slow but inevitable extinction due to a steady erosion of their planet's atmosphere. It had started when a hole had appeared in the protective ozone layer that surrounded the planet. Nibiru usually remained at a reasonably constant temperature throughout its vast orbit, due to a thick greenhouse atmosphere that was continuously replenished by constant volcanic activity. But that activity had now slowed down, endangering life on the planet. It was decided by them to create weapons of terror to reawaken the volcanoes, but even after the blinding explosions from them had been directed at the sleeping mountains, they still refused to release their volcanic clouds, and the atmosphere continued to erode. It was then discovered by scientists that the problem could be alleviated by suspending fine particles of gold dust in the upper atmosphere to create a curtain of charged particles which would protect and shield them during the planet's vast orbital peregrinations away from the sun. Gold was a substance that was very rare on Nibiru, but the Anunnaki knew that gold existed in abundance within the hammered bracelet, and so a dangerous mission was organized to retrieve the substance from the chunks of blasted rock within the asteroid belt. The mission was a total failure, and many brave heroes were crushed by the giant boulders in a dangerous quest that was attempted to gain a quantity of the precious metal from the asteroids and rescue their planet. Not one hero returned from the quest. According to the writings, it was about 455,000 BC that, due to a failure of the ruler of Nibiru to fix the deteriorating environment, a rebellion erupted. The ruler, Alalu, was deposed by his half-brother Anu, who wrested the kingship from Alalu in a naked wrestling contest. In fear for his safety after his defeat, Alalu fled Nibiru, escaping in a celestial boat and, after a journey fraught with dangers, reached the inner planets and became the first emissary of the Anunnaki that arrived on Earth. His initial arrival was very shaky, not knowing whether the atmosphere was breathable or if he would be better landing on land or water. He hesitated, and his chariot was snared by the Earth's gravity. Its spread wings became aglow. Earth's atmosphere was like an oven. Eventually, he crash-landed safely in the Sinai region. He soon discovered that the precious and much-needed gold could be found here. Alalu sent word to Nibiru of his find, but it wasn't until about 5,000 years later that a further group of 50 Anunnaki, the biblical Elohim, led by one of Anu's sons named Ea, arrived to investigate. When Ea, meaning Lord of Water, first arrived on Earth, the writings tell us that he and his party were also extremely unsure of the landing, so, after locking onto Alalu's beacon, they splashed their craft down in the waters of the Persian Gulf. When they arrived on the shore, they were wearing fish suits and, because they were still unsure of the atmosphere, each had also donned an eagle mask. Ea quickly established the first Anunnaki settlement of Eridu in the area that was once Mesopotamia, with the objective of extracting gold from the waters of the Gulf. Though little gold was extracted from the ocean waters, operations went well, quite under Ea's control for some time, but eventually gold production in the Gulf region began to falter and slow, so Ea's father Anu decided to visit Earth to investigate the problem, bringing with him his other son, Ea's half-brother named Enlil, who, though younger than Ea, was of purer blood and so the rightful heir. This was later to prove a bitter source of rivalry between the descendants of the two half-brothers. During Anu's visit, it was decided to increase the gold mining operations, so Anu and the two half-brothers drew lots for control of the coveted Persian Gulf operation. After the draw, it was decided that Anu was to remain ruling on Nibiru. Enlil was placed in charge of the Gulf facility, while Ea was sent to a new southern land called the Abzu to commence mining operations in a new location. The Abzu is often referred to in mythology as the underworld, or as Hades in biblical references, but which was, according to the writings, a settlement in southern Africa. Ea was also given a new title, Enki, Lord Earth, signified by the symbol of the serpent and basically meaning one who has great knowledge of the secrets of the earth. Literally, he who solves secrets, or he who knows metals. Enki's younger half-brother, Enlil, the legal heir of Anu, was made the true ruler of Earth and placed in control of the operations at Eridu and received the title Lord of the Command. It is mentioned in the texts that, on this particular occasion, before Anu's visit was concluded and he departed from Earth to return to Nibiru, he was again challenged by Alalu, who declared Anu to be a usurper. Again they removed their attire and wrestled, oiled and naked, and again Anu won the match. But so distraught was Alalu that, when the fight had ended and Anu had been declared the rightful victor, he set upon his half-brother and bit his manhood off and swallowed it, injuring Anu greatly, but also sealing his own fate. With the phallus of Anu burning in his stomach horribly, slowly poisoning him, he was brought before the seven who judge, and by them was banished to die alone on Lamu, which is Mars, though to this end he was accompanied by one faithful servant called Anzu, possibly himself a grandson of Alalu's, who wished to provide the once Nibirian king a fitting burial, and in so doing have his own deeds remembered for all time. During that time, the climate on Earth began to mellow into something more comfortable for the Anunnaki, and more arrived on Earth to help obtain the much-needed gold. One of the new arrivals was Enki's half-sister, Nima, who was also a medical officer and geneticist. While on the journey from Nibiru to Earth, Nima stopped on Lamu to see what had become of Alalu and Anzu. The writings describe Lamu as having ice caps at both poles and as being of reddish hue, with lakes and water fit to drink, but lacking in sufficient atmosphere for breathing, without the aid of the eagle masks. Alalu was long dead, but Ninma was able to revive Anzu, who told her he had placed Alalu's body in a cave beneath a great mountain that arose beside a lake nearby. Sumerian tablets tell us that, when the party left Lamu, they used weapons of power to carve the great mountain beneath, which Alalu was buried into his image. The writings say that the image was of his face looking skyward towards Nibiru and Earth, whose gold he discovered, and that they carved the monument of Alalu wearing the eagle mask, but with his face uncovered. The Sumerian texts have here quite accurately described Mars, including its polar ice cap, which, science has shown, is indeed frozen water, and they have mentioned the existence of the bizarre and very enigmatic face on Mars. The question is, how could the Sumerians possibly know about any of that? Soon, with the arrival of a party of 300 more Anunnaki, the gold mining operations on Earth were running smoothly again. The gold-bearing ores were being steadily shipped from Africa, the Abzu, to the Gulf to be refined, then sent up to a way station that had been established on Lamu near to the tomb of Alalu. From there, refined gold was shipped to Nibiru in bulk via spacecraft that would periodically arrive. Texts inform us that the Anunnaki that were in command of the way station were named the Igigi, later to become the biblical Nephilim, and that by this time the Anunnaki had also set up a total of 7 vital operation centers in the Persian Gulf region to deal with the mammoth task of coordinating the procedures and exporting the refined ores. These control settlements included a spaceport at Separ, a control center at Nippur, a medical center at Aden, and a metallurgical center at Sharapak. During this time, and with the help of the Igigi, Alalu's grandson, Anzu, attempted to seize control of the Earth operations and a short war broke out. However, Enlil's son, Ninurta, quickly squashed the disturbance and disposed of the troublesome grandson. Tales of Gods and Men. Eventually, a mutiny arose among the Anunnaki in Africa, who were endlessly laboring in the mining operations under Enki's control. The Anunnaki were tired of their years of toil in the mines, and, after a conference, it was decided by Enki to enlist the help of his half-sister Ninma, the geneticist, and create a worker race to relieve some of the burden of the Anunnaki. Enki was himself a great scientist, and he and Ninma used elements of the Anunnaki DNA mixed with the elements of animals to experiment in the task. Initially, a variety of animals were used in the tests, and some odd-looking creatures were produced. It was believed that creatures such as horses would produce strong workers, but after a few Anunnaki horse hybrids and other even stranger creatures were developed, the idea of breeding creatures of pure burden was abandoned. Enki said he knew of a small race that lived in the forests of the Abzu who would be perfect for the task. Ninma eventually succeeded in creating a primitive worker race by mixing the essence of the Anunnaki, which is DNA, with DNA taken from this lesser primate species. Eventually success was achieved, and soon many of the new workers began to take over the toils of the African mining operation. The procedures she used, and the methods of birth, etc., were recorded in quite a detailed manner in some of these texts. Ninma named the new race she had created the Adamu. A most interesting detail of the Sumerian account is the mention that all the genetic experiments were at first conducted in crystal dishes, without success. It was not until Enki surmised that perhaps not enough of the actual elements of Earth itself were present in the experiments, and suggested the use of a clay dish for the process, which would possibly leach some traces of those elements into the mixture through its use, that success was obtained. And the Lord fashioned man from the clay on the ground. Even after the race had been created, though, it soon became apparent that many more would be required to ease the toil of the Anunnaki workers, and soon Enki again sought the services of his half-sister and her genetic prowess. Ninma conducted further tests, began more genetic manipulation, and soon Enki's son, Ningizida, succeeded in giving the new Adamu race the desire and ability to procreate by adding 2 more pieces to the human DNA strand. He added the leaves of knowing to their tree of life. The Sumerians described this human tree of life as resembling 2 intertwined serpents. The texts tell us that the human tree at that time only had 22 leaves, and that Ninma added 2 more. Such an account very accurately describes the 24-chain double helix strand found in human DNA. Again, how on earth would the ancient Sumerians know that, do you suppose? When Enlil discovered the Adamu could now procreate, he was furious with Enki and demanded how much more his brother would grant to his new pet race without consent, and how long it would be before he further altered their life tree to include the long lifespan of the Anunnaki. His brother and sister replied that they would never add the 2 extra leaves required for longevity, but Enlil was not appeased, and he forced the Adamu to leave the Eden facilities where they had been housed and fend for themselves in the wilds, though many were still required to work for the Anunnaki, as was their purpose. Even cast out of the Eden by Enlil, the Adamu began to multiply greatly before very long, and soon both brothers had an abundant supply of the new Adamu workers, both for the mines in the Abzu and for the many tasks in the centers of Mesopotamia. Things then went along steadily for a time until the earth descended into a glacial period at around 200,000 BC, during which most of the Anunnaki returned to Nibiru for the duration. The Adamu race and other species on Earth regressed during this glacial period, which lasted until around 100,000 BC, when the Earth at last began to warm again, and it was during this time that the Anunnaki returned to Earth again. But during the 100,000 years that the Anunnaki had been away, the descendants of the Adamu had not been idle. The race had multiplied greatly during the Ice Age, and had evolved into a species that had become fair to behold, although at this time food was also becoming scarce due to the recent Ice Age and proliferation of mankind. The Anunnaki were also becoming tired of the sameness of their diet. It was sometime around this period that Lord Enki was apparently taken by 2 young Adamu maidens he saw bathing by a river, and made love to both that afternoon, leaving a servant, sworn to secrecy, to watch over them and inform him if the maidens fell pregnant and gave birth. Soon he was informed that such births had indeed taken place, 1 male and 1 female. So Enki had the children brought to his house, and, to the amazement of all, the 2 children were capable of speech. This was the first time speech had been seen in the Adamu. Enki named the 2 children Adapa, the biblical Adam, and Tiamat, after the great cosmic mother, the biblical Eve. According to Sumerian texts, Adapa and Tiamat eventually had 2 sons, Abael and Cain. In the light, that intelligent man had now miraculously come into being. The Anunnaki had grains and sheep brought from Nibiru, and the 2 sons were taught in their ways. Abael was taught as a shepherd, and in the ways of animals by one of Enki's sons named Marduk. Cain was trained in the skills of farming and the nature of soils and minerals by a son of Enlil called Ninurta. However, when the first lambs were born and the first crop was harvested, and the 2 sons brought them before Enki, he was greatly hungry for fresh meat, and so showed a great deal more joy at the prospect of fresh meat than of bread. Cain felt dejected, and soon Abael began belittling his brother and boasting that Enki favored him more, and so the tension grew. Due to a dispute over water one day, Cain killed his brother Abael with a rock, and so was brought up before the 7 who judge, and condemned to death for his crime. Enki then revealed his transgressions with the maiden, stating that Adapa was his son, and so too was Cain his descendant. He explained to all that the speech of Adapa was no miracle, but done in hope of making modern man so food could be supplied. The council then overturned Cain's death sentence to one of banishment, and said that Cain must be given a mark so that he and his descendants would be recognized and not killed by mistake. Ingizida then genetically altered Cain's essence, and he was sent to wander in a distant country. Things went along quite steadily for a long while. Adapa and Tiamat had another son called Sati, the biblical Seth, and eventually 30 more sons and daughters, and mankind continued to proliferate. Soon, for one reason or another, many of the Agigi, the biblical Nephilim, came to Earth, and many took the daughters of the new race, the descendants of Adapa, to be their brides. But the Anunnaki were larger and more powerful than the Adamu women, and many of them died in childbirth. These events are also mentioned outright in the Christian story of Genesis. Enlil viewed the unions made between Anunnaki and the descendants of Adapa as distasteful, thinking it degrading of his people to breed with a lesser race, and began to form a dislike for mankind. But he allowed the practice to continue nonetheless. The children of many of these unions between Anunnaki became people of renown. These were the godly offspring and heroes of the many ancient legends. Then, suddenly, at around 75,000 BC, the Earth descended into another ice age, far more severe than the previous one. During this time, the Anunnaki retreated again, and a great many of the Adamu race were wiped out. The writings do not mention what triggered either of these two ice ages, just the fact that they both occurred. We're told that, during the second glacial period, various regressive species of Adamu roamed the Earth, but by its conclusion, the dominant race on Earth were the descendants of Adapa, Homo sapiens sapiens. One text mentions that, sometime during this period, Nibiru's passage through the asteroid belt with one of Tiamat's former moons, now a comet, following behind it, apparently loosened many huge boulders, which caused meteor storms on the Earth, the Moon, and Mars. According to the personal account of Enki himself, the Moon was apparently struck by the comet itself as it passed. When the Anunnaki returned to Earth, they again found pockets of man who had survived the Ice Age. Enki and Ninmah were so overjoyed at finding survivors, and so impressed by the hardiness of their new race, that they both agreed that the time had come to elevate those humans who were of Anunnaki parentage to the position of rulers in Shuruppak, the great medical center of Ninmah. The decision by his brother and sister to do this enraged Enlil beyond belief, and secretly he began to plot the demise of the race of man, for he had also become tired with all the noise and disturbance that was being created by man and had, more than once, imposed severe noise restriction on them. For a great number of years he employed various methods to dispose of mankind, who by now had multiplied immensely and were creating noise, mess, and general chaos. He allowed the proliferation of waves of pestilence and disease, plagues of insects, droughts, great fires, and for general mayhem to be the lot for mankind, as punishments for their transgressions. But still, the race held on. Then, at around 13,000 BC, Enlil saw his opportunity to be rid of man once and for all. You see, the Anunnaki had noticed a strange groaning and seismic rumbling that emanated from the Great White Land in the south, Antarctica, with every passage of Nibiru, and had set up sensitive equipment at the southernmost tip of the Abzu, Africa, to monitor such activity. Enlil knew that Nibiru would soon be making another close passage past the Earth, and his readings had shown that, with the gravitational pull of the huge celestial body in such close proximity to the Earth, a slip of the Antarctic ice cap was imminent. The event would generate an enormous global tsunami and worldwide flooding. He knew that it would be imperative for the Anunnaki to leave Earth during such an event, or they would surely perish in the deluge. Enlil then held a meeting with Enki, Ninmah, and the other Anunnaki, and informed them of the approaching calamity, but made them swear to secrecy and to withhold information about the impending disaster from men, so the race would be obliterated in the flood. But Enki was distraught and could not bear to keep to the oath. So great was his love for the race he had created with his half-sister, and civilized man that had sprung from the line of Adapa. So one night, after a vision, he devised a plan, and the next day, he went to visit one of his human sons in secret. The man was named Ziusudra, the biblical Noah, also known as Upnapishtim, or as Atrahashish in some tales. Not looking at Ziusudra, but instead pretending to speak to a reed hut, and so holding true to his vow, Enki told the hut about the doom that was about to befall the earth, and left instruction on a tablet for the building of a great submersible vessel that would roll and tumble, in which a man and his companions could safely ride out a great deluge that was soon to come from the south and engulf all civilization. Enki emphasized haste in the task and said to gather inside the craft his family and all the domestic creatures that he could. He then provided him with a navigator named Ninagal, who was another of his sons. Enki then instructed him that he should look to the west for a sign that the deluge was imminent, and it would then be time to board the vessel and seal it tightly. He said not to inform anyone of the doom that was to befall mankind, but instead to say to his countrymen that he had won the displeasure of Lord Enlil and was now to move to the Abzu to serve Lord Enki, and those who wished to travel with him he would take. We are told that Enki and Ninmah were also sorrowful that all the creatures of the world, including those that they had brought from Nibiru, would also perish in the flood, and so they conceived a plan to extract the essence, DNA, from as many as they could, so they could repopulate the earth with them after the deluge. The precious seeds of all the animals they could find were collected in pairs, one male and one female, then stored in a box and delivered to Ninagal by messenger for him to also hold safely within the vessel. Then, sometime around circa 11,000 BC, came the deluge. At the first signs of the event, the Anunnaki immediately launched their ships from the spaceport at Sipar to the west of Ziusudra's position with his submersible vessel. When Ninagal saw launch of so many ships, he saw the sign that Enki had told him would come from the west, for the Anunnaki were now departing. So Ziusudra hurriedly boarded the vessel and sealed himself inside to wait for the deluge, taking with him his family, those who had wished from the start to sail with him to the Abzu, his navigator, and what creatures he could gather with him. Then came a massive deluge of ocean from the south that engulfed the globe. The ships of the Anunnaki escaped the flood and sat in orbit as they watched the devastation from the heavens as the waters swept across the earth. Ninmah wept openly at the destruction, and Enki also grieved greatly. And there they waited until the torrents subsided. After the deluge. Soon after the flood waters subsided, the Anunnaki returned to Earth. When Enlil found that there were humans who had survived the deluge, and he learned of his brother Enki's deception, he was furious and wanted to kill the survivors on the spot. But his brother and sister begged him to see reason. They pleaded with Enlil, saying that the race of man had many admirable qualities and should be given a chance to prove their worth, and that soon he too would grow to love them. Finally, after Enki had related to his brother the divine vision that caused him to conceive the plan for mankind's salvation, Enlil agreed to spare the survivors and allow them to live with his blessing. Enlil himself granted man the use of seeds and farming implements, while Enki taught Ziusudra and his sons the domestication of animals. Thus, for many years, mankind lived and prospered in peace with the Anunnaki. Though a great destruction had been wrought upon the earth, a wonder had also been revealed. When the waters had subsided and Enki surveyed the earth in his whirlwind, described in the text as a black sky bird, he found that the waters of the deluge had also uncovered vast amounts of the urgently needed gold in a new land across the sea. Vast quantities had been found strewn all about as nuggets, and much could be obtained without even the need for mining. So settlements were soon established to collect the gold and ship it back to the Persian Gulf for transportation back to Nibiru. Lamu had also been finally devastated by the most recent passage of Nibiru and had now lost what little atmosphere it had left. Its remaining water had dissipated with what remained, now locked and frozen at its poles. Enlil divided the lands and allotted the descendants of Ziusudra 3 regions to control. During this period, Enlil's son Ninurta built mighty dams in the mountains and drained the waters from Mesopotamia, making the entire area habitable again. Enki set about reclaiming still more lands in the Nile Valley. The Anunnaki kept control of the Sinai Peninsula area and re-established their former spaceport. Only this time, they set up their control center on Mount Moriah, the site
that was later to become Jerusalem, as the former sites all now lay beneath meters of dried mud and soil. All but one, the massive stone blocks that had been used to construct the landing platform at Sippar, had withstood the waters and still remained, and so the old platform was also incorporated into the newer facilities. Enki had 6 sons. The most notable of these was one named Marduk, the Egyptian god Ra, one named Nergal, one named Ningishida, the Egyptian god Thoth, and one named Dumuzi. Marduk had earlier been in charge of the Igigi manning the way station on Lamu before the Deluge, and had taught Abael in the ways of animal husbandry. Enki, himself a great scientist, taught much of his knowledge to all of his sons, but of them, the wisest and most adept, by far, was Ningishida. For a time, lordship of the Nile region was given to Marduk, who, through various wives and concubines, also had sons. Of them all, the 3 that mostly concern our tale were named Satu, the Egyptian god Seth, Asar, the Egyptian god Osiris, and another son called Nabu. While still retaining lordship, Marduk then divided control of the Egyptian territories between his sons Satu and Asar. During this period, when the Anunnaki were establishing the new facilities in the Gulf, they needed a twin-peaked mountain for the new landing corridor, where there were only flat plains, and so they are reported to have built an artificial mountain at the location, and then filled it with sensitive equipment and powerful crystal arrays. The place was also built to function as a landing beacon, emitting a powerful beam skyward from its summit. The location they are said to have done this was in the land of the 2 Narrows, the Nile Valley. The beacon functioned primarily to triangulate landings at the new spaceport. It was called the Ikur, house which like a mountain is. The writings tell us that first a smaller scale model was constructed, and then the 2 large peaks that were required for the landing corridor were made. They tell us that the main structure had a crystal stone on its summit that beamed its force skyward. The beam emanating from the capstone was itself powered by crystal stones arranged inside within a long gallery. All was controlled by the pulsing stone, which was mounted in an enclosure within the main chamber. The power and force of this crystal array was then magnified by special hollow chambers between it and the capstone. The entrance to the Ikur was said to be by means of a secret swivel stone. Cuneiform and pictorial texts found on ancient Sumerian clay tablets indicate that both the design and construction of the Ikur was accomplished by Enki's son, Ningishida, Thoth. The Sumerian account also tells us that, to mark the occasion of this great accomplishment, a lion-shaped monument bearing the face of Ningishida and looking along the 30th parallel directly toward the landing facility in the Persian Gulf was erected. The texts say the shape of a lion was chosen so all who live in future times would know that the task was achieved in the age of the lion, circa 10,500 BC. The 2 brothers, Asar and Satu, wed 2 sisters called Asta and Nabat. Asar wed Asta. The Egyptian goddess Isis spent much of his time in the Abzu with his father and was granted succession by Marduk. But Satu, through coaxing from his wife Nabat, also coveted the throne, so he killed his brother Asar, cut off his phallus, and cast him into the waters in a coffin. Satu then assumed rule of all Egypt. Asta retrieved the body of her husband Asar and, with the aid of Enki, Ninma, and Ningishida, became impregnated with Asar's seed. She then bore a child named Haran, the Egyptian god Horus, who was the son of Asar, and trained long to avenge his father's death. Satu was attacked by Haran and eventually defeated by his divine weapon in the aerial battle that ensued. The device was said to be a powerful missile known as the Weapon of 30, and known in Egyptian texts as the Harpoon of Horus. Satu was then brought before the council by Haran. However, he soon escaped and seized control of the Sinai Peninsula and Canaan. The descendants of Enlil were enraged that a rebellious descendant of Enki was now in control of all the Mesopotamian spaceport facilities, and Enlil's son Ninurta launched a war to regain control of the peninsula, during which Satu was again forced to flee, then making his last stand inside the Ikor itself. There he was able to stay indefinitely, as it was impregnable. About 30 years later, tired of the fighting, Ninmah convened a peace conference. The descendants of Enlil were thereby victorious, and soon disposed of the murderous Satu. Ninurta himself removed the pulsing stone from the main chamber, and all the navigational equipment and weaponry from the Ikor. Then he himself cast down its crystal capstone, so it could never again be used as a weapon. Rightful division of the earth and proper boundaries was then re-established, and, much to the rising anger of Marduk, during the proceedings new rulers were decided upon. Following the disturbance created by Satu, control of Egypt was thereby transferred from the house of Marduk to the house of Ingeshita, and the construction of a new substitute beacon city was begun at Anu, Heliopolis, the biblical On. Marduk was given charge of the new city, and, on its tower, he placed the Binbin, the conical upper section of his celestial boat. Outposts were then established at the gateways to the space facility to prevent unauthorized access. One of these outposts was the city of Jericho. For her role in the proceedings, Ninmah was given the new title of Ninhursag, Peacemaker. Sometime during these events, security of the new spaceport facility at Sippar was allotted to the hero of the Deluge, Zisudra himself. The period of peace continued for many years, and, during this time, the Anunnaki granted various technological advances to mankind. The Anunnaki ruled the earth fairly, though still retaining the status of demigods. But eventually man was granted kingship on earth, while Enlil's son Ninurta sat as overruler. The first urban civilization was established in Sumer, first region, and the calendar was begun at Nippur in 3760 BC. The capital of the new civilization was called Kish, and the Anunnaki also re-established their golden cities at Eridu and Nippur. Then, about 100 years later, the great Anu arrived back on Earth for a celebratory pageant, and a new temple was built in his honor at Uruk, also known as Erech. Anu was pleased with the temple and designated it as the new dwelling of his beloved granddaughter Inanna, also known as Ishtar. As joyous as this occasion was, we are informed here by the writings that it was disturbing to Anu at just how much the short sun cycles of the earth had been affecting the Anunnaki, who had remained on earth for extended periods. He was especially upset by the appearance of his two sons and daughter, who had been here the longest of all. Now, despite their extended lifespans, the three had aged greatly and appeared much older than their father. Eventually, after Anu's departure, the position of overruler in Sumer was transferred to a descendant of Enlil named Nanar, also known as Sin. The land in question still bears his name today, Sin's land, Sinai. Marduk, however, had other ideas, and, after rallying support among Igigi and Min, he declared himself to be commander of a new gateway to the gods, and commenced the construction of a city and great tower at Babili to serve as a new spaceport at the site. The rebellion was soon quashed by the Enlilites, and the new spaceport was totally destroyed in the infamous Tower of Babel incident mentioned in the Bible. Marduk, now confused and further dejected, his planned coup quashed, returned to Egypt, where he immediately deposed his brother Ningishita and again seized control of Egypt. Ingishita fled the battle in time, but due to a subsequent scheme by Marduk to discredit and also depose the rights of his younger brother Dumuzi, who happened to be betrothed to Anu's favorite granddaughter Inanna, his younger brother was killed by accident. Fearful of the indirect hand he had played in the death of his younger brother, Dumuzi, Marduk fled to hide in the now abandoned Ekur, locking himself within its central chamber by lowering 3 keystones. But he was tried for his crimes, in his absence, by a group assembled outside. Instead of death, the court imprisoned Marduk alive inside the Ekur at Inanna's request, and great blocking stones were released within the structure, sealing it completely. However, Marduk's sentence was overturned, and he was rescued, before he starved to death, in a daring plan devised by Ingizida that involved using the original building plans of the Ekur and hacking and blasting a twisting way through an emergency shaft. Upon his release, Marduk again disappeared into exile and became known as Amen, the unseen god. Inanna never forgave Marduk for his hand in Dumuzi's death, and it would ultimately prove to be a source of endless tensions and devastating ruin. The rule of Egypt was somewhat disorderly and chaotic for the next 350 years, until finally order was reestablished with the installation of the first pharaoh in Memphis, and it was then that civilization came to the second region. At that time, the kingship in Sumer was transferred from Kish to Uruk, and Inanna was given control of this third region. It was about this time that the Indus Valley civilization also began. Eventually, the line of kingship began to deteriorate. The royal capital began to shift about again, and Enlil soon began once more to lose patience with the multitudes of noisy and unruly humans. It was then that Inanna, or Ishtar, fell in love with Sharukin, also called Jargon. They were married in a great ceremony, and a new capital was established called Agate. This was the beginning of the fourth region and the birth of the Akkadian Empire, or Akkadian Empire. About 60 years later, after coaxing from Inanna, and with the aim of ruling all 4 regions, Sharukin removed sacred soil from Babylon to take it to Agate. Marduk, who had been hiding in Babili, was incensed by the action, and the old dispute between Marduk and Inanna soon began to flare up again. Eventually, Marduk's brother Nergal traveled from South Africa to Babili and persuaded Marduk to leave Mesopotamia for fear of further wrath from Anu. Sometime during this period, due to the escalating conflicts, Enlil and Enki held counsel with each other and decided to establish a second, more secret spaceport in the new lands, from whence the gold was being extracted. They decided that the facility would be known only to a few, so that the vital gold shipments to Nibiru could continue, no matter whatever occurred in Mesopotamia. So a city was built beside a lake high in the mountains, and an ore refining facility was established. Here, Ningizida had found other humans, the descendants of Cain, who had also survived the deluge by sheltering on high mountain peaks. He taught these survivors mining and the crafting of certain metals. Very significantly, we are told that the event began with the presentation of tools at a special ceremony, which is said to have taken place on a remote island that lies on a lake found high in the mountains of the New Land, the land where the gold was found. Soon Inanna's son Naram-Sin ascended to the throne and, spurred on by his mother, who had become increasingly more warlike since her encounters with Marduk, he seized control of the Sinai Peninsula and invaded Egypt. Within 35 years, Inanna had usurped power over all Mesopotamia, and Naram-Sin was defying the overrule of Ninurta at Nippur. However, they had not counted on the anger of Anu and the other great Anunnaki leaders, who responded angrily by totally obliterating the city of Agate. Before long, all of Sumer and Akkadia were occupied by foreign troops loyal to Enlil and Ninurta, but Inanna escaped and fled. To stem any further uprisings, the Anunnaki then reinstated themselves as overrulers of the earth and began establishing and dividing territories of control. Soon a new city called Lagash was built in Mesopotamia, and Sumer began a new age of prosperity under enlightened rulers, its civilization now reaching new heights. In 2193 BC, a man named Terah was born into the royal family in Nippur. 13 years later, Egypt again became divided. Those followers who were loyal to the house of Marduk retained rule of Upper Egypt, while those who opposed Marduk retained the throne of Lower Egypt. Enlil and Ninurta were increasingly absent during this time, and Inanna made many unsuccessful attempts to regain rule of Uruk. But soon the conflicts began to escalate until the earth was plunged into an all-out war. The downfall of kings. By about 2200 BC, various settlements and territories had been established, and, with them, various disputes had broken out amongst the Anunnaki. In 2123 BC, Terah had a son named Ibrum, the biblical Abraham, and 10 years later, Enlil handed control of the lands of Shem to Nanar. A capital was established for the new empire at Ur. Overall control of Sumer was given to Ur-Nammu, who then ascended the throne and was named Protector of Nippur. But in 2096 BC, Ur-Nammu was killed in battle. The people of Ur greatly mourned his loss and saw it as a betrayal by Anu and Enlil. Shugli was next to ascend the throne of Ur, and at first, he worked greatly to strengthen the old ties with the house of Anu, but eventually, he was to fall under the charms of Inanna and became her lover. Soon, Shugli gave the city of Larsa to the Elamites in exchange for foreign military services, and a new unrest swept across the lands. Princes loyal to Marduk marched northward from Thebes, led by Marduk's son, Mentuhotep I, who was also gaining further supporters of his father's cause in Western Asia as he marched. Nanar ordered Shugli to send his Elamite troops in to suppress the uprisings and unrest in the Canaan Empire, and the Elamites pushed forward, eventually reaching as far as the gateway to the Sinai Peninsula and the Anunnaki spaceport. But in 2048 BC, Shugli was also to die in the battle. Marduk then moved to the land of the Hittites, and Ibrum was sent to Canaan with elite troops to serve as a peacekeeper. The next year, Amar-Sin, the biblical Amraphel, ascended the throne of Ur, while Ibrum went to Egypt, where he stayed for 5 years before returning to Canaan with further troops. Before long, Amar-Sin was under the beguiling influence of Inanna, who guided him in forming a coalition of Eastern kings. Amar-Sin then launched a military incursion to gain control of the Sinai, but the coalition forces, led by an Elamite called Kedor Laomer, were blocked by Abraham at the entrance to the spaceport. Then 3 years later, Amar-Sin was replaced as king by Shu-Sin. However, it was already clear that the empire was beginning to disintegrate. 9 years later, Shu-Sin was also replaced by Ibi-Sin, but by this time, many of the western provinces were becoming increasingly loyal to Marduk. Marduk had not been idle in his absence. He had been working in secret, gathering support for his cause for many years, and by 2024 BC, he reasoned that he was finally in a position to regain the control he felt he so deserved. Gathering all his followers and loyal supporters, he marched on Sumer and took up the throne at Babylon, declaring himself as supreme ruler over earth and endowing upon himself the new title of Ra. Enki begged his son to rethink his actions, but Ra, or Marduk, then removed Nibiru's name from the creation epic, the Enuma Elish, to be replaced by his own as the ultimate creator of all. He created a new 10-month calendar, taught his followers to follow the cycles of the sun, and declared himself to be the Lord of all. He also had the image of his brother, Thoth, removed from the Sphinx and replaced it with that of his slain son Asar. But he went too far when he declared his sons to be worthy of the lifespans provided by a trip to the place of everlasting years and, partaking of the food and drink of Nibiru, then declared the Sinai Peninsula spaceport to be the Duat, the gateway to heaven for all those loyal to him. Elsewhere across the region, the fighting had spread to central Mesopotamia, and Ra's forces, led by his son Nabu, were quickly gaining the upper hand. But when the fighting finally reached as far as Nippur, and the holiest of holies was defiled in the temple there. It became too much for Enlil, who demanded punishment for Ra and Nabu. Enki desperately opposed the punishment and pleaded for clemency for his son Ra, but another of Enki's sons, and Ra's own brother, Nergal, agreed that this time Ra had gone too far and sided with his uncle Enlil. Anu hesitated in his decision, but when Ra's son Nabu began rallying his Canaanite followers in preparation to capture and control the spaceport, and it became clear that all would soon be lost, Anu approved the use of the weapons of terror. Attacks were then launched by Nergal and Ninurta, during which the spaceport and all the errant Canaanite cities were destroyed. But it had also been decreed that only those cities that were designated should be obliterated, and the people at large must be spared. The weapons they used numbered 7, and Nergal and Ninurta were carefully instructed in their use. Enlil stressed to Ninurta that Ibram, or Abraham, must be spared the destruction, and that his line must survive at all costs. In the writings, the 7 weapons of terror were given names by Nergal. The first he called the one without rival, the second the blazing flame, the third was the one who with terror crumbles, the fourth the mountain melter, fifth was wind that the rim of the world seeks, the sixth weapon the one who above and below no one spares, and the seventh weapon was filled with monstrous venom and named Vaporizer of Living Things. At a sign from Enlil, Nergal and Ninurta unleashed the terrible power of the mighty weapons upon the targets they had chosen, which were destroyed utterly in the ensuing blasts. However, the Anunnaki themselves were unaware of the extent of the destruction they were about to unleash upon the world, or of the long-term consequences of their actions. Their main objective had been to quell the fighting once and for all, but within 1 year, a poisonous and radioactive cloud from the attacks had spread across all of Sumer and Egypt, killing thousands. The water over all of Mesopotamia became contaminated, and animal life in the area died out, and the soil became barren and lifeless. Soon the once great civilization of Sumer lay broken and decimated, never to rise again. The stronghold Ra had constructed at Babili survived the destruction. Enlil then relinquished dominion of the lands of the first region of Ra, and continued the gold operations in the new lands. And so ends the story of the Sumerians. It is not stated in the text why the Anunnaki never returned to rebuild their civilization, nor if they ever planned to return again. It would seem that they just preferred to wash their hands of the whole affair and simply leave man to his own devices. But then things may not always be what they seem at first glance. Now, notwithstanding the fact that what has just been related to us sounds something like science fiction meets Genesis versus the sun god, this ancient Sumerian tale seems to be an awfully detailed account of planetary and genetic creation and massive wars, and contains a striking number of recognizable biblical references and an extraordinary amount of recently discovered scientific information. For a tale written on clay tablets from a civilization of around 6,000 years ago, from people who weren't supposed to know about the Giza Valley complex in Egypt, or about things like the 24-strand DNA tree with its serpentine shape, or about genetic engineering, space travel, weapons of mass destruction, radiation fallout, the asteroid belt, advanced astronomy, the mysterious face on Mars, or the fact that seawater contains the world's largest gold deposits, if we only knew how to extract it. Wouldn't you agree? And again, I ask you to remember, and I cannot stress this point enough, that this remarkable story did not spring from some science fiction writer's pen, but from clay tablets written by the ancient Sumerians 6,000 years ago. As a point of interest, have you ever noticed that the modern medical symbol of 2 serpents intertwined about a dagger is an accurate depiction of DNA? The same symbol has been used since ancient times, and yet DNA has only recently been discovered. The simple fact that such a symbol was chosen indicates that the information was likely once known, but somehow forgotten since the intertwined symbol was adopted. The use of that particular design by the medical profession still today is far too great a coincidence to be dismissed lightly. Even the choice of the serpent is suggestive of Enki. Why use a serpent? Why not use a vine? There's a great deal more to the Sumerian story, but a full account of the tale would fill this entire book. Please understand that the story as it has just been presented to you is in a paraphrased and condensed form, taken from translations of 6,000-year-old Sumerian tablets, as presented to us by Zechariah Sitchin. I highly recommend reading his book, The Earth Chronicles, for a far more detailed and comprehensive version. I find it to be quite remarkable that the Sumerian texts mention the construction of a huge landing beacon in the Nile Valley on such an old text. The beacon, named the Ankur, which means house that like a mountain is, in the Sumerian account is, I believe, the first mention of any construction in the Nile Valley that appears in any histories. As the texts abundantly show, the story of Adam being created from the clay of the ground, as well as Adam and Eve's expulsion from Eden after their encounter with the serpent, and the discovery of sex, also has its roots in a Sumerian story dealing with a confrontation between Enlil and Enki that erupted when Enki gave the Adamu race the ability to procreate. This sexual ability is why the race was removed from the Eden facility. There has not been any Sumerian text found of the actual moment of expulsion as yet, but a picture that has survived is interesting. It shows the confrontation between the Lord God, Enlil, depicted on the right, and the serpent god, Enki, depicted on the left, and the offering of the forbidden fruit from the tree of life, as now shown on the screen. As Sitchin points out, what makes this depiction particularly interesting is, it writes out, in archaic Sumerian, as the star and triangle symbol resembling a downward pointing arrow, the god's epithet/name. The star spells God, and the triangular symbol reads Bur, Buru, or Buzur. All terms that make the epithet name mean God who solves secrets, God of the deep minds, and variations thereof. The Bible, in the original Hebrew, calls the God who tempted Eve, Nakash, which has been translated as serpent, but the literal translation of Nakash also means he who solves secrets and he who knows metals. The connections are clear. This depiction is actually of a special interest because it shows the serpent god with his hands and feet in tethers, suggesting that Enki may even have been arrested after his unauthorized deed. In his anger, Enlil ordered the expulsion of the Adam, the Homo sapiens earthling, from the Eden, the abode of the righteous ones, or Eden. As previously mentioned, one of Enki's epithets was he who solves secrets, thereby further identifying him as the biblical Nakash, or serpent. Sitchin also did well in verifying many of the Sumerian locations mentioned in the texts. For example, he reasoned that if both the pre- and post-diluvial flight paths that were actually at 45 degrees to the 30th parallel, that if certain landmarks which, the text suggested, really were the points that were used to triangulate the landings, and that if 7 vital control centers lay along the flight path, as the texts also suggested, then locating them in the actual landing pad at Sippar should be a reasonably straightforward and logical affair. Sitchin indeed succeeded in locating all of the sites for the 7 centers along the pre-diluvial flight path, as his own diagrams show. He also located all the facilities along the post-diluvial flight path. And, lo and behold, at the exact point of the triangle where the post-diluvial spaceport is said to have been, we find the ruins of Baalbek, with its huge cyclopean stone platform of ancient and completely unknown origin that local legends tell us was built by the gods. The evidence Sitchin has also provided to substantiate the claims made by the Sumerian texts is substantial to the point of being overwhelming, and I have little doubt that the events the Sumerians describe and the scenario Sitchin purports proves, in this author's opinion, will one day be accepted as solid fact. And there is also the 6,000-year-old Sumerian account of the death of Alalu on Lamu, or Mars, to consider. We are told of his being placed in a cave beneath a mountain, and of the Anunnaki carving the mountain into the likeness of his face, wearing an eagle mask or space helmet, gazing skyward. Could that be the real explanation of the enigmatic face on Mars, seen in photos? The unusual surface feature in the Cydonia region, though heavily eroded, certainly does not look natural in any way, either in the first Viking satellite photograph taken by the Mars Global Surveyor. Especially strange is the perfectly edged helmet and the way station that is said to have existed in the vicinity. Could this explain the strange pyramidal shapes nearby that look like purposely laid out structures? Maybe not, but the fact that the ancient Sumerians seemed to know of and mention such features is interesting nonetheless. And there is another surprising little artifact of some interest, again presented to us by Sitchin. This comes in the form of an ancient coin that has survived from Byblos, a city that lies on the Mediterranean coast of Lebanon in the Mesopotamian area, the biblical city of Gebal. The coin depicts the Temple of Ishtar, which was originally the landing place constructed in the Cedar Mountains for Anu's visit. In this ancient rendition of the temple, we are shown a grand temple with a large courtyard behind it. In the courtyard, we see a platform that looks as though it has been reinforced by cross members. The courtyard area has a large wall around it, forming an enclosure that can be reached by a wide staircase, and a large conical-shaped object sits on the reinforced platform, dominating the engraving. In all honesty, the depiction on the coin really does look very remarkably like a rocket ship sitting on a launch pad. Does this engraving show us the ruins that still remain at Baalbek? Is this coin an actual depiction of the huge cyclopean platform reached by that monumental staircase as it once used to be? Certainly, if it needed to be robust enough for a launch pad, as the text suggests, it would help to account for why it was built as a 13-meter-high, 88 by 48-meter-wide platform using 300-ton blocks, and why it may have been necessary to incorporate those 800-ton blocks into the retaining wall. Yes, I think it would make sense in those circumstances to do that. The claims made by Sitchin in his translations of the ancient Sumerian texts are remarkable to say the least, and the fact that these same stories were edited and condensed to produce the Christian tale of Genesis may come as a real shock to many of those of a religious nature. Yet, as we can see, the connections are obvious. But could this tale be true? Can the story they tell of ancient gods from another planetary body with a vast elliptical orbit be verified? The tale describes a race called the Anunnaki and says that their quest on this planet was the acquisition of gold to protect the eroding atmosphere on their own planet. Could it be true? In an attempt to find answers to these questions, we must first look to another enigmatic culture. Chapter 10. The Story of the Maya. The mysterious Mayan civilization existed in South America from some time before 500 BC, evolving through the Olmecs, the Toltecs, the Mayans, and the Aztecs, who held power over the lands until the arrival of the Spanish. A complete rundown of the history of the Maya is not required for the purposes of this work. However, a brief history is in order. Like that of ancient Egypt, the civilization of the Mayans is one that seems to have sprung full-blown into existence. There is no period of development. Suddenly, it was just there. Unfortunately, there exists now only very little information about the actual civilization due to the brutal, irresponsible acts committed by the Spanish conquistadors under the callous leadership of Hernando Cortez in their invasion, destruction, and vandalism of the empire in 1519 AD. In their ego and greed, the Spanish invaders sought thoroughly to loot the entire country.
kill or enslave the entire population, and systematically destroy every trace of the culture in the name of Spain, the Roman Catholic Church, and, of course, gold. But just stop and think about that for a minute. Why gold? Gold has always been considered a prize throughout our entire history. It is but a soft yellow metal of little practical use, yet it has always been considered worthy of invasion, war, or even murder to obtain. Few substances on earth can arouse more lust or greed in the hearts of men. Why? Why was gold, a metal for which there was no real use in the ancient past, ever considered to be so valuable? It is soft and can be polished. It's great stuff for making pretty trinkets from, but it is virtually useless with regard to any practical application. It's much too soft to be used for items that would have been considered of value in the past, such as weapons or armor, or for use in building or industry, or for anything but decoration. Of course, it has unique electrical properties, but would people in ancient times have known or needed that? How and why would gold ever be used to serve any useful purpose, or any that could be deemed so valuable and sought after in such remote and ancient times? The Aztecs used no form of money or metal tools, yet when the Spanish arrived, they were astounded and amazed by the beauty and sheer volume of treasures the Indians possessed. When they arrived at Cusco, they found a city that was covered with gold, even the buildings. The complex contained a garden where the plants, birds, insects, and even a fountain were all fashioned from pure gold in intricate detail. The main temple had a courtyard in which there stood a field of maize, which is corn, of which every stalk was fashioned from silver, and the ears of corn from pure gold. The yard contained an amazing 180,000 square feet of golden and silver corn. Every year, gold was brought by his subjects and paid in tribute to the Aztec king, but none was ever allowed to leave Cusco under pain of death. There, in Cusco, it was held in storage for the gods to whom the people believed it actually belonged, and who would one day return to claim it. Many of the buildings in Cusco were also draped with decorated gold sheeting fashioned into elaborate plaques and fixed to the walls by silver nails. The nails that were removed from one temple alone in Cusco comprised in excess of 13 ounces of silver. During the subsequent looting of the civilization by the Spanish, in what can only be described as one of the greatest acts of cultural vandalism in our history, over a period of about 10 years, upwards of 11 million ounces of golden artifacts were melted down and sent to Spain as gold bullion. Between 1519 and 1749, some 300 million ounces of gold were pillaged and removed from the country. Despite all of this vast wealth of precious metal, the Aztec used no currency and remained completely unaware of the concept of money. And, though master goldsmiths, they also possessed no knowledge of metal tools. So how, without metal tools, did they produce megalithic structures? How were they able to obtain such vast quantities of gold if they were unable to mine it? And why have there been found the traces of ancient mines in the region? If they were not mined by the Indians, then by whom were they mined? What were the enigmatic sites of Cusco and Tiahuanaco on the shores of Lake Titicaca, with their myriad of underground tunnel systems, used for? Why were they built in such an inaccessible region? These questions still puzzle many scholars, and the actual recorded accounts that have survived are extremely limited. The Aztec civilization was decimated within 10 years of the Spanish landing. Except for possibly one or two strongholds the Spanish did not manage to find, and much of the Mayan history and culture was recorded on the elaborate gold plaques and steel that were stolen and removed by the Spanish, who melted most of what they found into ingots for shipment back to Spain. Many papyrus scrolls had also once existed, but the religious culture of the South American Indians was so different and so bizarre, with its strange, sometimes even Christian beliefs, and conflicted with the Roman Catholic Church in so many ways, that the very existence of the texts and even the Mayan language itself was considered to be an abomination. The first Archbishop of Mexico is claimed to have burned tens of thousands of such scrolls in the 1500s. To the Catholic Spanish, the beliefs of the natives appeared to be some horrible travesty of Christianity,
because the Mayan religious system did actually contain many elements that can be found in Christianity. But by the time of the Aztec rule, many new rites involving other much more barbarous practices had also been introduced, and the two opposing belief systems had become intertwined. The Spanish were also convinced that the megalithic structures of the civilization had undoubtedly been built by demons, and there were some priests who even believed the devil himself had created the entire culture and religious system in a heinous mockery of Christianity that assured the pagan souls of the natives would be more effectively damned to an eternity in hell. Due to this attitude, apart from a few temple inscriptions, today only 4 Mayan books remain. These were saved and smuggled away by an honest priest who could see the historical significance of the culture and the evil that had been wrought on the natives by his people in the name of his church. These 4 books are called the Dresden Codex, the Paris Codex, the Madrid Codex, and the Grolier Codex. So how was it that Cortez and his men were able to destroy the Mayan Empire so completely and so effectively? It happened so quickly that it would almost seem that they had God on their side. And in a way, it could be said that they did because, in a simple case of mistaken identity, the Aztecs opened their doors and welcomed the murderous Spanish invaders right into their midst as honored guests, and even held a mighty banquet in honor of their arrival. The arrival of the Spanish conquistadors was perceived to be a great and long-awaited day by the Aztecs, and many people came to the banquet to greet and honor the visitors. But when the Spanish arrived at the Aztec city and saw the riches that adorned it, the cunning conquistadors placed armed guards on all the doors of the banquet hall and slaughtered the entire gathering of unarmed natives with sword, axe, and musket, and then brutally looted the city, showing no mercy to the inhabitants. One of the most brutal and merciless was a commander named Francisco Pizarro, who became almost obsessed with finding a mythical city of gold that the Spanish called El Dorado, City of the Golden Man. There are some fascinating and detailed tales regarding this Golden King, but their inclusion in this book is unnecessary for this story. The story of the Spanish conquest is quite detailed and very tragic, but to simplify it, eventually through a series of ignoble events, the Spanish succeeded in taking the Aztec king Montezuma as hostage and demanded no less than a room full of gold to secure the king's release. A very large room, actually more like a small hall. The people complied with their demands, but when the Spanish saw how easily the ransom was raised, they demanded more, and again his subjects brought the gold for the invaders. But no matter how much gold the people brought to secure the release of their king, the Spanish kept their king imprisoned and continued demanding more, so much that they earned the nickname Gold Eaters from the natives, who felt certain the Spanish must use the yellow metal for food, so great was their need for it. When it became obvious to them that the Spanish would never free their king, the Aztecs gathered all their remaining treasures and hid them away from the Spanish in a secret place where it still remains, hidden and still undiscovered to this day. Montezuma was eventually beheaded by the conquistadors, even after the ransom was paid many times over, and it is likely that it was never Cortez's intention to release him. But why did the poor Aztecs welcome the ruthless and gold-hungry Spanish so freely and so openly into their midst, and then comply so readily to their ruthless demands? It's because the very day that Cortez arrived on their shores was a very significant date in a very significant year, and, in reality, they were actually already expecting a long-anticipated visit from someone else. The Luck of Cortez. The ancient Mayan legends talk of a visitor that had once come to their shores. The exact date of the arrival of this mysterious stranger has been heavily debated. Many scholars believe it most likely to have been sometime after 500 BC, but there is other evidence to suggest it may even have been a great deal earlier than that. The visitor is described as a man bearded and fair-skinned, who dressed in flowing garments marked all over with crosses. The legends call him Quetzalcoatl and describe him as a god of learning and life, a great leader and teacher of infinite wisdom. One legend has it that Quetzalcoatl came to the Mayan shores on a raft of feathered serpents that was drawn by clouds, and later disappeared on such a raft, but sang to the Maya on his departure that he would return one day to reclaim his throne and depose his enemies. The name Quetzalcoatl itself translates as plumed serpent.
Quetzalcoatl is said to have shown the Mayans how to plant corn and grow crops, a thing which greatly changed their quality of life. They say he taught them writing and the calendar. It was Quetzalcoatl, said the Mayans, who taught them to build, and it was he who constructed their wondrous megalithic structures. He is described by them as the author of all activities that are beneficial to man, a person of great wisdom who lived by a strict moral code, forsaking all intoxicating or carnal pleasures. The reason for his departure is unclear. One legend states that one day Quetzalcoatl was tricked into acts of lewdness by a rival who had disguised an intoxicating potion as medicine and convinced him to drink plenty of the draught. When he awoke the next day to find what he had done, he was greatly ashamed by his actions and left the Mayan shores, but vowed one day to return and reclaim his kingship. Another legend holds that he was needed elsewhere and sailed away northward, and there are others giving various reasons as to why he left. For whatever reason, Quetzalcoatl eventually left South America, but upon his departure, he said to the Mayans that he would return to their shores one day and told them to look for his arrival on the day of Nine Wind, April 22nd, in the year of the Reed. A Reed year occurs once every 52 years in the Mayan calendar. Most legends say that when Quetzalcoatl left on his raft of feathered serpents, he sailed back to his home, a land that lay to the north, while his followers shot flaming arrows into the air to mark their way as he left, leaving fiery cross-like patterns in the sky. Some stories say that he flashed into the heavens to become the morning star. When Cortez arrived on those same shores in 1519, it was in the year of the Reed, and not only that, but it was April 22nd, the very day that Quetzalcoatl was predicted to return. On that most fateful of days, Montezuma's scouts had hastily run to deliver news to him that sentries along their eastern coast had seen floating palaces propelled by billowing white clouds arriving at their shores in the morning mists. The clouds had large fire-red crosses on them, and flames erupted from the bellies of the palaces, followed by the sounds of roaring thunder. They told the king that, when the palaces had at last come to land, all kinds of strange creatures had emerged from their bellies. Some half man and half metal, others with 6 legs and 2 heads, some with strange sticks that poured out fire and death, and with them were huge and savage beasts that foamed at the mouth. Yet all these creatures paid homage to one figure that stood in the center, a man all clad in metal, bearded and fair-skinned. It could only be Quetzalcoatl, for the Mayans had never seen sailing ships, cannons, guns, and men in armor or on horseback before. To the Mayans, a man on a horse may well appear at first to be a creature with 6 legs and 2 heads, one that foamed at the mouth. They believed that such amazing things could only possibly mean the return of their great teacher and leader, and they were very anxious not to offend him and welcome him in a manner befitting such a great one. Montezuma himself was quite apprehensive about the return of Quetzalcoatl because, when he had left, he had sworn to take vengeance on those who had betrayed him, and, since his departure, the Mayans had turned from his teaching somewhat and begun barbaric practices. Even human sacrifices were now commonplace. Montezuma knew that Quetzalcoatl would be greatly angered by such activity, and expected him to exact retribution. When Cortez arrived, the Mayans hastily presented him with the crown of Quetzalcoatl, which was a huge plumed and golden headdress, and they bowed before him. The decorative headdress was immediately sent back to Spain, and can still be found today in the Spanish Museum. Had it not been the 22nd of April on a Reed year, perhaps more precautions would have been taken in approaching the strangers, but the Mayans were unwilling to appear rude to a god. Never could the poor Maya have been more sadly mistaken, to their peril, ruin, and death. Quetzalcoatl. So who exactly was Quetzalcoatl, this ancient and most mysterious of benefactors? Numerous legends tell us that a person called Manco Capac was the legendary founder of the South American civilization. The event is said to have begun with a ceremony on Lake Titicaca and the presentation by Quetzalcoatl, Vymaanika, of a golden wand to Manco Capac, who was then told to go forth and found the civilization. This legend indicates that Quetzalcoatl did not just arrive and improve the Mayan civilization, he was there at its inception.
This legend even suggests that the entire thing was probably Quetzalcoatl's idea in the first place. There has always been a great deal of confusion as to the actual identity of this enigmatic teacher of the Mayans, and much argument over who Quetzalcoatl really was, or even whether he was a real figure at all. However, it is reasonable to assume that he was indeed an actual character, because of the detailed descriptions of him that were preserved in Mayan traditions. It's unlikely that the Mayans would have fabricated a pale-skinned, bearded god of Western appearance if they had not actually once seen a person fitting that description, as it is completely contrary to the appearance of the dark-skinned and beardless Mayans. There also exists a stele depicting Quetzalcoatl. The relief clearly depicts a bearded person of Western appearance. There is also a character of extremely similar features that is described in many other South American cultures. All of these characters are pale-skinned and bearded, all dress in long flowing robe-like garments, and all are said to have appeared suddenly, imparted great knowledge and wisdom on the civilizations they visited, and then departed. In all instances, the man was said to be traveling north when he departed, and all of these legends associate the figure with feathered serpents in some way. This same character has been known as Quetzalcoatl in Cholula, Votan in Chiapas, Huixepiocha in Osaka, Viracocha in Peru, Bochica in Colombia, Zama and Kukulkan in Yucatan, Sume and Paetome in Brazil, and Gucumats in Guatemala. The similarities in the stories from all of these places give weight to the very real possibility that such a person did actually once exist. One early and very well-researched article that contained some very well-reasoned insights into Quetzalcoatl was written by a man named Dominique Daly. The article was first published in a November issue of American Antiquarian in 1880, and later reprinted in The Unexplained by William Corliss, and again in Lost Cities of North and Central America, a very informative book by David Hatcher Childress. In the article, Daly had this to say: the Mexicans had preserved a minute and apparently accurate description of the personal appearance and habits of Quetzalcoatl. He was a white man, advanced in years and tall in stature. His forehead was broad. He had a large black beard and black hair. He is described as dressing in a long garment, over which there was a mantle marked with crosses. This is a description which was preserved for centuries in the traditions of a people who had no intercourse with or knowledge of Europe, who had never seen a white man, and who were themselves dark-skinned, with but few scanty hairs on the skin to represent a beard. It is therefore difficult to suppose that this curiously accurate portraiture of Quetzalcoatl as an early European ecclesiastic was a mere invention in all its parts, a mere fable which happened to hit on every particular characteristic of such an individual. Nor is it easier to understand why the early Mexicans would have been at pains to invent a messiah so different from themselves, and with such peculiar attributes. Yet, despite destructive wars, revolutions, and invasions, in spite of the breaking up and dispersal of tribes and nations, the traditions of Quetzalcoatl and the account of his personal peculiarities survived among the people until the days of the Spanish invasion. Enough remained of the teachings of Quetzalcoatl to impress the Spaniards of the 16th century with the belief that he must have been a native of Europe. They found that many of the religious beliefs of the Mexicans bore an unaccountable resemblance to those of Christians. The Spanish ecclesiastics in particular were astounded by what they saw and knew not what to make of it. Some of them supposed that St. Thomas, the Apostle of India, had been in the country and imparted a knowledge of Christianity to the people. Others, with pious horror and in mental bewilderment, declared that the evil one himself had set up a travesty of the religion of Christ for the more effectual damning of the souls of the pagan Mexicans. The religion of the Mexicans, as the Spanish found it, was an amazing and most unnatural combination of what appeared to be Christian beliefs and Christian virtues and morality with the bloody rites and idolatrous practices of pagan barbarians. The mystery was soon explained to the Spaniards by the Mexicans themselves. The milder part of the Mexican religion was that which Quetzalcoatl had taught them. He had taught it to the Toltecs, a people who had ruled Mexico some centuries before the arrival of the Spaniards. The Aztecs were in possession of power when the Spaniards came, and it was they who introduced that part of the Mexican religion, which was in such strong contrast to the religion established by Quetzalcoatl. The Mexicans believed in a universal deluge from which only one family, that of Capacs, escaped. Nevertheless, and inconsistently enough with this, they also spoke of a race of wicked giants who had survived the flood and built a pyramid in order to reach the clouds. But the gods frustrated their designs and rained fire down upon it. Whether due to teachings or to accidental coincidence, it is certain the Mexicans held many points of belief in common with the Christians. They believed in the Trinity, the Incarnation, and apparently, the Redemption. So who was this mysterious teacher? There are many who have speculated that he was indeed an early Christian missionary, and some have even dared to suggest that it may have even been Christ during one of his journeys. Some people have pointed to the similarities in the phonetic rendering of the two names, Quetzalcoatl, Jesus Christ. According to most records, Jesus traveled extensively in the years prior to his ministry, visiting, among other places, Egypt, Tibet, and India to study with the yogis. It has even quite often been speculated that he did not die on the cross and continued his travels after the resurrection. Such an idea was explored in Robert Bauval's excellent book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, and more recently in The Da Vinci Code. As repellent as the idea may be to some people, it does actually have some merit when one considers the events surrounding the crucifixion as they have been presented to us. In The Lost Cities of North and Central America, David Hatcher Childress makes some striking observations. He comments, "The crucifixion of Jesus was a curious event. A case can be made that he was not meant to die on the cross. It was customary in Roman times to break the legs and arms of people who had died on the cross, usually by starvation or by suffocation from the ribcage pressing down on the lungs. It was also customary for all prisoners to be taken down from their crosses just prior to the Sabbath, which starts on Friday at dusk. Jesus was nailed to the cross in the early afternoon of a Friday and taken down just before dusk, having been crucified for as little as 4 or 5 hours, during which time he gave up the ghost. It is rather remarkable that a person with the vitality and yogic powers as Jesus would die within a few hours on a cross, when most criminals took several days to die. People are crucified every year in such diverse places as the Philippines and Mexico in commemoration of the event, all of them coming through quite safely. Crucifixion does not kill a person in 4 hours. It seems more possible that Jesus, who had undoubtedly studied certain forms of yoga, was able to go into an altered state of consciousness, a deep mental state, where he would appear dead to any person, including a doctor. Such states are not uncommon and are generally known as catalepsy, and even today, yogis in the Himalayas and elsewhere are still performing such feats. The crucifixion of Jesus is a remarkable affair and fraught with interesting contradictions and interpretations. It's worth noting that when Jesus said on the cross, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" he was drawing attention to the 22nd Psalm. At that time, it was common for scholars to refer to a whole verse by quoting the first line, as everyone knew the Old Testament by heart. The 22nd Psalm, written by King David, goes on to say in the 16th verse, "A company of evildoers encircles me. They have pierced my hands and feet. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat over me. They divide my garments among them, and for my raiment they cast lots. But thou, Lord, be not far off." Therefore, it would appear that Jesus was not in despair, but was instead drawing attention to the 22nd Psalm as a prophecy of the terrible wrong that was being committed against him. Taken down from the cross at dusk, Jesus appeared to be dead. His mother Mary and Joseph of Arimathea stood by to claim the body, which was not pulverized, which is, to have its bones broken, as was the Roman tradition. Instead, they wrapped the body in a shroud after they had covered it with aloe sap, known for its natural healing qualities. Jesus had been pierced in the side by a spear and was bleeding, which is rather suspicious, since a dead person does not bleed after his heart has stopped. The possibility that Jesus survived the crucifixion seems a credible one. What is incredible is that someone with the vitality and personal power of Jesus would have died on the cross in such a short time. More likely, he could have lasted many days, probably outliving common criminals. So with all this being the case, what actually did happen to Jesus after the crucifixion? Many claim there is evidence to suggest that Quetzalcoatl may very well have been Jesus. Others have speculated that it may also have been the Irish saint, Saint Brendan, or that possibly the two were traveling together, as Quetzalcoatl did not travel alone, but did have an entourage of sorts. There are also rock carvings and a stele that exists, depicting a South American man wearing an earring sporting a Christian Star of David symbol, which is currently shown on screen. Could this be a coincidence, or could it be something more? In a further deepening of the mystery, there is still other evidence to suggest that Quetzalcoatl may well have had an Egyptian connection. In the Fingerprints of the Gods, the author Graham Hancock suggested the figure was the Egyptian deity Osiris, who was also reported to have made many peregrinations in order to impart what wisdom he could on other less fortunate races. This is quite interesting because there have often been rumors in South American tales that Quetzalcoatl never returned as promised because he was brutally killed by his brother, and in the stories we find pertaining to Osiris, he is reported to have traveled widely, doing the very things that Quetzalcoatl is said to have done only upon his return to Egypt, which also lies in a northerly direction from the Mayan cities. He was killed and dismembered by his jealous brother, Seth, or Set. This information is all very interesting, but does not give any concrete clues as to who Quetzalcoatl actually was, or any clues as to the real identity of Manco Capac. But what are we to make of the South American race themselves? What about all the tribal races of the Americas? Where did they originate? Where else in the world can be found a race of darker-skinned, beardless humans? Lack of facial hair is a genetic trait that is completely unique to the races of the Americas, and this fact in itself can provide us with an important clue to these questions. If we now return to biblical accounts, we are told in Genesis that, following the death of Abel, God placed a mark on Cain so that he and his descendants would always be known from other races. This mark of Cain has always been colorfully depicted by institutions such as Hollywood as being in the nature of a tattoo on his forehead. Such an idea is of course extremely unlikely, as any type of physical mark would never have been passed to his descendants. It is therefore much more reasonable to assume that, if such a mark was indeed placed upon a man and his descendants, then it would have to have been a genetic mark that would have been passed on via his genes. Such a mark could well be the inability to grow facial hair. It's quite noteworthy that, despite the numerous genetic differences between the Caucasian, Negroid, Mongoloid, and Oriental races, the only people to be found anywhere in the world that lack facial hair are the tribes of the Americas. The Bible informs us that Cain was given a mark by God and then cast out to wander in distant lands. We're also informed that, when Cain left, he built a new city, which also indicates that he took people with him when he left. This in turn suggests that the biblical creation of Adam was not referring to the creation of just one man and one woman, but to the creation of the race of Adam, the creation of the Adam, the Adamu, the race we are told of in Sumerian texts. It is this author's opinion, and the opinion of many others, that the tribes of the Americas are indeed the descendants of the biblical Cain, the 10 lost tribes of Israel spoken of in biblical texts, and that, after the Deluge, circa 11,500 BC, it was one of Cain's surviving descendants who became the enigmatic Manco Capac. I am also of the opinion that Quetzalcoatl was, in reality, none other than the actual Egyptian deity known to us as Thoth, the god of science and numbers, also known as Hermes in Greek, and as the Sumerian god Ningizida, brother of Ra, Marduk, and son of the great god of science known in Sumer as Enki, in Egypt as Ptah, and in biblical tales as the serpent. And, as we shall see, the Egyptian and Sumerian connections to the ancient civilizations of South America can be readily proven. Part 3. Analysis. When the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. Hunter S. Thompson. Chapter 11. Creation Connections. As has repeatedly been said throughout this work, scholars now agree that both the biblical and Babylonian accounts of creation are borrowed from Sumerian tales and, as we have seen, it is also undeniable that traces of the Sumerian story can still be found within the general narrative of the Bible. As we have previously noted, it all lies in the translation. The example of the Hebrew word rakia easily translates to both firmament, interpreted by Christians as heaven, and hammered bracelet, which adequately describes the asteroid belt. These translational errors can also be seen in the biblical account of the creation of Eve from a rib of Adam, as aptly demonstrated by Sitchin. In the original Sumerian account, Eve, Tiamat, is created from the T of Adam. T can be translated as both rib and as life. So the biblical account may well be a play on words, and the correct translation may actually be that Eve was created from the life of Adam, essentially his essence, which also fits nicely with the Sumerian account and strongly hints at genetic engineering and the manipulation of DNA. Nakash has been translated as serpent and interpreted as a snake by Christians, yet we have seen that it also means he who solves secrets and he who knows metals, and was an epithet of the Sumerian god Enki. We have also seen Sitchin's claim that the tail of the serpent, the tree of life, and the expulsion from Eden were known about in Sumer. This fact is undeniable as it is documented and depicted on cylinder seals. Even the name Eden can be seen as an obvious reference to the Anunnaki Medical Center in Mesopotamia, mentioned in Sumerian texts, which was called the Eden. And again, it is there in the biblical account of Adam, which can be seen as an obvious derivation of the Sumerian account of the Adamu created by Nima through genetic manipulation, and even inclusion of clay in the successful result. The number of coincidences are just too great to ignore. The Sumerians also claimed that the earth and the hammered heaven was created by a celestial body with a vast, elongated orbit. Sitchin believes that the civilization of South America was the civilization that was said to have been established in the third region by those based in the Persian Gulf, the gods, with Sumer being the first region, Egypt the second region, while the fourth region, the Sinai Peninsula, was retained by the gods. According to his calculations, the deity known as Thoth, also known as Ningizida and Hermes, ruled Egypt for a time until he was deposed by his brother Ra, also known as Marduk. This event is said to have occurred in 3115 BC, significantly just 2 years before the Mayan calendar was started in 3113 BC. If the Sumerian account is true, then it is quite reasonable to assume that, upon fleeing his brother Ra in Egypt, the most logical place for him first to have gone to seek refuge was the abode of his father, who had already set up a substantial operations center in the Abzu, which has now been identified as southern Africa. It's quite possible that he gathered supplies, assembled a group of followers, and made his way to South America to become known as Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. It's also reasonable to assume that, if such an event occurred, then we should find traces of it, which indeed we do. One tantalizing hint of this is the remarkable fact that the Mayan calendar was started on 3113 BC, which coincides very closely with the date that Thoth is reported to have fled Egypt just 2 years later. This makes it highly likely that the Mayan calendar and long count were also begun by the great master of science and mathematics, Thoth. Further weight is added to this claim by the fact that ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Egyptian texts all indicate that it was also he who began the first Sumerian calendar in Nippur. Under scrutiny, the Mayan calendar can also be seen to have many similarities to the calendar of Nippur, too many to be a mere coincidence. There is also the fact that the original builders of many of the most ancient sites attributed to the Mayan culture were the mysterious Olmecs, and it is now obvious the Olmecs were of African descent. This is made abundantly clear by depictions on ancient Olmec stele. Many of these depict animals that are totally unknown in South America, such as elephants and giraffes, plus the ethnicity of the race can easily be ascertained from the bizarre and very enigmatic Olmec heads that have been found scattered throughout the South American jungle. Of particular interest, however, are the tales pertaining to the legendary father of the South American civilization, Manco Capac, who, stories tell us, was presented with a golden wand by Viracocha, or Quetzalcoatl, who were most likely one and the same, with which to found the civilization in a ceremony on the Island of the Sun on Lake Titicaca, high in the Andes. Manco Capac and the Golden Wand. There is a number of different variations on the tale of Manco Capac, but the gist of the story is that Manco Capac was a South American survivor of the Deluge. Far back in time, on an island on Lake Titicaca, he was given a golden object by the gods and told to go forth from there and find a place where the object would sink into the ground, and in that place he was to found a new city and a new civilization. The place that he founded was Cusco. The elaborate ceremony involved the presentation of a golden wand to Manco Capac from Viracocha or Quetzalcoatl. The wand that Manco Capac was given then enabled him to found the great civilizations of the Andes. It has also been adequately confirmed by scholars that the Andean civilization did indeed sprout from Lake Titicaca and Cusco. This enigmatic wand object given to Manco Capac, an object which enabled him to found a city, has always been depicted as resembling a short pole with an offset triangular head. Judging from all the existing depictions of this wand, it is now agreed by most scholars that it was an object greatly resembling an axe or mattock. So it seems highly likely that the ceremony actually involved the presentation of tools and the knowledge of how to use them. Such a gift would have been much more beneficial in the founding of a city than any type of wand that comes to mind. Many of the illustrations we are shown of Manco Capac also reinforce this conclusion, as shown on the screen now. A great deal of significance is placed on this presentation of tools in the legend, and the fact that it was tools that were being presented on the celebrated occasion also strongly suggests that Quetzalcoatl had an agenda other than merely the founding of a city. Quetzalcoatl's telling Manco Capac to found a city at a place where his axe or mattock would sink into the ground also suggests a need to find a place to dig. Manco Capac may well have been told to find a suitable place to build a city in a location conducive to the commencement of mining or tunneling operations. The Sumerian account translated by Sitchin has led him to believe that the entire Cusco and Tiahuanaco facilities were set up as sophisticated ore refining facilities, involved mainly with the collection and shipment of gold to Nibiru and the refining, manufacture, and distribution of bronze, due to ongoing troubles that had been manifesting in Mesopotamia at the time. Surprisingly, there is a substantial amount of evidence to reinforce this conclusion. Quite noticeably, many stones at the site do still have traces of H-shaped bronze clamps that were used in places to keep the blocks in place by fitting in the special cutouts in the blocks themselves, as shown on the screen. And yet, we are repeatedly told by academics that the only metal the Indians used was gold, and that they used no metal tools. So how then did the bronze clamps found in Mayan ruins come into being? Clamps that have been found in Mayan ruins are, incidentally, exactly the same as those that have been found in Mesopotamia, even containing the same amounts of copper, again strongly suggesting a connection between the two cultures. In his book, The Lost Realms, Sitchin also points to the fact that beneath Tiahuanaco are a series of complicated tunnels and sections lined with smooth mica, obviously made for channeling waters that would have been ideal for the refining and separation of minerals and trace elements from various ores. Sitchin goes into a great deal of detail and presents some dramatic evidence to support his hypothesis of these mining operations, but it is not the purpose of this work to present to you the supporting evidence that is presented in his books, but merely to alert you of the validity of his research. I highly recommend reading his books for those interested. The evidence he presents to support his conclusions is amply proven in his book, The Lost Realms, but a presentation of some of the more obvious facts may be in order. Connecting the dots. Returning first to the possibility that the tribes of the Americas are indeed the lost tribes of Israel and the descendants of the biblical Cain, we can consider this verse from Genesis. And Cain went away from the presence of Yahweh and dwelt in the land of Nod, east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she bore him Enoch. And he built a city, and called the city by his son's name, Enoch. The Aztec capital was called Tenochtitlan,
literally meaning city of Tenoch. The city is thought by many to have been built by a leader who named it after himself, but they fail further to take into account that the Aztecs used to refer to themselves as Tenocas, meaning the descendants of Tenoch. For this reason, many others consider Tenoch to have been a founding father of some kind in the far distant past. When one considers the Aztec custom of prefixing many of their people and place names with the letter T, it is not unreasonable to suggest that Tenoch may have been the biblical Enoch, the son of Cain. To investigate the possibility of this, we only need to examine the myths and cosmology of the South American legend to see if any relationships can be found. The oldest civilization we have any real records of is the culture of Sumer, and the fact that the people of ancient Sumer had advanced astronomical knowledge is certain. Now we find that the people who inhabited the ancient and enigmatic civilizations of South America possessed exactly the same knowledge exactly as it was known in Sumer. This fact is also certain and can readily be proven. Such unique calendar systems, for example, prove that they had contact with and retained tales from the civilization that existed in ancient Sumer. For example, as with the calendar started in Sumer, the Mayan calendar had 52 weeks, and there is also the sacred cycle of 52 years. The sacred number of Thoth was also 52, and there is a legend of a special game of 52 that Thoth would play. The ancient Sumerians had knowledge of all the planets of our solar system, even the one whose presence has only just been confirmed in late 2005. They even knew the positions and relative sizes of them as depictions of them on cylinder seals and clay tablets clearly shown, and these claims can readily be confirmed simply by studying the Sumerian seals. Very notably, the Sumerians always depicted Earth by the number 7. Consider for a moment a depiction of our solar system. In modern times, the planets are always depicted in a straight line, counting from the sun outwards, as shown previously. But what if one was to draw them in their relative sizes, but in a circular fashion going around the sun, with an arrow pointing in the direction of their orbits? With our knowledge up to this point, and our newly discovered planetary body not yet included, would the drawing not look something like this? So armed with knowledge of the new body that indeed does exist in our solar system, now compare it with this rendition of an ancient Sumerian depiction found on a cylinder seal, based on Sitchin's own illustrations. As the diagrams show, the only real discrepancy is in the Sumerian placement of Pluto, which is shown between Saturn and Uranus. However, if one considers that Pluto used to once be a satellite of Saturn, and that it now has an elliptical orbit that overlaps that of Saturn, then the placement of it in the Sumerian diagram is easily explained. The extra planet depicted on the Sumerian seal is placed noticeably more distant than the other planets, also indicating an elongated orbit similar to that of Pluto, and is shown to be quite a large planetary body. Since evidence has shown that the people of ancient Sumer, or Sumer, have achieved a substantial degree of scientific accuracy with every other claim they have made, including the relative sizes of the planets, it is quite reasonable to assume that they may well be accurate in their depiction of the relative size of our newly found solar member too. Modern scholars always refer to the Earth as the third planet, as we number our solar system from the sun outwards. However, the legends told by the Sumerians and Mesoamericans repeatedly state that their knowledge of astronomy came from their gods, and the Sumerians inform us that their gods reside on the newly found member of our solar system that they name Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. Sitchin notes that, for those who live on Nibiru, the solar system was counted from the outer planets inwards, and so Earth was always referred to as the 7th planet, and was thus depicted by the Sumerians by the number 7. 7 dots, or sometimes a 7-pointed star. Venus was shown with 8 points, Mars with 6 points, Jupiter with 5, etc. This number is very significant because we also find it in Mayan culture, used in a similar celestial reference. Again, it seems highly unlikely that two such vastly different cultures would come up with such similar references by themselves without having had some type of contact.
it may now not surprise some to know that even the very same story of creation was also well known to the civilizations that existed in South America. Again, it is very unlikely for such a thing to have happened by chance. Knowledge of the creation story by the Mayans has been explained by some as being no real surprise, as the Christian influences in Mayan culture was obvious, but new evidence shows that it's much more likely that the Mayan creation story actually had its roots, not in the Christian tale, but in the much earlier tale of the event, as it was first related in Sumer. This opinion may further be reinforced by a personal account written by Don Juan de Santa Cruz, sometimes referred to as Santa Cruz and sometimes as Salcamayagua, who was the son of a Spanish nobleman and an Inca princess. The story contains information that has somehow been ignored by many scholars, who continue to claim that the Mayans only ever worshipped the sun, but certainly may have had some kind of early Christian connections. Yet, if it is indeed true that the Mayan culture is actually a legacy from the original civilization of the Olmecs, then it should be taken into account that the Olmecs existed long before Christianity. Even the most conservative scholars date the civilization to around 500 BC. So how would such a Christian connection have come about? It was due to the Spanish discovery of the greatly revered sunstone made from pure gold that many scholars have always assumed the Maya to have worshipped the sun god. However, when the Spanish looted the Aztec Empire, unbeknownst to them, certain artifacts had been removed and replaced with others, and one of these artifacts was the sunstone. What the Spanish found was certainly spectacular enough: a disc depicting the Mayan calendar in intricate detail, made from pure gold that measured 72 inches in diameter and was as thick as 3 coins. But in reality, it was simply that: a golden calendar showing the sacred cycles and the zodiac, the divine information that had been given to them by the gods. But it was not the item that had originally taken place in the temple wall. Yes, the sun was revered by certain rulers, and yes, the sunstone held the central position in the temple when the Spanish arrived. And yes, it was made from pure gold. But then, in Cusco, practically everything that was hanging anywhere was made from pure gold. In the account written by Salcamayagua, which is entitled Relacion, translated into English by Clemens Markham, he states that it was the very first king of the Inca dynasty who decorated the temple wall, and it was he who ordered the making of a flat plate of gold, which signified that there was a creator of heaven and earth. Salcamayagua illustrated his dialogue with a large diagram showing the layout of the wall that held the golden plate and other items as it had originally been. His drawing is incredibly significant because, lo and behold, it shows that the original item that took pride of place on the wall was not a round sunstone, but oval in shape. According to Salcamayagwa's book, the ovoid plaque was later replaced with a round sunstone when a certain ruler had later declared the sun to be supreme over all gods. Then the sunstone was later removed by a subsequent ruler who abhorred the worship of idols and ordered his people not to pay homage to the sun and the moon, but instead to return to the ways of old and revere the celestial body, the true creator, as represented by the ovoid plaque. It was also this emperor who ordered that images be placed around the golden plate. In this first-hand account, it is very significant that, by his referring to the golden oval plaque as a representation of the creator of all, Salcamayagua has made it abundantly clear that he did not mean the sun. This can easily be ascertained as the images of both the sun and the moon were also depicted on each side of the oval plate. But why was the creator of all represented as a plain oval plaque? Sitchin suggests that the oval relates to the Sumerian story of the Earth's creation, and that the temple wall is a depiction of the solar system and the creation of man. And it may surprise you to know that all evidence suggests that he is absolutely correct. In the sketch done by Salcamayagua, also reproduced by Sitchin, which I have reproduced again for you here, we are shown the temple altar, while just above it are other elements of the earth. We can see the first man and woman, Lake Titicaca, where legend holds that Manco Capac received his golden wand from the gods. The winged serpent and the tree of life are all visible as well. We see night and day represented by the stars on one side and clouds on the other. The Earth is also clearly displayed and noticeably depicted by 7 stars beneath it. The image also shows water retreating from the mountains, while the entire globe is surmounted by a rainbow, strongly suggesting the retreat of the global deluge. In the upper section, we see 4 planets beneath the oval plate and 5 above it, signifying the 4 inner planets and the 5 outer planets, separated by the vast elliptical path of Nibiru. Therefore, in this Mayan temple, we see the entire cosmology of the Earth exactly as it was perceived by the Sumerians. And there are other clues to this Sumerian connection in South America. In ancient Sumerian depictions of Ninmah, showing the creation of the Adamu race, we see the sign of Ninmah and her role in the birth proceeding signified by the Sumerian symbol for the umbilical cutter. As in here, in a Sumerian depiction, my rendition, of the event, with Ninmah identified by the tree opposite Enki. A representation of the planet Nibiru can also be seen as the winged disc. In Egyptian depictions of the female deity Hathor, we again find the umbilical cutter, and Hathor has also been clearly identified as being the Sumerian goddess Ninmah. It might surprise you to know that there is a remarkable stele from the Mayan culture, known as Izapa stele number 5, a cast of which is shown here, that amply confirms the Sumerian and Egyptian connections. In the depiction, we see the Tree of Life, and there is an older bearded god of large stature relating the story of creation to a Mayan native of smaller stature, seated opposite him, while between them, we see again the same Sumerian representation of the umbilical cutter. Interestingly, the 2 central figures in the stele are shown as having the faces and hands of an elephant, which is an animal that is totally unknown to South America, and also reinforces the notions of an African connection to the Olmecs, as previously stated. At the bottom of the stele, we see some smooth-sided pyramids beside a flowing river, like those found at Giza besides the Nile. Smooth-sided pyramids are not found anywhere in South American construction. The similarity between these depictions is undeniable, and the unremarkable scene this stele depicts, which includes information relative to Sumer and Giza, really should not be understated or lightly dismissed. It is absolutely inconceivable to think that 2 such legends could exist, rather coexist, even utilizing similar tools, in 2 separate places that supposedly never had contact with each other. Obviously, such contact did take place, but it happened so long ago that the only records we have of the event have been pieced together from fragments of texts and stele, and from mythology and legends. The Lost Mines of the Gods. The claim by Sitchin that the area of Lake Titicaca was set up as a major metallurgy center is a very extraordinary piece of detective work, and the supporting evidence is astounding. Again, the conclusion that the entire complex was set up as part of a major control center to deal with matters of travel and supply is further hinted at by the depiction on the Mayan stele of the figure bearing the Star of David symbol on his earring. The Star of David symbol is extraordinarily similar to an earlier Sumerian emblem, which is quite likely the original precursor to the Jewish symbol. The Sumerian symbol, which signifies a supreme place of the 4 regions, has also been found in many ancient trade centers in the Persian Gulf area, such as the ancient Sumerian city of Ur-Shulim, the modern Jerusalem, at Uruk, the biblical Erech, and at other places that are all thought to have been vital control centers of the Sumerians that dealt with matters of travel and supplies. Plus, there's further evidence to support the conclusion that the site was indeed used for the refining of metals. The mountain on which Tiahuanaco is situated is also extremely rich in tin-bearing ores. Tin is, of course, not a naturally accessible metal like gold, and must be smelted and extracted by various chemical processes and then mixed with a required percentage of copper to produce bronze. It's not just a straightforward and simple procedure. The ancient bronze clamps that are still evident on many stone slabs are intriguing because only minimal supplies of copper, with which they could have been made, are available anywhere near the location of Cusco. In startling contrast to this lack of a copper source, locally, many of the river rocks on the shore of Lake Titicaca, especially near the remains of ancient docks and port facilities at Pumapunka, are stained a deep bluish green. What causes rocks to turn a bluish green? The only thing that can cause such a reaction is prolonged exposure to copper. It's similar to the way rocks rich in iron turn red as the iron oxidizes with the water. Rocks rich in copper turn a bluish green, yet the rocks at Lake Titicaca contain no copper. Therefore, it stands to reason that there was once a lot of copper brought into Cusco via the Pumapunca port facility. Why would all of this copper have been brought in if not to mix with the abundant source of tin that already existed there in order to make bronze? It would certainly seem more reasonable than taking the ore-bearing tin to the source of the copper. The manufacture of bronze at the site is further confirmed from the presence of the bronze clamps. When considering the shoreline of greenish rocks on Lake Titicaca high in the Andes, and the possibilities of an ancient metallurgy facility founded by the gods and the descendants of Cain, there are also some comments made in an enigmatic passage of the Bible to consider, in which such distant and remote minds and even the forgotten descendants of Cain seem to be suggested. The passage occurs when Job is talking to Yahweh, complaining about all of the trials and tribulations heaped upon him, and Yahweh says to Job, "Surely there is a source for silver, a place where gold is refined, where copper is obtained from ores, and iron is smelted out of stones. To darkness he puts an end. The usefulness he researches, of stones in depths and obscurity. He breaches the brook away from habitation, where the forgotten and strange men move about. There is a land from which the ingots come whose underground is upheavaled as with fire, a place where the blue-green stones are that has the ores of gold. Even a vulture knows not the way thereto, and a falcon's eye has not discerned it. There he set his hand to the granite. He overturned the mountains at their roots. He cut galleries through the rocks, and all that his precious eyes had seen. He dammed up the sources of the streams, and that which is hidden he brought to light." These biblical verses, coupled with ancient Sumerian texts, significant geological evidence is presented between them, with local legends and the substantial genetic differences to be found in the races native to the Americas, all providing a strong case that the South American civilization was indeed established by the lost tribes of Israel, and possibly even the son of Cain himself. Chapter 12. The Signs of War. Many religious texts and mythologies from numerous cultures repeatedly speak of devastating wars that were fought by the gods in our distant past. Such events are also mentioned in the recently discovered Sumerian accounts. Certain puzzling geological evidence supports this hypothesis and does suggest that sometime in its far distant past, several parts of Earth experienced the scalding effects of great heat, similar to the temperatures that are reached during an atomic or thermonuclear blast. There are many, such as David Hatcher Childress, who have claimed this as evidence of an ancient war that was fought with nuclear and perhaps other even more advanced weaponry. The evidence to support and substantiate such a radical theory, and yes, even the Sumerian account of events, is actually startlingly abundant and quite compelling. The evidence for ancient advanced warfare. First, let us consider the following notable comments that were included in an article that appeared in the New York Tribune on February 16, 1947. When the first atomic bomb exploded in New Mexico, the desert sand turned to fused green glass. This fact, according to the magazine Free World, has given certain archaeologists a turn. They have been digging in the ancient Euphrates Valley and have uncovered a layer of agrarian culture 8,000 years old, and a layer of herdsman culture much older, and a still older caveman culture, much older. Recently, they reached another layer, a layer of fused green glass. From results of atomic tests, it is now a well-established fact that the detonation of an atomic device on or above a desert will prove sufficient heat to melt and fuse the silica in the sand and transform the surface of the ground nearby into a sheer sheet of greenish glass. So, could such sheets of glass that have been found in deserts and deep in archaeological digs be real testimony that such events occurred in ancient times? The idea is not entirely lacking in evidence. Such ancient sheets of glass are a reality and a known geological fact. A large number of such discoveries have been quite well documented. Not all desert glasses are mysterious. Scientists and meteorologists know that desert glass can be quite naturally formed when lightning strikes the desert, for example, sometimes fusing the sand it strikes. The geological oddities that are created by these strikes are called fulgurites. But lightning strikes invariably create fulgurites in distinctive root-like patterns that appear as unusual glass globules and splashes that spread out in bizarre branching and tubular forms. A desert lightning strike can never, ever create a flat sheet of fused sand, even under the most abnormal of conditions. As reported in the book Mysteries of Time and Space by Brad Steger and Ron Calais, one of the very first engineers to graduate from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was a man by the name of Albion W. Hart. Upon graduation, Hart was immediately assigned an engineering project in the interior of Africa. In order to access the site, he and his men were required to travel to a remote and almost inaccessible region that lay across a vast expanse of desert. There was an article written on Hart's life by Margaret Casson that appeared in the magazine Rocks and Minerals that mentions this occasion. In the article, she writes, "At the time he was puzzled and quite unable to explain a large expanse of greenish glass which covered the sands as far as he could see. Later on, during his life, he passed by the White Sands area after the first atomic explosion there, and he recognized the same type of silica fusion which he had seen 50 years earlier in the African desert." According to the very ancient Indian epics of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, fantastic and extremely devastating battles were fought in the distant past using plasma-powered aircraft, chemical warfare, and particle beam, plasma, and atomic weapons, just as such weapons of mass destruction were used for war in the 20th century, with horrific and deadly results. Now hold on a minute. You're saying ancient nuclear weapons, plasma weapons, particle weapons, are such things even remotely possible? Sadly, we know from first-hand experience that atomic energy is quite possible. But how conceivable is the development of even more advanced weaponry? There are some distinct possibilities. The ancient and mysterious Greek fire, for example, was a substance that was said to be very powerful and also quite inextinguishable, even underwater. The substance was described as a chemical fireball and was reportedly used at least as far back as the 5th century BC. Unfortunately, the formula for Greek fire was lost and has never been recovered or rediscovered since. The plasma gun is now a reality and has already been developed experimentally for peaceful purposes, supposedly. A group of Ukrainian scientists from the Geotechnical Mechanics Institute has already experimentally drilled tunnels in iron ore mines by using a device called a plasmatron. The plasmatron is a plasma gun, which delivers a gas jet at a temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. The actual plasma in this case is an electrified gas. The plasmatron literally melts the stone in front of it, collecting the molten rock and machine coating the tunnel walls behind it as it progresses. The result is a perfectly round tunnel coated with a thick layer of smooth glass. Electrified gases are also featured substantially in the Vymaanika Shaastra, the ancient book from India discussed earlier, that describes vast amounts of technical information and the various techniques used in maintaining and piloting an ancient type of Indian flying craft known as a Vimana. The text also talks of using the liquid metal mercury as fuel for the craft. Interestingly, electrified mercury could very easily be used as plasma, and with excellent results. There is a book on the topics discussed in the Vymaanika Shaastra that was released by David Hatcher Childress called The Anti-Gravity Handbook. Further possibilities on the weapons and methods used for waging ancient war are discussed at length by Robin Collins in the book Ancient Astronauts, A Time Reversal? Collins discusses the very real possibility of weapons such as fusion devices, and in the book, he informs us that the fusion torch has been a further development of the plasma jet. Collins also says that, in 1970, a theory to develop a fusion torch was presented at the New York Aerospace Science Meeting by Drs. Bernard J. Eastland and William C. Koff. The basic idea is to generate a heat of at least 50 million degrees Celsius, which could be contained and controlled. Which is to say, The energy released from the device could be used for many peaceful applications with zero radioactive waste products to avoid contaminating the environment, and zero production of radioactive elements such as plutonium, which is a product of nuclear reaction and is the deadliest substance known to man. We know that it's entirely possible because thermonuclear fusion is known to occur both naturally in stellar processes and unnaturally in things like man-made atomic explosions. According to Collins, it has been calculated that the fusion of a deuterium nucleus, a heavy hydrogen isotope which can easily be extracted from seawater, with another deuterium nucleus, or with tritium, another isotope of hydrogen, or perhaps with helium, could be used for the device. The resulting fusion torch made from such a combination would be an ionized plasma jet, which would vaporize absolutely anything and everything that the jet was directed at. That's if it was used for military purposes, while for peaceful applications, one example of a use of the torch could be to reclaim valuable basic elements from junk metals. In 1974, the University of Texas scientists announced that they had actually developed the first experimental fusion torch, which gave a heat output of 93 million degrees Celsius. This is 5 times the previous hottest temperature obtained for a contained gas and is twice the minimum heat that is needed for fusion. But the temperature was only maintained for 1/50 millionth of a second, instead of the 1 full second which would be required for the reaction. While further investigating the possibility of still other types of advanced weaponry, Collins also happens to mention the following. Soviet scientists have discussed and proposed, at the United Nations, a ban on developing new warfare ideas such as creating holes or windows in the ozone layer to bombard specific areas of the Earth with increased natural ultraviolet radiation, which would kill all life forms and turn the land into barren desert. Other ideas discussed at the meeting were the use of infrasound to demolish ships by creating acoustic fields on the sea and hurling a huge chunk of rock into the sea with a cheap atomic device. The resultant tidal wave could demolish the coastal fringe of a country. Other tidal waves could be created by detonating nuclear devices at the frozen poles. Controlled floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, and droughts directed towards specific targets and cities are other possibilities. Finally, and although not a new method of warfare, incendiary weapons are now being developed to the point where chemical fireballs will be produced which radiate thermal energy similar to that of an atomic bomb. There is also the very real possibility of building weapons that use radio waves to incapacitate enemies or even crumble structures. If properly contained and controlled, such microwave devices would prove to be a highly effective form of weaponry. And interestingly enough, they are described also in detail in the ancient Indian texts. As you can see, there are many new weapons that are actually on the drawing board right now, and even as you listen to this book, more ideas are being devised. So we know these types of sciences are possible. The question is only, has it happened before? Castles of glass. As Exhibit A, evidence of the very real possibility of such events in our distant past can be seen in the existence of a large number of enigmatic, highly vitrified ruins that can be found in many parts of the world. The scattered nature of these ruins, including areas of Scotland, France, Turkey, and the Middle East, and the vitrified stones they contain is something that just cannot easily be explained. According to author David Hatcher Childress, there are at least 60 such vitrified forts that exist just throughout Scotland alone. Among the most well-known of these Scottish ruins are Taponath, Dunadir, Craig Fadrag near Inverness, Abernathy near Perth, Dún Lagad in Ross, Cromarty, Arca Unskull, Eileen Nagore, Boot Dunagoyle on the south of Bute off Errand Island, and the Caldell Hill Fort in Argyll, West Scotland. Apologies for any butcherings of the pronunciations here. Perhaps the best example of them is said to be Taponath, which is near the village of Rhynie in northeastern Scotland. The ruins are of a massive fort, which was built high on the summit of the Taponath mountain at a height of 1,859 feet. At first glance, it appears that the walls of the fortress are made of a blackened, cindery rubble, but on closer examination, it becomes strikingly evident that they are actually made of melted and fused together rocks. What were once individual stone blocks within the walls are now black and glassy masses, which have been fused together by a heat that was, in places, so intense that the remains of actual molten rivulets of rock that once ran down the walls like melting wax can still be seen quite clearly. One early theory proposed was that the forts are located on the remains of ancient volcanoes, and that the people used molten stone being ejected from the eruptions to build their settlements. I'm not sure whose brainwave the idea actually was, but it seems somewhat fanciful at best. That theory, however, was soon replaced with the notion that the vitrification was done on purpose in order to strengthen the walls. This theory purported that the builders had perhaps designed the forts in that fashion, surmising that fires had been lit so as to temper the stone in order to produce walls strong enough to resist both the invading armies and possibly the dampness of the local climate. It's an interesting theory to say the least, but one that has a number of serious problems. First, there is no indication that such vitrification does actually strengthen the walls at all. And secondly, there is every indication that the fire weakens them substantially. In many cases, the walls of the fortresses seem to have almost totally collapsed because of the fires. Also, since the walls of many Scottish forts are only partially vitrified, it does not seem to have been done purposely, as walls that have been only partially completed would hardly have been considered an effective fortification. It must be appreciated that some of these ruins are massive too, indicating that they were once occupied by extremely large forces. In one section of the book Mysterious Britain, the authors Janet and Colin Board discussed the vastness of the ruins of Maiden Castle in Scotland, which gives a good indication of the enormous size of some of these ancient fortresses. It covers an area of 120 acres, with an average width of 1,500 feet and a length of 3,000 feet. The inner circumference is about 11.2 miles around, and it has been estimated that it would require 250,000 men to defend it. It's hard, therefore, to believe that this construction was intended to be a defensive position. Numerous vitrified remains can also be found in the western United States. One such site was discovered in Death Valley by the American explorer, Captain Ives William Walker, in 1850. Walker apparently discovered a city about a mile long, with the lines of the streets and the positions of the buildings still visible. At the center of the site was a huge rock, between 20 to 30 feet high, with the remains of an enormous structure atop it. The southern side of both the rock and the building was melted and vitrified. Walker assumed that a volcano had been responsible for this phenomenon, but there is no volcano in the area. In addition, tectonic heat could not possibly have caused such visible liquefaction on the surface of the rock. More vitrified ruins can also be found in France, Turkey, India, and some areas of the Middle East. Some of the ancient ziggurats of Iran and Iraq also contain vitrified material. Some of the vitrification on these ruins is thought, by some archaeologists, to have been caused by the very ancient and very mysterious Greek fire. The vitrified remains of the ziggurat at Burz Nimrod, Borsippa, south of Hilla, that were once thought to be the Tower of Babel, are also crowned by a large mass of vitrified stone brickwork and actual baked clay bricks that have all been fused together by some type of truly intense heat. The Shattered Desert. We now turn to one of the strangest and most unusual mysteries of ancient Egypt, in the form of the great glass sheets that were discovered in the Libyan desert by Patrick Clayton, a surveyor for the Egyptian Geological Survey. Clayton was driving among the dunes in what is a virtually uninhabited area of the Great Sand Sea, near the Saad Plateau in Libya, just north of the southwestern corner of Egypt, when he was startled by the sound of his tires crunching loudly on something in the sand. When he jumped from his vehicle to investigate the sound, it turned out that he was driving on what appeared to be large pieces of the most beautifully clear, yellowy greenish glass. It was soon discovered that this stuff wasn't just any ordinary old yellow glass either, but that it was an ultra-pure type of glass consisting of a staggering 98% pure silica. It has also been realized that Clayton wasn't the first person to come across this field of glass, and that various prehistoric hunters and nomads had obviously also found the now famous Libyan desert glass before him. The same glass had been used to make knives, various sharp-edged tools, and other objects that have been found in the past. It has been reported that a carved scarab of Libyan desert glass, or LDG, was even found in King Tut's tomb, which clearly indicates that the glass was also sometimes used for jewelry and had obviously been there for an extremely long time. The glass had often been seen before through its use in some artifacts, but the actual location of source had been hitherto unknown until discovered by Clayton in 1932. An article by Giles Wright that appeared in the British science magazine New Scientist in 1999, entitled "The Riddle of the Sands," states that LDG is the purest natural silica glass ever found, and that there is easily in excess of 1,000 tons of this ultra-pure glass lying strewn across hundreds of square kilometers of bleak, uninhabited desert in Libya. Some of the chunks have been reported to weigh as much as 26 kilograms, but most LDG is found in smaller, angular pieces, looking more like weathered glass shards from a gigantic broken yellow bottle. So where did all this stuff come from? How did it get there? According to the article, LDG, pure as it is, does contain some defects. Tiny bubbles, white wisps, and inky black swirls. The whitish streaks consist of refractory minerals, such as cristobalite, but the black ink-like swirls are mainly iridium, an extraterrestrial element that is commonly associated with some type of an impact, such as a meteorite or comet. The generally accepted theory is that the glass was most likely created by the searing, sand-melting impact of some kind of a cosmic projectile, although no one is quite sure what. There are some serious problems with this theory. For example, where did such an immense amount of glass shards come from, and how were they so widely dispersed? There is no evidence of any impact crater anywhere in the vicinity, either on the surface of the desert or detected beneath the ground by ground-penetrating satellite radar. Furthermore, LDG is incredibly free from impurities, far more so than any other known type of glass, and appears to be too pure to have been the result of something as destructive as a meteor or comet collision, both of which are very catastrophic and extremely messy events when viewed from a geological perspective. The general vicinity around other known impact craters, such as the ones at Wabar in Saudi Arabia and at Henbury in Central Australia, for example, are positively littered with all manner of debris, chunks of exploded rock, bits of iron, traces of iridium, and other known types of fragmented meteorite material. No such debris can be found anywhere in the vicinity of the Libyan desert glass sites, although some slight traces of iridium are found within the glass itself. Just to make matters even more perplexing, LDG is concentrated in 2 areas of the Libyan desert, and not just one. One area is large and oval-shaped, while the other is more like a strange circular ring of about 6 kilometers wide, that is about 21 kilometers in diameter. It lies in the desert like a huge glass, 6-kilometer wide racetrack, while the wide circular center of the ring remains totally devoid of the glass. What do you suppose would cause something like that to appear in the middle of a vast desert? It really doesn't seem as if it could be a natural occurrence. Another theory is that there may have been a soft projectile impact, that is, an earth-bound meteorite of perhaps 30 meters in diameter, that may have detonated prior to impacting with the Earth's surface, say at about 10 kilometers or so above the desert, thereby creating a searing blast of hot air that melted the sand beneath it. Just such a soft impact is theorized to have occurred possibly in the famous 1908 Tunguska event in Siberia. The Tunguska event, like the LDG, still remains a complete mystery. Yet another theory holds that perhaps a comet passed close to the Earth and scorched the desert sands with the friction of its passing, or perhaps a meteorite glanced off the desert surface, leaving a glassy crust and only a slight crater that was soon filled in by the sands. But there are 2 known areas of LDG. Are we to suppose that there were 2 of the cosmic projectiles traveling in tandem? And how would it be possible for a projectile to melt the outside of the ring, but then still leave the center field completely intact and undamaged? There is an interesting article in a British journal called Nature in 1952 entitled, "Dating the Libyan Desert Silica Glass." In it, the author, Kenneth Oakley, said, "Pieces of natural silica glass, up to 16 pounds in weight, occur scattered sparsely in an oval area, measuring 130 kilometers north to south and 53 kilometers from east to west in the sand sea of the Libyan desert. This remarkable material, which is almost pure, relatively light, clear and yellowish-green in color, has the qualities of a gemstone. It was discovered by the Egyptian Survey Expedition under Mr. P.A. Clayton in 1932 and was thoroughly investigated by Dr. L.J. Spencer, who joined a special expedition of the survey for this purpose in 1934. The pieces are found in sand-free corridors between north-south dune ridges, about 100 meters high and 2 to 5 kilometers apart. These corridors or streets have a rubbery surface, rather like that of a speedway track, formed by angular gravel and red, loamy weathering debris overlying Nubian sandstone. The piece of glass lie on the surface or partly embedded in it. Only a few small fragments were found below the surface, and none deeper than about 1 meter. While undoubtedly natural, the origin of the Libyan silica glass is uncertain. In its constitution, it resembles the tektites of supposed cosmic origin, but these are much smaller. Tektites are usually black, although one variety found in Bohemia and Moravia are known as Moldavite, which is clear deep green. The Libyan silica glass has also been compared with the glass formed by the fusion of sand and the heat generated by the fall of a great meteorite. Reporting the findings of his expedition, Dr. Spencer said that he had not been able to trace the Libyan glass to any source. No fragments of meteorites or indications of meteorite craters could be found in the area of its distribution. He said, "It seemed easier to assume that it had simply fallen from the sky." It would be of considerable interest if the time of origin or arrival of the silica glass in the sand sea could be determined geologically or archaeologically. Its restriction to the surface or top layer of a superficial deposit suggests that it is not of great antiquity from the geological point of view. On the other hand, it has clearly been there since prehistoric times. Or could it be entirely more plausible to assume that the vitrified desert is actually the result of a war fought sometime in the ancient past using atomic, fusion, or plasma weapons? The idea gathers even more weight as we begin to examine further evidence. The radioactive skeletons of India. Next, we come to a totally baffling discovery that was made by a Soviet archaeological team investigating the ancient sites of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro in India. When the scientists had excavated far enough to reach the street level of the Mohenjo-Daro complex, they were surprised to discover a great number of skeletons lying unburied in the streets of the town and sprawled out as though they had suddenly been caught in some great disaster. Not unlike those caught in the eruption of Mount Vesuvius that was found at Pompeii, many of the Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro skeletons were of people holding hands or walking down the street. It appears that many of them had just been going about their daily business at the time of death. Evidence shows that the settlements of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were wiped out entirely. The walls also bear signs of vitrification, and since there is no evidence of any volcanic activity in the area or any signs of an impact crater, the question again arises: to what can we attribute this type of mass death and vitrification of stone? The skeletons at these sites are estimated to be thousands of years old, even by traditional archaeological dating standards. And what initially puzzled scientists was that, firstly, the remains showed no obvious signs of trauma or violence that could be attributed as a cause of death, and secondly, if the bodies had just been left lying in the streets, then why were they in such good condition? Why were they not devoured, or at least mutilated by wild animals? How could it be that these bodies had just been left here, alone and completely untouched, long enough to be covered by the dusts of time? However, further investigation revealed an even more startling discovery. The Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro skeletons are also among the most radioactive remains ever found, revealing radiation levels equal to those that have been recorded in corpses that were recovered from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At one particular site, the Soviet scientists recorded radiation levels from one corpse that were over 50 times greater than normal. Again, a nuclear or atomic war in ancient times would adequately account for such high radiation levels. Consider the estimated age of these skeletons. While it's true that the remains have been radiocarbon dated to around 2500 BC, carbon dating requires measuring the amounts of residual radiation levels that are left in any organic object. However, when a radioactive event like an atomic explosion has occurred in the vicinity of the site, the remains that are found there will contain significant amounts of radiation due to the event, and thus appear to be significantly younger than they actually are. If the ruins and radioactive skeletons found at Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were indeed the result of such an event in ancient times, then the true age of the site may be anyone's guess. Tektites. Another thing to explore is the large areas of desert that have been found strewn with mysterious globules of glass known as tektites. Tektites are occasionally discussed in geological literature, although not very often, as they tend to pose more questions than answers. They are blobs of hardened glass, and one possibility is that they come from meteorite impacts in most instances, but evidence shows that, in the majority of cases, there is no nearby impact crater. There is also the problem that many tektites contain traces of non-earthy elements. Another possibility is that tektites have a terrestrial explanation, but that theory is almost never explored, as it involves ancient war and the use of atomic or other weapons capable of melting sand. The debate on tektites was summed up quite well in an article entitled "The Tektite Problem" by John O'Keefe, published in Scientific American in August of 1978. If tektites are terrestrial, it means that some process exists by which soil or common rocks can be converted in an instant into homogeneous, water-free, bubble-free glass and be propelled thousands of miles above the atmosphere. If tektites come from the moon, it seems to follow that there is at least one powerful volcano somewhere on the moon that has erupted at least as recently as 750,000 years ago. Neither possibility is easy to accept, yet one of them must be accepted, and I believe it is feasible to pick the more reasonable one by rejecting the more unlikely. The key to solving the tektite problem is an insistence on a physically reasonable hypothesis and a resolute refusal to be impressed by mere numerical coincidences, such as the similarity of terrestrial sediments to tektite material. I believe that the lunar volcanism hypothesis is the only one physically possible, and that we have to accept it. If it leads to unexpected but not impossible conclusions, that is precisely its utility. To cite just one example of the utility, the lunar origin of tektites strongly supports the idea that the moon was formed by fission of the earth. Tektites are indeed much more like terrestrial rocks than one would expect of a chance assemblage. If tektites come from a lunar magma, then, deep inside the moon, there must be material that is very much like the mantle of the earth. More like the mantle than it is like the shallower parts of the moon from which the lunar surface basalts have originated. If the moon was formed by fission of the earth, the object that became the moon would have been heated intensely and from the outside, and would have lost most of its original mass and, in particular, the more volatile elements. The lavas constituting most of the moon's present surface were erupted early in the moon's history, when its heat was concentrated in the shallow, depleted zone quite near the surface. During the recent periods represented by tektite falls, the sources of lunar volcanism have necessarily been much deeper, so that any volcanoes responsible for tektites have drawn on the lunar material that suffered least during the period of ablation, and is therefore most like unaltered terrestrial mantle material. Ironically, that would explain why tektites are in some ways more like terrestrial rocks than they are like the rocks of the lunar surface. There is, of course, one other explanation for the existence of tektites, and that is that they serve as strong evidence of nuclear events in our distant past. As much as the theory disagrees with the accepted academic version of history, the evidence is just far too compelling simply to ignore without adequate investigation. The Harpoon of Horus. We now turn our attention to a fierce war that, according to ancient evidence, was waged between the two Egyptian deities, Horus and Seth. As mentioned by Sitchin in The Wars of Gods and Men, temple inscriptions at Edfu in Egypt report that during his battles with Osiris, Horus launched into the air an anar, a fiery pillar. These vehicles are described as being elongated, cylindrical, and equipped with short fins near the rear. The bulkhead is said to have contained 2 eyes, which constantly changed color from blue to red to black to blue. The vehicle produced vapors and trails from its rear and emitted rays from the front. They even drew a picture of it for us. Funny how the ancient depiction of a nar, or fiery pillar, seems to look just like some kind of rocket. During the battle, Horus was hit by a bolt of light from the flying vehicle of Seth, while he himself flew about in the winged disk of Ra. Horus is then reported to have struck Seth with a harpoon, which the texts describe as a weapon of 30. There exists a picture from Edfu depicting the Harpoon of Horus, which strongly suggests that the device was perhaps a multiple warhead missile consisting of a large warhead that broke open to reveal 2 smaller, multiple warheads inside. The nickname Weapon of 30 suggests that each inner warhead possibly contained 15 smaller devices. Perhaps, by sheer coincidence, a very similar device is a modern naval multiple warhead missile that is currently manufactured by McDonnell & Douglas, which also happens to be called a harpoon. The mysterious Sinai. There is a huge and very mysterious plain that can be found in the Sinai Desert. The tales of creation, ancient wars, and great annihilation by sophisticated weapons, told by the ancient Sumerians, talk of a great destruction that was wrought upon an ancient spaceport that is said to have existed in the vicinity that was utterly destroyed by advanced weaponry. If such an event really occurred, surely some trace of such devastation would still be found. And indeed, such can still be seen in the area presently known as the Israeli Militarized Zone of the Sinai Peninsula. The area contains a vast triangular plain that consists of normal-colored sands but appears black from a distance because the ground is literally covered with scorched and blackened rocks. The extent of the contrast on this plain that continues to baffle scientists was not fully realized until satellite pictures were taken of the area, which only succeeded in adding to the puzzle. Sumerian texts tell us that this plain was the location of the ancient spaceport, the Eden, and the 5 other vital control centers that were completely obliterated in the final conflicts of the Anunnaki by 7 weapons of terror. It is here that we find a huge blackened scar on the planet's surface that can be likened to nowhere else on Earth. Now, what do you suppose would cause that? Chapter 13. The Grand Deception. Facts are stupid things. Former U.S. President Ronald Reagan. We have discussed ancient texts, and we have seen an abundance of evidence to support them, and still we have only scratched the surface. Some of the conclusions have staggering implications for mankind, and yet the information is being disregarded. Is there indeed a global conspiracy in place to keep this information out of the public eye? Such things are invariably denied, but before we continue on our quest, we will put the puzzle aside for a brief moment to discuss this phenomenon. Naturally, and as I previously stated, I'm well aware that whenever anyone mentions the word conspiracy in our modern and supposedly free society, especially in regard to the government or the scientific or academic communities, they are sure to attract a storm of criticism. They are, of course, always at the ready to discredit anyone suggesting such an idea and create a media circus around them to distract any attention away from the actual point they're trying to make. In these cases, it is always a good rule of thumb to be wary of anyone who relies on invoking their academic credentials to support their cause, because it invariably means that they have no valid arguments of their own to present to the table. So they can only resort to wavering credentials and launching personal attacks in such a way that it allows them to ignore the actual evidence that is being presented. Of course, the media is only too happy to back them up and publicize the tasty bits, if need be. As discussed in the first chapter, conspiracies actually do happen very often, and In the case of our history, the evidence of an entirely different course of events is now simply far too overwhelming to be dismissed. The irony of it all is that most of it is right out there in plain view. The good news is that the participants in the conspiracy to keep the facts suppressed are quite obvious, and their overall plan and daily tactics become predictable and transparent once you have acquired the necessary skills to spot them. However, it's not always easy to penetrate the smokescreen of propaganda and disinformation to get to the real agenda hidden beneath. The bad news is that the conspiracy is global, and there are some very big players involved who have worked very hard to get the current academic mindset deeply ingrained in our psyche. Of course, the Persian Gulf region has been kept a war zone for so long now that it's hard to get in there to do much more investigation. Perhaps after they have bombed all trace of any ancient ruins out of existence, then they will let people back in to investigate. In the meantime, our governments seem to work very hard to provide as many distractions in people's daily lives as they can. This is because if you can keep the population living on the edge all the time, they end up so caught up with the rigors of daily modern life, getting to work, paying the bills, looking out for the kids, worrying about the economy, the college fund, the groceries, the neighbors, terrorists, God, taxes, fine print, the environment, terms and conditions, and keeping up with the Joneses. They don't really notice or often even care about looking at the bigger picture to see what's going on all around them, let alone what may have happened in the past. The cover-up in motion. There are a great number of scholars who have attempted to bring some very substantial and worthwhile information to public knowledge, but have all been publicly vilified, whether their information was credible or not. Even some people who have just been doing their job have had their lives reduced to tatters for not being prepared to lie in the name of science. However, it has become apparent that the academic community also has in place a very distinct set of double standards when it comes to the free flow of any information. Academia considers scientists to consist of highly educated, well-trained, and intellectually capable people, and they deduce that they and only they are able to assimilate and process scientific information and then make the correct critical distinctions between fact and fiction, reality and fantasy, and right and wrong, while we, the uneducated and unwashed public, is very simply deemed to be incapable of functioning on this higher mental plane of superior intellectuality. The current academic community, sadly, has this demeanor of intellectual superiority permeating through it, deeply, and it's been that way for some time. It is an attitude that is thinly veiled by meticulously planned and carefully orchestrated public relations. To the public, science and progress can always be seen as byproducts of each other, but unfortunately, such is not always the case. It's just cleverly made to look that way. In order to work as a functional institution in an open and democratic society, science has to operate within the same parameters as society at large. Science, by its very nature, needs to be open to debate, argument, and counter-argument. There is no place for unquestioned authoritarianism and ego in true science. Yet it exists, and is in full view. Even Alfred Wegener, the German meteorologist who first proposed the theory of plate tectonics back in 1915, was the subject of some very spiteful attacks and had his discovery buried for some 50 years before he dared to bruise various academic egos. Even Einstein was first thought a fool. It's unfortunate that we now see the same unscientific approach applied to many other fields of study, just as has become the norm in modern archaeology and anthropology. More and more often we see situations where scientists quite simply refuse to prove the theories they present to us, yet appoint themselves as the final arbiters of the facts, while the real information is hurriedly suppressed, and this is often done in full view. We have seen, for example, the trouble that was caused for the farmer who discovered the Ica stones in Peru, and the extraordinary efforts made to discredit the very significant research and substantial geological testing done on the Sphinx by West and Scope, even to the extent of banning them from future Giza research. Graham Hancock was also ferociously attacked for his book, Fingerprints of the Gods, in which he put forth several theories containing a great deal of merit concerning a common link between many ancient cultures in the past. Links that point to one much earlier civilization preceding theirs, that they had all had some contact with. His theories contained some extremely valid arguments, but, as usual, academia could only wave their doctorates and insult the work without ever being able to present any counter-evidence to back up their own claims, while Hancock's book actually contained a substantial amount of validating research. And take the quite high-profile case of Dr. Virginia Steen McIntyre as another fine example of the academic bottom line. McIntyre was a geologist who worked for the U.S. Geological Survey, or USGS. In the 1970s, she was sent to an archaeological site in Mexico to date a particular group of artifacts. To conduct the tests, she used state-of-the-art equipment and even backed up and confirmed her results by employing 4 different methods in the testing. But her findings in all of the tests were just way too astonishing for her peers. The project's lead archaeologist at the site had been expecting a date of about 25,000 years or less for the artifacts, but McIntyre's results produced a date of 250,000 years or more. The problem was that a figure of 25,000 years or less was needed to validate the accepted Bering Strait crossing theory, so the lead archaeologist dismissed McIntyre's findings and asked for a new set of tests. Dr. McIntyre was then asked to retract her conclusions and present the team with a more satisfactory finding, but she refused, saying the tests she had already conducted were most definitely correct. Since that time, Dr. McIntyre, who is a very talented scientist, has found it extremely difficult to get any of her papers published and was dismissed from her teaching position at an American university. Her case aptly illustrates just how far established scientists are prepared to go to safeguard orthodox tenets, and it would appear that ruining a person's life to preserve the academic status quo, as in the case of Dr. McIntyre, who had literally studied for years to obtain her credentials and had produced accurate results in the tests, is certainly no cause for concern. There was also an amazing case in New Zealand, where the government even went as far as to enact a new law preventing the public from entering a site that was considered to be particularly controversial and the issue too sensitive. In this bizarre series of events, we can see quite well that it's not only the academic community that is concerned with protecting the orthodox views that have been presented to us. This particular controversy first erupted around a site that was located in the Waipoia Forest in New Zealand. Excavations at the location had revealed amazing evidence of an ancient non-Polynesian culture once having existed on the islands that far predated the Maori. The Maori people learned of these findings before they were officially released and were not at all happy about them, as they considered it to be an infringement on their heritage. They gathered together a spokes team and proceeded to complain bitterly about the results to the New Zealand government. However, the public soon got word of what the Maori people were up to, and they also complained, but, of course, the government denied the entire affair. However, the outcome of the original meeting, when the complaint was made by the Maori, was an official archival document that is still in existence today, which actually shows that an embargo had indeed been placed on the site by the New Zealand government. This archival document aptly demonstrates the New Zealand government's clear intention to withhold vital archaeological information from the public through legal means for a period of 75 years. In his book, Ancient Celtic New Zealand, author Mark Dutry says that he is very personally concerned about the issue because he believes valuable artifacts that were removed from the site, proving that there was indeed an earlier culture existing on the islands which preceded the Maori, are now also missing from museums. Where are the ancient Indo-European hair samples, wavy red-brown hair, originally obtained from a rock shelter near Watakari, that were on display at the Auckland War Memorial Museum for many years? Where is the giant skeleton found near Mitamati? He asks, and with good cause, as the disappearance of these artifacts and any of these sorts of occurrences are very real attempts to defraud the world of its true heritage and factual history. The case of the Taklamakan Desert mummies, which were found in western China, is another fine example of this hidden agenda in scientific attitude. In case you missed it, it all went down in a now all too predictable fashion. The remains of an unaccounted for and previously unknown Caucasian culture were unearthed in the Taklamakan area in the 1970s. What was discovered at the site were the remains of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed people who had apparently once lived in pre-dynastic China. The arid desert environment had also preserved the mummies very well. All of the specimens that were recovered were dressed in colorful robes, boots, stockings, and hats, and even though there was a number of Asian bodies that were found buried beside the Caucasian mummies, the Chinese were not at all pleased about the discovery and greatly downplayed the enigmatic find. A writer for National Geographic magazine, Thomas Allen, commented about a pottery shard that he had found at the location, which still bore a fingerprint of the potter who had made it. When he inquired of a Chinese scientist who was present if he was able to take the fragment to a forensic anthropologist for investigation, the Chinese scientist then asked him if he would be able to tell from the fingerprint whether the potter was a white man or a Chinese man. Allen replied that he wasn't sure whether the test would show either way, but perhaps he would have to see what the forensics guy said. The response of the Chinese scientist was to quietly pocket the fragment and quickly walk away. Yes, there always seems to be innumerable things to get in the way of anything but orthodox scientific discovery and disclosure. Unfortunately, we are seeing governments, and even many people, around the world, now viewing such archaeological evidence of ancient races as a threat to ethnocentrism more and more. Such a notion is of course ridiculous because to acknowledge the existence of an ancient civilization does not in any way detract from the achievements of any subsequent civilization that may have risen in the same place. It does, however, prevent people from claiming to have built monuments that they didn't, as is the case of the monuments at Baalbek in Egypt. But let's face it, if the Egyptians really did build the pyramids way back then, they would be able to do it now, and they, or anyone else for that matter, can't do it now. So it is quite reasonable to surmise that they didn't do it back then either. And as we've already noted, the pyramids are a source of immense national pride for the Egyptians, and they would simply hate to have to admit they didn't build them, even though the obvious truth that has now been long since proven is that they were well known at least as far back as 4000 BC, as they have been found depicted on clay tablets and steel from that period. Yet another remarkable and very well documented instance is the case of Michael Cremo, who was again a very good example of just how far the academic community is prepared to go to suppress valid information. Michael's highly controversial book, Forbidden Archaeology, discusses numerous examples of enigmatic ancient artifacts, such as those mentioned in Chapter 2, all of which have been ignored and all of which prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that the antiquity of modern man far exceeds the time frame that is presented to us in orthodox chronologies. His book was extremely well researched and presented some very substantial arguments. So in 1996, the NBC used some material from the book to feature in an excellent TV special entitled The Mysterious Origins of Man. However, when NBC aired the presentation, the reaction from the academic community was like a shockwave. In a seething mass of abuse, NBC was literally inundated with letters and calls from irate members of various faculties, accusing the network of deception and calling the producer a fraud. Still others called the whole program a hoax and a sham, claiming the airing of it was a lie to the public. But because the evidence displayed on the program was so damaging to the deception that academia is intent on perpetuating, merely complaining was not all they did. They actually attempted to force NBC not to run the program a second time. NBC simply ignored them and aired it again anyway. So a group of scientists then took the most radical step imaginable. In their fear and desperation that people may actually believe the findings reported in the special, they gathered their trusty doctorates together and presented their case to the federal government, formally requesting that the Federal Communications Commission step in and ban NBC from ever airing the program again. And just so you don't believe me, this is all very well documented. You can check it out for yourself. A letter that was written to the FCC during the affair by a Dr. Alison Palmer, who is the president of the Institute for Cambrian Studies, is also very revealing. At the very least, NBC should be required to make substantial primetime apologies to their viewing audience for a sufficient period of time so that the audience clearly gets the message that they were duped. In addition, NBC should perhaps be fined sufficiently so that a major fund for public science education can be established. Public science education? What on earth is that supposed to mean? Freudian slip, maybe? And seriously, they actually want to fine a television station for airing a scientific theory because it differs from the orthodox tenet, and fine them to the extent that a major fund can be established? Isn't that possibly a little extreme? Besides, I thought that schools and universities were supposed to incorporate such things as science into their curriculum. So then, it really must be questioned what exactly they intend to actually teach at such a public science center. Or are we to assume that there is a difference between science and public science? It seems pretty obvious that such a center would merely be a venue for displaying neat tricks and orthodox theories, and be far more involved and concerned with teaching people what to think, rather than how to think. These actions by academia against NBC represent a very real attempt to impede commerce and a blatantly visible infringement of free speech, and an obvious attempt at the open censorship of free and democratic intellectual discourse. Can you imagine the reaction of the world if anyone tried to suppress any information that is presented to us by orthodox scientists or academics? The reaction would be one of united outrage from all quarters, people, scientists, and governments. There is an endless amount of these blatant moves to stifle valid information, and I could probably fill an entire book with case histories very similar to those I have just presented to you. Even as recently as September 2005, court action was commenced against an American public school for daring to incorporate the mere possibility of creation by intelligent design into its curriculum. There is an alarming number of such cases, but I think you probably get the point I'm trying to make by now. But no matter how much the facts are twisted by academia, no matter how much the data is concealed by ruthless scientists, and no matter how constantly reality is denied by governments, the truth will always have a way of rearing its head and ultimately shining through the murk. A Mosaic of History. Because the real facts are kept so well hidden by the so-called powers that be, getting to the real truth and trying to piece together all the pieces, hints, myths, legends, evidences, and texts, and then separate the true facts from the enormous amounts of disinformation that is circulated, can sometimes be an extremely daunting task. But eventually, as new evidence comes to light, a coherent picture begins to form, and some realities can be gleaned. It has been abundantly shown through our discussion so far that an incredible number of enigmatic artifacts do exist that can only be explained by accepting the reality that the people of ancient times did possess an advanced scientific knowledge, and the history we have been presented with by academia is completely wrong. The main objective of this book so far has been to provide information to the reader in order to illustrate the point that, with regard to history, things are not at all what they seem, and, from looking at the previous evidence, we can safely deduce the following points. 1. It is an undeniable fact that the very first civilization that existed in our records possessed very detailed astronomical, astrological, and cosmological knowledge right from its very inception. That such knowledge can only possibly be discovered through the use of advanced science. We have amply demonstrated the impossibility of man ever coming up with such information as precession of the zodiac through his own devices in ancient times. It has also been abundantly demonstrated by many scholars and authors that the correlations between the structures, temple alignments, and numerical references in the myths and legends from a great number of vastly different ancient races, coupled with the nature of the myths and legends themselves, all undeniably point to a common link in our distant past. 2. We have seen geological and fossil records displaying indisputable proof that modern man existed contemporaneously with prehistoric life forms that lived, apparently, millions of years ago, and yet, at the same time, discovered irrefutable genetic evidence proving beyond a doubt the essence of man, the human genome, is no more than 200,000 years old. We have also seen the very same genetic studies provide evidence of the vast differences between man and primates, proving beyond a doubt that Darwin's theory of evolution is essentially flawed, that man could never have evolved from primates through evolution alone. We have now, even more recently, witnessed the discovery of an entirely new species of miniature humans, further confounding believers of both Darwin's theory and of religious creationism. We have also demonstrated evidence of genetically manipulated plants that have existed all over the earth since ancient times. 3. This information has had the effect of providing credible evidence to suggest that dinosaurs did not die out 65 million years ago, but survived a great deal longer, and we have discovered quite recently that dinosaurs were warm-blooded creatures, more resembling birds, and not the slow-moving reptiles that they were once thought to be. 4. Indisputable evidence, now recognized by scholars and theologians alike, has also shown us that all creation stories stem from the one ancient account, an account that has been now demonstrated to be a vividly detailed narrative of a series of dramatic celestial and genetic events, the details of which were first recounted by the ancient Sumerians. 5. Modern scientific and astronomical data now parallels the Sumerian story of the creation of our solar system, inscribed on clay tablets thousands of years ago, and it has also been openly admitted by scientists that the data received from the Voyager spacecraft showed us that everything we thought we knew about the cosmos before that point was entirely wrong. Yet, by way of comparison, we have seen that the ancient Sumerian accounts adequately and satisfactorily explain every single enigmatic aspect of our solar system, right down to the eccentricities of Pluto's orbit, the sideways rotation of Uranus, the asteroid belt, and the existence of the comets and their elongated and retrograde clockwise orbits. 6. We can also see in these tales vast evidence that suggests a detailed knowledge of other information that we are now discovering, such as DNA. We have also had it made clear to us by the Sumerian account that there is yet another, still unknown, planetary body in our solar system, and this information has only been confirmed as recently as 2005. Even more of the Sumerian accounts are being backed up by modern scientific data. Even the enigmatic face on Mars and its nearby ruins is mentioned in the ancient Sumerian texts. 7. It has been demonstrated that these texts also provide 6,000-year-old documented reports and pictorial evidence that the pyramids existed even in ancient Sumerian times, adding noticeable details like mentioning the enigmatic sealed ascending passage, the lack of remains within, and the strange twisting well shaft of the Great Pyramid. All are adequately explained by Sumerian texts. We have discussed how this time frame is further supported by geological evidence proving that the Sphinx is at least 10,500 years old, further attesting to the existence of the far greater antiquity of the Giza site. We have then shown that, in Egypt, texts exist that explain the processes involved in the synthesis of hardened limestone and amply demonstrate that these methods do work, indicating that the pyramids were most likely cast in a manner similar to concrete. It has also been shown that it is quite possible to soften stone through the use of common plant extracts in order to build megalithic structures like the ancient Mayan temples. We can see that the practice is still performed in modern times by witch doctors in the making of stone idols. Ancient texts have told us of ancient water treatment and oil refinery plants in South America, and we have located ancient enigmatic structures at the sites that contain complex networks of tunnels made from smoothed mica that are perfect for the task, and the true purpose of these structures has been abundantly proven by authors such as Zechariah Sitchin. 8. We have also seen it is a fact that megalithic ruins do exist on the seabed in various places throughout the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, proving the reality of sunken cities, global cataclysms, and even recently found the traces of an ancient global alphabet. We have viewed artifacts from all over the world, which prove that ancient man had machinery capable of manufacturing precisely made devices of intricate complexity. This fact has been reinforced by the discovery of ancient texts that contain well-documented, highly detailed, and credible accounts of flying machines, texts that serve no religious or moral accord, but serve only as technical manuals. These texts have then been corroborated by artifacts at ancient sites that present pictorial evidence of such machines in tombs and on stele from antiquity. 9. We have discussed the Sumerian and Indian legends of great wars that were fought in the past using incredible weapons, and then seen evidence of such wars in radioactive skeletal remains, numerous vitrified ruins, the blackened plains of the Sinai, and the strange Libyan desert glass, and we have further seen that such weapons are absolutely possible through recent advances in our own sciences. 10. We have heard talk of an ancient race who built cities along a route leading to a spaceport, and we have seen located all the sites of these ancient places and also discovered an immeasurably ancient 88 by 44 meter platform made of 300-ton stone blocks, surrounded by a retaining wall containing 3 800-ton blocks of hewn stone that are well beyond our current transportation capabilities, at the very site where the spaceport landing pad was said to have been located. 11. We have demonstrated the physical evidence on both Earth and Mars of a dramatic celestial impact in the past, and we have learned the important lesson demonstrated by comet Levy-Shoemaker 9 in that comets actually do hit planets. We have seen evidence that both gradual and cataclysmic geographical changes occur on Earth, and that polar reversals are a scientific fact. 12. We have also adequately shown that the people of our ancient past already knew all of these things, and that their science had evolved to such a degree that their science, their religion, and their entire way of life were all intertwined in one entity. We have seen indisputable evidence that everything we thought we knew about our history, and everything that is being taught to our children in schools about it, is wrong or highly suspect, and very debatable to say the least. And not only that, but that this information is actually quite well known to academia, and, despite that fact, things that are known to be fallacious about our true past are still being presented and taught as absolutes. So the real question becomes, why? Why are we being lied to? And why are the continuous attempts to keep the information suppressed so intense and dramatic? Why is the real information so closely hoarded, hidden, and then so viciously guarded? Why don't they want anyone to know the truth? Is it just because they think the truth is too shocking for us? Or are there more significant reasons? The politics of control. The truth can sometimes be a pretty scary thing if it's not approached with a certain amount of respect and understanding. People really need to be educated in the realities of the universe and man's relationship to it before things can ever make any true sense. The unfortunate situation is that a great many people in modern times are also so far caught up in religion that it becomes extremely difficult for them to accept the fact that their faith has been misplaced. The sad truth is that most people in those situations become very hostile and angry when faced with indisputable evidence, and often to the extent where calm and rational debate can become impossible. Some people, in shocking acts of irresponsibility, religious insecurity, and ego, will even quite often destroy contrary texts or legitimate proof and fake other more acceptable evidence in order to reinforce their personal beliefs. These sorts of acts make it very difficult for mankind to ever discover the real truths. Maybe I'm slightly more wary than some, but I've always considered the truth to be the ultimate goal in any quest for knowledge. One day it may be realized that facts are simply facts. Nothing more, nothing less. Facts, when properly understood, do not need to encroach on people's racial pride or national heritage or ethnocentric insecurities. Possibly the most malicious, irresponsible, and dangerous act that has ever been committed against mankind as a whole is the conscious and willful suppression of knowledge and the pure and utter fabrication that is perpetuated by academia on a daily basis. For all the peoples of the world, the entirety of humankind, have had their true heritage stolen from them, and purposefully and systematically hidden from view by financial, political, theological, and academic megalomaniacs whose only desire is control. This fact has been proven time and time again. These actions, which can be held wholly responsible for most of the bloodshed that has occurred during the last 2,000 years, knowingly performed by the very people who hold the keys to our knowledge and our future, represent a crime beyond comparison. As history has now shown, their suppression of real truths has placed mankind in an extremely unbalanced and perilous situation. With proper education and open and free societies, the world would be free from most of its troubles because control through political and religious means could never work on an educated population. With proper education, the idea of one person killing another over a stolen story that has been contrived into a religious doctrine and written in a book would openly be seen to be as ridiculous as it is obscene. But the problem for governments is that, with proper education, the world would also never let our corrupt leaders or multinational corporations abuse their power the way they have done and still continue to do. For this reason, people are kept too busy to be aware of many of these things that are going on around them, and often the hidden truths go unnoticed because of the constant barrage of media propaganda and the rigors of daily life. If you keep people busy enough and distracted enough, they simply don't notice what is going on around them. In this way, entire populations are unwittingly controlled every day. Even now, more discoveries are being made that challenge our traditional tenets, such as the first ever fossilized dinosaur heart that was discovered in 1993. This may not sound like much of a find to you at first, but it was one that absolutely rocked the paleontology world because the heart was discovered to have 4 ventricles. This fact, of course, means dinosaurs were warm-blooded, and that means that they were not actually the slow-moving, cumbersome reptiles that had been previously imagined, but were very swift and agile. But consider this. It also means that they were not even reptiles, as had been previously surmised, because reptiles have hearts containing only 3 ventricles and are essentially cold-blooded creatures. Then, in 2004, the remains of a dinosaur bone was found, with a feather still attached to it. This immediately causes one to pause and reflect on the myriad of South American accounts of Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Voltan, etc., and of the possible reality of feathered serpents. In 2003, the remains of an entirely new species of previously unknown 1-meter-tall humans were discovered in a cave called Liangbua on the Indonesian island of Flores, about 400 miles east of Bali, and not just one, but the remains of a whole tribe that had apparently been living on a very populated island up until possibly as recently as 200 or 300 years ago. Even more recently, a formerly unknown member of our solar system has been confirmed and photographed. There is a substantial amount of other new evidence, which suggests the very real possibility that some of the things that were supposed to have happened in our prehistory may not have really actually occurred quite that long ago at all. Of hobbits, dinosaurs, and alphabets. The human remains that were discovered in 2003 on Flores totally shocked the scientists involved in the find because the skeletons were of a previously unknown miniature human species. The full-grown human skeleton that was recovered from the site was barely a meter tall, about the height of a 3-year-old, with a skull about the size of a grapefruit. Some researchers claim that the discovery is proof that the human species is far more diverse than had ever been believed. The remains of a cranium, both right and left legs, a hand, and other smaller bone fragments were recovered from the site. The diminutive size of these human remains can easily be seen by a simple comparison of the skull of the Flores skeleton with that of the skull of a normal-sized human, as shown here. The researchers were also convinced that the skeleton was not that of a dwarf or otherwise abnormal in any way, but was perfectly proportioned for its size, exactly like a normal adult, but considerably smaller in size. The team also found the remains of a number of other similar-sized humans in the cave, confirming that the area was once home to a reasonably sized population of the little people, which have been named Homo floresiensis. The discovery of these remains absolutely confounded the archaeology and anthropology worlds. According to Darwin's theory of evolution, researchers had previously believed that any people with a brain and body of such minute size could only have walked the earth at a period of no less than 3 million years ago. The find was so surprising that the associate professor of archaeology at the University of New England in Armidale, Australia, Professor Peter Brown, commented, "I would have been less surprised if my colleagues had found an alien spacecraft." The research team has not ruled out the possibility that the small human species may have survived on the island until as recently as the 1500s. This idea is also supported by local folk tales. The local legends tell us that the little people lived in caves in the forest and were well known to the local villagers, who would leave food outside at night for the little people to collect, mostly in lower gourds, and, according to the co-author of the study, a Richard Roberts of the University of Wollongong, legend has it that these were the guests from hell. They'd eat everything, including the gourds. The local legends actually do a good deal further than that, and it may be that this diminutive race of forest dwellers became more than just the guests from hell and became too much for the local inhabitants. One tale has it that, in times when food was scarce, the little folk would come down from the mountains and steal food from the villagers. Locals report that, only a few generations ago, on one such occasion, while conducting one of these raids, they also stole a baby from a villager. The angry villagers, knowing of the mountain cave where the little folk dwelt, formed an angry mob and made their way to the cave to retrieve the infant. Upon their arrival, they found the child long dead, and so, in their wrath, they set fire to the cave and fueled the fire so that they would be rid of the forest people forever. If such a tale is true, then it is not unreasonable to surmise that there may well have been more than just a single colony of such forest people, who may well have taken fright at the fiery demise of their brethren and moved deeper into the jungle, and, if that's so, they may still be living in some remote area. Sightings of such small forest people have occurred in New Guinea and in Queensland, Australia, in an area of Lamington National Park known as the Lost World, a dense subtropical rainforest location of very mountainous and rugged terrain. However, none of these sightings have been confirmed. They haven't managed to catch or kill one yet. If one studies the time frame of our history, and also the time frame of evolution as it presents itself, but also takes the Sumerian account of creation at face value, a startling possibility presents itself. Why were the gods of old always depicted as being of greater stature than man, and spoken of as giants? If indeed they were giants, and if indeed they mixed their DNA with hominid DNA to create man as the text suggests, then it is not entirely unreasonable to imagine that Homo floresiensis may well be the origin of the earthly DNA that was used. This race may now be where man would have actually progressed to if he had been left to his own evolutionary devices in the time that has passed since Neanderthal. Is it possible that our current size, which is larger than Homo flores and yet still smaller than that of the gods, could it be the result of an intermingling of the two gene pools of the larger and smaller races? Could it be that Homo flores is actually the missing genetic link so sought after? That would simply turn evolution on its head. Time may show the discovery of this new human species to be the final nail in the Darwinian coffin, and I imagine that theologians will be equally mortified. I'm not saying that such a thing is so. I'm just mentioning that it's an interesting thought, and if one considers all the evidence, it's not entirely outside the realms of possibility. Time will tell. The first ever discovery of traces of a dinosaur heart in a fossil, discovered in Raleigh, North Carolina, has also now provided equally disturbing evidence that a large number of the long extinct beasts were not the slow and plodding creatures that have so far been imagined, but were quick and agile, even very similar to birds. The fossil, now on display at the South Dakota Museum, was exceptionally well preserved, and a 3D view of the heart absolutely astounded researchers because the heart contained 4 highly developed chambers and a single arched aorta. The single aorta completely separates the oxygen-rich blood from the oxygen-poor blood and sends it to all parts of the body, said Russell. This challenges some of the most fundamental theories about how and when dinosaurs evolved. Most reptiles have 3-chambered hearts, but even in those with 4 chambers, such as the crocodile, the blood is pumped through double arteries that mix oxygen-heavy blood with oxygen-lean blood. Cold-blooded reptiles are dependent on the environment for body heat. Warm-blooded mammals and birds generate their own body heat and are more tolerant of temperature extremes. Another brief, though interesting article concerning an ancient alphabet that had been discovered virtually worldwide also appeared in 2004, suggesting further evidence of a widely dispersed culture in remote prehistory. The alphabet had been found and successfully translated on 6 continents, and so far, translations and grammar suggest a global human culture thrived in antiquity. The alphabet is similar to ancient writing found in other locations around the globe, and the author of the article suggests that this is the result of a cultural migration. The site where it was located, near La Junta, has been dated to before 800 BC. In the Negev desert of Israel, the same alphabet has been dated to 1500 BC. In South Australia, the same alphabet is estimated to be over 5,000 years old, and similar alphabets have also been discovered in Oklahoma, Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, Brazil, and in Western Asia, indicating a common culture that was virtually globally dispersed. The discovery of this alphabet is very significant and, as the diagram clearly shows, it is indeed quite widely dispersed and may yet be found in other locations. Perhaps these were the people who planted all those bananas. Many things have been lost in the course of man's history, but one of the saddest of these has been the loss of our history itself, and though we still continue to search for explanations to the riddles that plague our past, the longer it takes to find the pieces we need, the harder the quest becomes. The entire Sinai area, where the answers to many of the great mysteries of mankind lie, has been kept a war zone by banking interests, squabbling religious fanatics, and oil companies for so long now that any trace of the answers we seek may well come way too late if they remain still at all. However, the hoarding of information and the steady and methodical dismantling of our true history by academia is the real root cause of many of the maladies mankind now faces. Chapter 14: Forgotten Codes. The Great Puzzle. The main aim of this book was to provide people with information designed to make it abundantly clear that the history we have been led to believe is irrefutably wrong. This is virtually an established fact, no matter what academia asks us to believe. It has also, hopefully, provided you with some sort of insight into what the ancient legends suggest to be a possibility, and the evidence that can be gathered to support these myths. But to where does all this lead? Do the answers lie in the myths, somehow locked into the alignments of the ancient ruins, or hidden in the texts? Do they tell us to watch for certain astronomical or celestial signs that warn of impending disaster? Is that what the monuments and astronomical alignments are trying to tell us? Could it be a global catastrophe or polar reversal? Could that be one of the things we are being told about or warned of in ancient texts and myths? The computer code or algorithm that has been discovered running through the entire Hebrew Bible appears to speak of or predict all major world events, past, present, and future. The code has been confirmed as being real by many of the world's leading mathematicians, and simply has no right being there unless someone or something put it there purposefully. Encoded are a myriad of incredibly accurate modern-day events. The assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, the Clinton presidency and his affair with the maidservant, the collapse of the Twin Towers, Al Gore winning the vote but having evil done against him, and then G.W. Bush becoming president by fraudulent means, and a great deal more extremely accurate information that simply defies all analysis can all be found quite clearly encoded within the text. The code also contains numerous references to a coming world war. Could this hidden book within the Bible be the hidden book the Bible tells us will be opened at the end of days? Could the Bible code be the biblical book with 7 seals that will be opened at the beginning of the end that we are told of in Revelations? Who was it who encoded this information? Was it the gods of old, the Anunnaki of ancient Sumer who created it all? Or was it just God? When considering the remains of the ancient temples that we find dotted across our globe, one question that instantly arises is, why the absolutely ridiculous obsession with temple alignments and astronomy? What was the meaning behind it all? Because they were awestruck by the celestial display of stars? To predict the equinoxes or crop cycles, as some have suggested. But if it was simply for crops, why go to all that trouble to get it so precise? Why not just consult with the farmer? Why devote so much attention to alignments? Is there knowledge we can glean from them? And then there are all the myths and legends. By examining the brilliant work of authors such as Zecharia Sitchin, we have seen it explained to us what the uses of many ancient places actually were. The mines and metallurgy facilities in South America, the landing platforms at Baalbek in Jerusalem, the pyramid beacons in the Nile Valley. But it goes deeper than that. One of the first notable scholars who believed that the ancient scriptures and temple alignments held the secrets to an ancient and hidden knowledge was the great scientist Isaac Newton, who spent his life secretly trying to decipher them. Newton was once asked a question by a student or colleague regarding the planets and gravity, which he was unable to answer at the time, so he retired to his study. The resulting thesis he delivered on gravity and planetary rotation, after a subsequent labor of 3 years, is still considered by many to be one of the most comprehensive and brilliant scientific papers ever written. Yet, secretly, Newton's heart's desire was to acquire knowledge of the secrets of divine creation, known only to God. He believed the secrets were locked within the ancient scriptures and that the key to unlocking them lay in alchemy. For years, many had practiced the forbidden science of alchemy, seeking the secrets of turning base metals into the purest of gold, yet Newton had a grander vision for the secret craft. He believed that the Bible and other texts contained, disguised within their narrative and numerology, alchemical formulas and recipes, the discovery of which would teach him the secrets of creation, of all life, and of the universe. He also believed that the Christian story of creation could clearly be seen within the ancient Babylonian creation epic. The suggestion that the biblical story of Genesis actually had its origins in a much earlier Babylonian creation myth, as recounted previously, and that the Babylonian version seemed to be derived from a still earlier source, was probably first put forth academically by a British museum worker called George Smith, who worked for years piecing together fragmented clay tablets from Mesopotamia and eventually published his findings in a quite extraordinary book called The Chaldean Genesis. Due to the recent discovery of fragments of a much earlier Sumerian version of the Enuma Elish, it is universally agreed that the Babylonian creation epic has its origins in the much more complete Sumerian tale, and it is Sitchin who ascertains that it is by interpreting the references and cosmology that underlies the Enuma Elish as actually being Sumerian and not Babylonian, that the true nature of the tale finally emerges. It can be noted that, in the earlier Sumerian version, the invader was not named Marduk, but Nibiru. It has now been established that the reference in the Babylonian text to Marduk as being the ultimate god who created the earth and ultimately man and everything else is actually a forgery, where the name Marduk was inserted to replace Nibiru, and that this variation in the tale most likely occurred when Ra, or Marduk, seized control of Babylon, and he and his followers were anxious to portray their ruling deity as being the supreme creator of all life, as well as the Lord of the earth. I have absolutely no doubt that Sitchin is completely correct in his assertion that if one realizes the actual origin of the biblical story of Genesis and interprets it and the many other tales concerning creation, not as myths and allegorical stories, but as actual factual accounts of a series of celestial events, a surprisingly coherent and confirmable version of Earth's true history can finally be discovered. Science and religion. Consider for a moment, what if man was forced to start again right from this point, right now? Consider what would happen if there was some kind of major cataclysm like a comet impact right now, today, and pockets of survivors were forced back to the Stone Age to begin culture and society anew. What faiths would they keep, adhere to, or create? What sciences would they eventually discover, develop, and embrace? Would it be the sciences we have knowledge of now, or would the evolution of the craft branch off in another completely different direction? Before his death, Einstein was already working on the concept of the unified field, and now, in modern days, we can see some of that vision of reality with the advent of quantum physics and string theory. It is common knowledge that all matter is ultimately composed of light and sound, vibrating at specific frequencies. Einstein theorized that gravity also had a specific frequency of vibration, and that, if it could be discovered, then the correct frequency of sound directed at any given object should render the object weightless. It is not unreasonable to suppose that, when the actual sound frequency of gravity is discovered and directed into harmony with the frequency of biological strings, then levitation may even become commonplace. Feats of levitation have often been reported and, in some cases, even witnessed by people in their observations of some Shaolin monks of Tibet, who have been seen levitating heavy stones to the top of steep cliffs. Think for a moment what the technology we possess today would have seemed like to those who lived in times past. Electric lights, cars, airplanes, televisions, cell phones, microwave ovens. All these things are commonplace today, yet, to them, would have appeared more like magic than science. If another race exists in the billions of stars that supports planets, then that race is likely many thousands, perhaps millions of years in advance of ours, and the technologies they possess would appear to be impossible to us, as much as ours would appear so to those who lived 1,000 years ago. Ancient man did not practice religion as we conceive it today. In past civilizations, science and religion were intrinsically intertwined. They were not practiced as such. They were simply a way of life. Man was aware of himself and his relationship to the universe, the creator, and those gods in between, because it was simply the way things were. So how could it be perceived to be any different? Of course, there was the worship of mighty gods who were held in great fear and reverence, but they were celestial gods, the planets. And again, why? Did ancient man have telescopes? Surely not. Did they know some of the tiny lights in the night sky were really planets and not stars? Of course they did. The question is, without telescopes, how did they know? Would you, if you looked up to the night sky, discern and count the planets and observe their movements? Would you be capable of predicting their orbits? Would you observe the phenomenon of precession, a movement of 1 degree every 72 years? No, of course not. And yet they knew. When man still believed the earth was flat, he knew of the precession of the zodiac. The entire notion is nonsensical. The Sumerians tell us that the zodiac was created by the gods. Okay, but if we take that on face value, why would the gods even do it? Sitchin tells us it was done to keep track of the enormously long passages of time dealt with in tracking the orbital movements of Nibiru, the planet of the gods. Could this truly be the case? When examining all the aspects of these ancient religions, surprisingly, many of their mythologies seem to have their basis in science and astronomy, and the references are always the same. 12 signs of zodiac, 12 months in the year, 12 ancient gods, 12 disciples, etc. There is also the appearance of the number 432, or 432,000, and the continual use of the number 52 in various different mythologies. There are always the same mathematics and astronomical references, regardless of the culture. The same can even be seen now in the Christian religion, with the discovery of the Bible code. The Bible code itself is one of the most interesting things imaginable. The code that has been found running through the text of the Hebrew Bible by the renowned mathematician Elijah Rips has stood up to the most rigorous mathematical tests available and is most certainly a definite reality. The author of the books on the code, Michael Drosnin, is convinced that an actual key to unlocking the code in its entirety may even exist, so it may even be possible to view the code in mass. He also believes that the finding of such a key may divulge to us who the original encoder actually was. He may well be right. The Bible code itself even seems strongly to suggest that very possibility. Rips found the hidden code by removing all the punctuation from the Hebrew Bible, thus reducing it to one long string of letters, and then applying a computer program to it that was designed to look for letter skips. It's no surprise that only in such a fashion could the discovery of the Bible code have been achieved, as the entire book of the Old Testament is actually reported to have been delivered to Moses on Mount Sinai as one long string of letters. This is perhaps why the Hebrew version has always remained true to its original form, without one letter changed. The Hebrew Bible is not the words of God, and does not really contain the words of God, but is the Word of God in the singular form. It has always been referred to in this manner, and this of course implies that it was always really meant to be just one word, one long, contiguous letter string that is essentially a single word, possibly even like an anachronism for something else hidden. The Word of God is an immense singular word of 304,805 letters, into which could theoretically be encoded a myriad of other seemingly endless possibilities. The Bible code itself appears to function in this way, and to be an incredibly complex, yet somehow simplistically perfect, complete mathematical formula that encompasses all of life, the earth, and our history within a story. Truly a divine code, and to change even one letter would totally invalidate the entire mathematical formula. Drosnin is certain that the Bible code itself states that the key to unlocking the complete code is secreted in an ark of some kind, a container or sealed vessel of metal, and has something to do with an obelisk or pillar that may be buried somewhere in Jordan. Most of the evidence he has managed to gather so far from the code itself strongly indicates an area in the northern Sinai, in the vicinity of Masra, near the Lisan Peninsula, a small and inhospitable piece of land that juts into the southern Dead Sea. Who could have come up with a code that encompasses all the secrets of our world and concealed them in a lost book that could not be opened until the invention of the computer, and then secreted the key to this incredible mathematical formula for life in a metal box, information about which is inscribed on an obelisk or pillar? Was it God? Was it aliens? Maybe it was a time traveler who had an awfully good knowledge of history. Or was it one God in particular who may not have actually been God at all? Or a God, for that matter. Divine codes. In his search for the key that may break the Bible code, the ark in which it was hidden, and the obelisk that was mentioned by the code, Drosnin discovered another truly interesting message that said, "Steel vehicle," which was crossed by "his vehicle he threw into the sea," which was a somewhat bizarre statement to find in the Bible code. Drosnin was stunned at these results, and further investigation of the code in search of its key produced even more cryptic results. Garden of Lysan was found, and then "I will place the language gene" was crossed by "I will make intelligent." Now thoroughly perplexed, he continued, soon discovering all in one area: code, key. His tablet vitalized the obelisk, and the origin of it. This is the area of the engraved letters, hidden, which was crossed by birth pangs of language. Drosnin's discovery of these cryptic references kept continuing. In Lysan DNA, in the language of DNA, was crossed by a copy of everything was brought. In Lysan DNA was crossed by Mazra, seeded, and DNA code was crossed by on obelisk and in Adam the template. All were found by Drosnin within the Bible code. If my attention was not pricked at the start of the book, which it most certainly was, it was most definitely fully aroused now. As I stared at these cryptic messages and read of Drosnin's bewilderment at finding them, something began to dawn on me. When I had read Michael Drosnin's books, The Bible Code and The Bible Code 2, I was dumbfounded when I saw the cryptic clues he was receiving in his search for the key and its mysterious encoder. What struck me was that these clues sounded awfully like references to the ancient Sumerian account of the arrival of the Anunnaki and the creation of man by genetic engineering, and more. In the Bible Code we see, he threw his vehicle into the sea, and in Sitchin's translation of the arrival of the first team of Anunnaki, as told in a personal account written by the first leader, Anunnaki himself, in the lost book of Enki, we read, "Into the waters down it splashed, into the depths not sinking." Drosnin also found references to a steel vehicle and sections of the code suggesting that such a vehicle may still exist somewhere in the area of Lisan in the Dead Sea. This is remarkable because the arrival and waiting ashore of a god in a fish suit, who was the creator of mankind, is a theme that is common to many cultures. According to Sumerian texts, the lord Ea, later to become known as Enki, is said to have worn a fish suit and an eagle mask as he waded ashore through the marshes. The event is also recalled in Greek mythology as the story of Oannes, wading ashore and creating mankind and civilization. Oannes is often depicted in a fish suit, and it is notable that Oannes has also been at times depicted as a serpent fish, in an obvious reference to the Sumerian god Enki. Enki himself also appeared in a fish suit in early Sumerian depictions. The mysterious Dogon tribe from Mali, West Africa, who we discussed earlier, also worship a god donned in a fish suit and a helmet of some kind who they say started mankind. The similarities between these legends coming to us from vastly differing cultures just cannot be understated or easily dismissed. The Philistines also worshipped a fish god called Dagon or Dagon, and a symbol of the fish is still used today in Christianity. The cross is also a very significant Christian symbol, and not simply because it was the method of execution used in the crucifixion of Christ, but it is worth questioning if it could be in any way possible that the symbol of the Christian cross could have its true origins and elongated shape in the early Sumerian references to the planet of the crossing and its elongated orbit. I'm not saying that this is the case, of course. I am merely asking if it could be possible. Ancient legends from countless ancient sources tell of the Egyptian god Thoth at one time writing a book in his own hand, then secreting it in a metal box or ark of some kind, and inscribing a pillar or pillars with the information that would reveal its location. This mysterious lost book of Thoth has been one of the most sought-after artifacts in all of history, right up there with the Holy Grail and the Ark of the Covenant, and there are some interesting legends attached to this book. According to the story of Setna, the Book of Thoth lies in an iron box hidden beneath a place once known as Koptos, thought to be near the middle of the Nile. The location was said by Setna to be the tomb where Neferkepta, the son of Amenhotep, lies with his wife Ahura and son Merab. On the chest of Neferkepta lies an iron box. Within this iron box is a box made of bronze. Inside the bronze box is a box made from sycamore wood. Within the sycamore box is another box constructed from ivory and ebony. Inside the ivory and ebony box is a silver box, while within the silver box is at last a golden box. Inside that golden box lies the coveted Book of Thoth. all about the iron box are twisted snakes and scorpions, and it is said to be guarded by a serpent that cannot be slain. When considering the clues that were uncovered by Drosnin in his search for information concerning the mysterious encoder of the Bible code, the legend of the metal box containing the lost Book of Thoth immediately springs to mind. Could it not be reasonable to suppose that each of these two references, which both refer to a secreted metal box containing incredibly significant and advanced information, may be references to exactly the same lost artifact? Could the Bible code be providing us with still further confirmation to the factual reality of the ancient Sumerian accounts? Chapter 15. Afterthoughts. In the absence of evidence to the contrary, the simplest solution is usually correct. Occam's razor. Darwinism has stood virtually unchallenged and has always been generally regarded as fact in the academic community, and the biblical story of Genesis has managed to maintain its tenacious, though now somewhat precarious grip on its own captive audience. However, as we have abundantly shown, there are numerous types of very significant other evidences which greatly question the validity of both theories, even to the point of utterly disproving them. Not only does this new evidence challenge these theories, but it also brings into question a number of other things that have been presented to us as fact, even challenging the very fabric and foundations of our beings and who we thought we were. A god of science and numbers. It should by now be abundantly clear that not all in our history, or indeed in our world, is what it appears to be, and certainly is not what is perpetually promoted to us as factual. Evidence proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that an ancient civilization even more advanced than ours did once exist on this frail little ball in space that is our home. All evidence indicates that they existed around circa 11,500 BC, and then destroyed themselves in a nuclear holocaust of catastrophic proportions at around circa 2020 BC. The evidence tells us that the event took place in the Sinai Peninsula, and that aerial battles were also fought over the Libyan desert, scalding the surface into the acres of strange yellow glass that still lie there today. Academics dispute the possibility of this, mainly due to the time frame, flatly stating in no uncertain terms that, at circa 2000 BC, mankind was still hunters and gatherers. But the answer to that is yes. Indeed, they were, and yet evidence irrefutably proves such a civilization did exist. This in itself proves that man was not responsible for the civilization that we find so many traces of, which in turn indicates that it was built by someone other than man. The obvious conclusion is that it was built by exactly whom all the legends of old from all cultures say it was built by. It was built by the gods of ancient legend. Those same beings were responsible for the enigmatic structures, devastating wars we are told of in great detail, and for the vitrified ruins and deserts that ensued. The gods from ancient Sumer or Sumer, who are also well known in Egypt and Babylon, Greece, Rome, and India. The giants of South American legends who are also mentioned in the biblical texts as giants, and named in the Hebrew Bible as the Elohim and the Nephilim. Those who from heaven to earth came. Those whom Sumerian texts call the Anunnaki. I have little doubt that the Adamu worker race the Sumerian text tells us was created in the Eden was indeed the very story of the creation of the biblical Adam in Eden. That the event was once common knowledge can clearly be seen in our modern medical symbol. Does it not seem strangely coincidental to you that the modern medical symbol consists of two intertwining serpents surmounted by a sphere and two wings? Here we see a perfect representation of DNA that has been in use for centuries and long before the discovery of DNA. Yet it's quite obvious that the symbol does indeed represent the twisting nature of the human genome and its creator Enki, who was always signified by the symbol of the serpent. I believe the modern medical symbol is probably even a representation that signifies the actual event, the very moment when man was created in the Anunnaki Medical Center in the Eden that has remained in a surprisingly consistent state and actually changed very little with the passage of time. From the Mesopotamian tree of life with the winged disc, representing the home of the creator of the tree, the planet Nibiru at the top, to the Olmec tree of life, to the Greek Caduceus and the staff of Asclepius, and then through to the medical modern symbol. All of these symbols, both ancient and modern, are a clear representation of what we now know to be the spiraling double helix form of human DNA, many years and even centuries before it was discovered. The inclusion of a winged object at the crest is also significant. The Sumerian tales speak of how the Great Pyramid was constructed by the son of the great lord Enki, who had created man with the aid of his half-sister Nima. Enki had 6 sons. One of these sons was the Sumerian god Ningizida, known in Egypt as Thoth, the great master of science and numbers. In South America as Quetzalcoatl, the great benefactor and bestower of knowledge, and in Greek myths as Hermes, the master of science and mathematics. Legends throughout all mythologies recall Thoth as one of the wisest and most benevolent gods of all. Thoth is said to have created countless wonders. It was Thoth who was always consulted in the construction and astronomical lines of the temples. It was Thoth who added the leaves of knowing to man's tree of life. It was Thoth who gave Ka-in, or Cain, his mark. Thoth inseminated Isis with the seed of her murdered husband Osiris, resulting in the birth of Horus, and it was Thoth who designed and constructed the miracle that is the Great Pyramid. Several mathematical and astronomical similarities between Egypt and the structures at Stonehenge also strongly suggest that Thoth may have had a hand in the construction of that site too. Legends tell us of Thoth writing a secret book containing all the information and the knowledge he had learned from his father Enki, and all the knowledge he had acquired himself when the Anunnaki left Earth. Thoth is said to have then hidden it in a secret and secure underground location, and to have then inscribed information pertaining to the book, and maybe more, on a pillar, or possibly even 2 pillars. These pillars, or obelisks, were known to the Greeks and the Phoenicians as the Pillars of Hercules. The Egyptian historian Manetho mentions the existence of 2 such pillars and tells us that Thoth inscribed the pillars with hieroglyphs containing all of the ancient wisdom. A golden pillar inscribed with hieroglyphics was also described by Plato. Alexander the Great is reported to have inspected large pillars of gold bearing unusual hieroglyph markings. Proclus mentioned that Crantor visited Sai in Egypt and had been shown a golden pillar inscribed with hieroglyphics. A Jewish historian called Josephus mentions that Thoth inscribed some pillars with knowledge, in order that wisdom and astronomical knowledge should not perish, and described 2 pillars, one of stone and one of brick, in which he inscribed this knowledge for posterity, said pillars still existing in the land of Syria to this day. The secret and scientific information most valued by the Anunnaki is said to have been kept on small devices that you could hold in your hand, similar to modern CDs. The texts call these enigmatic objects MEs. The MEs were said to contain the secrets of the tablets of destinies. These have been assumed by many to be either astronomical information or fixed flight plans, celestial orbits and flight paths that were unalterable, among other things. But having such an in-depth knowledge of the celestial and mathematical workings of our universe, as the Anunnaki seem to have had, is it possible that the tablets of destinies also contained information on the destinies of both alterable and unalterable fates of mankind, and even the gods themselves? The tablets of destinies were said to be the most coveted and also the most closely guarded of all the Anunnaki technology. The Bible code itself states that it was done on a computer. Could it be in any way possible for the information contained and hidden within the Bible code to have come from the computer disk-like MEs of the Anunnaki? And could it also be possible for Thoth to have encoded all the information contained on all of mankind's tablets of destinies within the narrative of the one book that he knew would last this long on Earth, so the information would not be lost. Could he have then hidden the code to unlocking the book, perhaps even the enigmas, the MEs themselves, in a vessel, chest, or ark somewhere underground? Maybe in the land that was the dwelling place of the last Anunnaki ruler on Earth, known in Egypt as Sin, and whose land still bears their name today, Sin's land, or Sinai. Could the lost Book of Thoth actually have been right here under our noses all along, hidden within the Bible? Was it Thoth who appeared to Moses on Mount Sinai? Was Thoth the one who made an appearance that day as the Hebrew god Yahweh? Could Thoth, the Sumerian god Ningizida, the great master of science and mathematics, the master architect, master builder of the pyramids, creator of the calendar, actually be the encoder of the mysterious and very accurate Bible code? As a side note, in Sumerian texts, we are told of the existence of the mysterious objects known as MEs, that they were small enough to hold in your hand and yet contained vast amounts of information. This description instantly brings to mind something along the lines of our modern CDs or portable RAM drives. The Sumerian tells tale of Lord Enki being the custodian of the MEs, and also of Enki setting up mining operations in the Abzu, which has now been clearly identified as Africa. In considering this, one's mind is immediately drawn to the hundreds of mysterious small metal spheres, some with parallel bands running around them, that have been found and continue to be found in deep underground mines in Africa at an impossible strata depth of 2.8 billion years. Could there be a link? It's an interesting thought, to say the least. Our newest neighbor. On Monday, August 2nd, 2005, scientists absolutely confirmed the existence of another planetary body that is a part of our solar system, thus bringing the number of orbiting planets known to be in our solar system to a confirmed 10. However, if one considers the Sun to be a system member and the Earth and the Moon to be a double planetary system, as the ancient Sumerians did, then the actual number of bodies existing in our solar system is now raised to 12, thereby confirming the 6,000-year-old Sumerian accounts. The astronauts of the Space Shuttle Discovery also spent time observing and photographing the planet, which also has at least one moon, during their August 2005 mission to the International Space Station. This discovery is of enormous significance. As yet, too little is known about the new celestial body to announce anything significant, except that it is most certainly there. Even its actual size is still a matter for dispute. Some have estimated its size to be smaller than Pluto, and some have said it to be larger than Earth. The planet is still too far away to be certain of much at all except the fact that it is definitely orbiting our Sun. However, since this planet was first noticed in 1985, again in 1995, and is now easier to discern and has just now been positively confirmed as solar member in 2005, it is then reasonable to assume that it is slowly getting closer, which indicates the distinct possibility that it follows a vast elliptical orbit. This fact is also of significant importance because it also validates the Sumerian accounts. The official NASA press release number 05-209 reads as follows: Scientists discovered 10th planet. A planet larger than Pluto has been discovered in the outlying regions of the solar system. The planet was discovered using the Samuel Oschin telescope at Palomar Observatory near San Diego, California. The discovery was announced today by planetary scientist Dr. Mike Brown of the California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, California, whose research is partly funded by NASA. The planet is a typical member of the Kuiper Belt, but its sheer size in relation to the 9 known planets means that it can only be classified as a planet, Brown said. Currently about 97 times further from the Sun than the Earth, the planet is the farthest known object in the solar system and the third brightest of the Kuiper Belt objects. It will be visible with a telescope over the next 6 months and is currently almost directly overhead in the early morning eastern sky, and the constellation Cetus, said Brown, who made the discovery with colleagues on January 8th. They first photographed the new planet with the 48-inch Samuel Oschin telescope on October 31st, 2003. However, the object was so far away that its motion was not detected until they reanalyzed the data in January of this year. In the last 7 months, the scientists have been studying the planet to better estimate its size and its motions. "It's definitely bigger than Pluto," said Brown, who is a professor of planetary astronomy. Scientists can infer the size of a solar system object by its brightness, just as one can infer the size of a faraway light bulb if one knows its wattage. The reflectance of the planet is not yet known. Scientists cannot yet tell how much light from the sun is reflected away, but the amount of light the planet reflects puts a lower limit on its size. Even if it reflected 100% of the light reaching it, it would still be as big as Pluto, says Brown. I'd say it's probably 1.5 times the size of Pluto, but we're not sure yet of the final size. We are 100% confident that this is the first object bigger than Pluto ever found in the outer solar system, Brown added. A name for the new planet has been proposed by the discoverers to the International Astronomical Union, and they are awaiting the decision of this body before announcing the name. Editor's note: this dwarf planet has been named Eris. You can do an internet search for more details. A new doctrine. Religious texts and mythologies from all quarters hint of something really big happening at the end of things. In the Bible it says, "The end days will be as the beginning days." But what was at the beginning? The Sumerians tell us that it was an enormous and devastating cosmic collision. Is that what the end times will be? Is that why the ancients were so obsessed with the calendar and the movements of the planets? Was it to track these orbital periods so these times of mass extinction could be predicted? Is that why they dealt with such enormously long periods of time? A good deal of the evidence that we have previously discussed says it may well be so. If the Mayan long count was indeed started by Thoth, could that be the reason why it is a count of 432,000 years? The Sumerians tell us that the same period of time, 120 Shars or 432,000 years, is the time that has passed since the arrival of the Anunnaki and the Deluge. Are these types of events to be expected when another 120 Shars has passed? The Bible and many other texts say the end times will be as the beginning times. The Sumerians say cosmic collision. It's apparent that Nibiru seems to cause a great deal of mayhem to the inner planets. Not on its every passage, but certainly every few orbits, and a new planet has just now come into view in our solar system. It's urgent that some group of scientists and mathematicians begin constructing a computer simulation to see exactly what the orbit of this new solar member is, and what harm the close passage of such a celestial body may actually cause. However, the real path to safety and building a harmonious future for our race and our planet lies in the education of the people. Mass education on a global scale, if mankind is to survive. Education is man's greatest natural resource. Remember how the Mayans claimed to have had an earlier, harmonious, and scientific approach to worship that they had received from Quetzalcoatl, but over many years it had become overtly permutated and corrupted by other influences. It is this author's opinion that an extremely valuable lesson can be learned from that story, for it seems that, although traces of the ancient beliefs still run through modern religions with noticeable starkness, the stories themselves have now become so corrupted and twisted by outside influences that they bear little resemblance to the original concepts and messages that they were once meant to convey. Modern religions teach little of the old knowledge, but instead exert control over their practitioners by enforcing a blind adherence to rigid rules through fear of an unseen and wrathful retribution to be inflicted upon them by a God they claim to be pure love. The very concept is pure contradiction right from the start. Modern religious texts also teach that all other texts are to be ignored. This is, of course, to hide the fact that the doctrines have been borrowed and permutated and can quite easily be disproven through investigation, and then control is lost. It is a well-known fact that the Christian religion even taught reincarnation as part of its doctrine until it was removed from the texts in the 5th century, while even in semi-modern times, we have seen those Christians who claim to adhere most stringently to biblical texts actually alter them to suit their own needs, as with the Catholic religion adding the no divorce decree that has never appeared in any other version and, indeed, never appeared in the Hebrew texts from which the Catholic version was derived. The Mormon religion claims to be Christian, but actually follows its own doctrine, as described in the Book of Mormon, and it is similar with the Jehovah's Witnesses. More recently, we have also witnessed the same in both mainstream and evangelical Christian religious movements, with the introduction of the Good News version of the Bible, where even a cursory glance reveals that almost every word of the original text has been changed to produce modernized and very slanted versions and, in some cases, quite inaccurate translations of the original stories, making any serious investigation or assimilation of the true textual concepts impossible. Similar insecurities can be seen in the Islamic religion, where virtually all outside influences are banned and constant reinforcement of belief is required through rigorous prayer. These types of practices quite obviously and very logically reveal glaring insecurities in any establishment, and even more so when applied to organized religions. If a religion is so stringent that it cannot be faced by outside facts or influences, then the faith it is based on is obviously resting on a very thin foundation, and blind belief in any such establishment can only be badly placed. The same is true of any movements that require blind faith, whether religious, political, educational, or otherwise. Proper and complete global education is the greatest resource available to aid in the continued survival of our planet and of mankind. True education is what is required to assist in the building of a harmonious future for us all. Yet, so stupid is the modern political mindset that in 2005, on television news, in an appalling and almost unfathomable lack of intelligence, compassion, and reasoning, I personally heard the Australian Minister for Education at the time, Mr. Brendan Nelson, actually comment that, in his view, education is a privilege and not a right. And just consider for a moment that this mental midget was actually in a position of power and able to make decisions that affect our children on a daily basis while openly maintaining this type of unconscionable attitude. Not only is Mr. Nelson profoundly stupid and an obvious fool, but when his ego and position of power is combined with the stark realities of his obvious intellectual ineptitude, it all compounds to make him a very dangerous fool. A minister blatantly announcing and promoting the concept that education should be given only to the privileged few spells a great danger for our future. Education is mankind's greatest resource. Proper and truthful education would dispel 90% of mankind's afflictions. The repression of real information and true education can be held solely responsible for the situation the world now faces. 90% of all wars that have been fought in the last 2,000 years have been waged for religious or territorial reasons, and yet, as we have seen, all religions ultimately stem from the same source. We have easily seen how the much earlier Sumerian story, from whence all of the creation tales originally came, encompasses them all in an extremely scientific way, and we can see quite obviously that ancient man had no religion as such, but instead had a deep knowledge of true reality, a science and religion that were integrally combined into a way of life. If all of mankind was truly educated and the true source of all religions, how could there possibly be wars fought over doctrines described in books? Still, many other wars have been fought from a lust for power and an expansion of national boundaries. But if all mankind was truly educated in the actual realities of our history and accepted each other for who they were, what power would be needed by individual countries? Another hidden but simple truth is that behind each one of these wars has been one controlling banking system that has profited greatly from each conflict. Conclusion. Throughout this entire work, I have attempted to remain neutral and have attempted to avoid any political viewpoint either one way or the other. I have tried to remain focused on the matter at hand, which is one of history and not political commentary. However, in closing, a few points need to be mentioned. It is this author's opinion that the world needs to drastically rethink its approach to pretty well most things about our societies, our past, and the direction we need to take for the future. Things have gotten incredibly bad since the tragic events of September 11th, 2001, and though it is not the purpose of this book to comment on who the actual perpetrators were or what their reasons may have been, it must be noted that since that day occurred, an escalation in the suppression of information, more wars of contrivance, and further erosion of human rights has been taking place on a daily basis in all countries of the world, and on a scale that has never before been seen. In third world countries, it is happening by violent and oppressive means where possible, and through free trade agreements, or the manipulation of currencies by large banks where needed. In civilized nations, it's happening through more nefarious and ambiguous means that are, in their own way, no less oppressive, as in the gradual and subtle dismantling of various national constitutions and everyday rights of the people in order to protect them from a shadowy, ill-defined, and wholly manufactured enemy, and they're getting away with it through a constant barrage of propaganda. It should also be noted that this has only been made possible due to the fact that the American government is now firmly in the hands of the military-industrial complex that President Eisenhower, in 1960, warned the people to be vigilant for and to make sure that it was never allowed to happen. In many ways, it's very obvious that the closed societies we have constructed for ourselves are, in virtually all ways, dysfunctional. It is an admirable quality to take pride in one's heritage and to be proud of one's nation, but, in reality, a great deal of mankind's true heritage has been robbed from us, and this is true for all nations, while nationalism in its present form can never have any possibility of succeeding towards any concept of a global family. Nationalism undermines the very concept of humankind peacefully coexisting on one planet. It's become quite obvious that we will never learn to function as a responsible species that can live in harmony together, so long as each country and each faith continues to embrace the concepts of national, racial, doctrinal, or religious supremacy. It's clear that the world needs to be governed by one competent and just global body. Yet, the key words here are competent and just. Can such a thing be possible with current oligarchy of liars and bankers who are presently in control of the world's resources, being the ones who will bring about such a governing body? Or does this concept spell the introduction of a one-world government where the majority is controlled by the few? The fascist New World Order that many have feared for so long, the New Reich, we are even now seeing erected, possibly, by the Bush administration and the UN. It has not been my desire to attempt to say for certain whether the true answers to the mysteries of our past lie in Darwinism or religion, whether the data that has been provided to us by the ancient texts and monuments is correct, or to confirm the validity or accuracy of the ancient Sumerians' account. My main desire has been to provide you, the listener, with information so that you may investigate further and make up your own minds on these matters. However, if there is even a remote chance that any of these tales could be true, then they hold grave and important information for all people and all races. For my part, however, I believe the people of the world have been duped. I believe we have been systematically and deliberately lied to, and that the Emperor's New Clothes syndrome and a fear of speaking out independently has been deeply ingrained into our psyche. As our solar system orbits our sun in turn orbits its own parent star, Oberon. Then Oberon in turn orbits another star, and so on throughout the galaxy. Our galaxy itself orbits around a black hole at its center. Our solar system is located on the very outer reaches of the Milky Way. As we complete one great cycle around our galaxy, our solar system travels slowly up and down in a manner similar to a painted pony on a carousel, occasionally passing through the denser center parts of the flat spiral, where there are more asteroids, comets, and debris. We are currently in this denser, more active section of the galaxy, and are due to complete one of these great cycles in 2012. The long count of the Mayan calendar, due to come to its conclusion on December 21st, 2012, reveals an ancient awareness of this great celestial cycle, as does the number 432,000, or fractional divisions thereof, that is found in virtually all mythologies. We have examined some very important facts throughout this work. We have seen that ancient knowledge of the zodiac irrefutably reveals advanced scientific know-how in ancient times. We have seen it proven that man could not possibly have evolved from apes, and that the human genome is a mere 200,000 years old. We have learned that many ancient accounts of the wars of the gods can adequately be verified, and that these beings in question were no more gods than you or I. We have learned that polar reversals and other cataclysmic upheavals are a proven scientific reality, and seen that great civilizations have indeed come and gone in our planet's history. We have found credible data to suggest that such upheavals are triggered by predictable, regular, celestial events, and we have learned other important lessons from our observations of the surface features of Mars, from our observations of the comet Levi-Shoemaker 9, and indeed, from traces to be found here on Earth, which is that comets or asteroids do actually hit planets. It's this author's opinion that, instead of focusing our attentions on wars of contrivance in support of corporate control of resources, thinly veiled as a fight against an unseen or shadowy enemy of pure invention, we need to focus on the real issues at hand that are affecting our planet. I believe all the relevant data concerning the issues raised in this work should be investigated openly and in mass. In writing this book, my main desire has been to simply alert you to the fact that these historical anomalies and religious texts exist, and of the scientific, anthropological, astronomical, geological, and genetic studies that have been mentioned. It is my sincere hope that this book will serve as a starting point for you to go out and research the accuracy of the information that has been presented to you in these pages for yourselves. Just the mere existence of the many anomalies that have been listed in this book is enough to demonstrate that our past is quite obviously not what we have been led to believe. This fact alone makes it at once worthy of further investigation by any reasoning individual. It's not my desire that you blindly believe anything that is written in these pages, but that you now use your powers of reasoning to investigate this information critically and decide for yourself where the real truths may lie. The fact also remains that the Bible code is a reality. It's there. I personally believe it is imperative that an independent scientific research team be able to investigate the Lisan area of Jordan in an attempt to locate the artifacts mentioned by the Bible code. Perhaps Drosnin is confining his searches too much. Many obelisks have been removed from the areas in question. Perhaps all the obelisks now found throughout the world should be examined for clues that may help to reveal the location of the mysterious metal box mentioned in the code. The box that may well contain the lost Book of Thoth, for I believe they may indeed be one and the same. I also feel that it would be prudent for someone to design a 3D computer program to track and predict the orbital movements of our newly discovered celestial companion in relation to the rest of our solar system. Specifically, what kind of an effect its close passage would have upon the Earth. Unfortunately, the regions of our Earth where the answers to many of these questions may lie is kept in a constant state of strife and political tension. Due to this fact alone, most attempts to uncover the truth in many of these matters has been, and still remains, extremely difficult. Since 2002, in an act of ecological, historical, and cultural vandalism never before seen or imagined, these areas have been further devastated by the unwarranted and ruthless bombing campaigns that have been recently carried out by the United States' Bush administration. From this point, any future chances for research into some of these areas, which are some of the most important and relevant areas of our planet, have also now been dramatically reduced by the continual use of depleted uranium weapons in the region and the illegal and totally unprovoked invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, thereby reducing the entire region into a toxic and highly radioactive wasteland. Depleted uranium, banned for use in weapons since 1996, has a half-life of 4.5 billion years. The desert sands in the area are now rife with around 350,000 tons of ultra-fine uranium-238 dust that is reactivated into the air with every desert wind.